Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Yeah, take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Yeah. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in a phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, till we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say. Come out the cave, they see the blood on our shirt. They see the teeth in the fangs. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play. They sending snakes, they trying to give us a curse. They want us taking the bait, but that's okay. We keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay, blocking the way, thinking we flipping reverse, but we keep rushing the gate, stopping the rain. We know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take. We not afraid. We put the fear in their bones. Ain't no more running away. They tryna trace, they tryna follow our steps. They tryna copy the wave. Boy, that's your name. That's why they keep getting curved. You gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work. Like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy. Why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Don't start. Nobody's safe. If you come in, please don't drop your guard. Nobody's safe. If you come, you're messing with a star.
Round 3. Fight. Fight. Fight!
Should I level up every time I make the block jump? Royal we pay for the royalty like ASCAP. Dividends invested in myself like I'm the NASDAQ. Never tripping, I'm setting traps on my demise. To it all, I'm Forrest Whitaker. I barely bat an eye. Yeah, push me to the limits. I may bend, but I never fold. I'm a living witness to the greatest story ever told. At the verge of dying, but the lessons life provided made me learn and floss up. So the line in the looks better go. Life becomes legacy, so what hill will I die on? Told you I am legend, so my son will be an icon. Snapshot of the vision, better focusing like Nikon. Here to make a difference that keep living after I'm gone. You got something you'll live for. Means more when it's something you'll die for. With this life, I'ma give more. Cause it's a lot of people I'ma ride for. I'ma ride for. Been fighting all my life for, I'm ready. Prepared for the pain and the strife for, I'm ready. You really want me, come and get me? Boy, I'm ready. Understand I got 1,000,000 soldiers with me? Boy, I'm ready.
You know, sometimes this life can get rough. You get knocked down, but you gotta get up. Keep going. I'd have been knocked down 1,000 times, yeah, I traveled around 1,000 miles, feeling so tired, but you know I can't stop now. Came way too far, won't throw in the towel. It ain't looking real good, but I won't give up. Pac said that I gotta keep my head up, so I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, I'm standing right here. Demons all around, but I ain't got no fear. You can kick me around, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. In the fire now, but I won't be burned. I was waiting for this, and now it's my turn. Sweat on my face, blood in my eyes. Been underground, now I aim for the sky. Don't quit now, you can last longer. All these wounds only making you stronger. Don't give up now, yeah, you gotta climb. But we give it your all until the end, until the end of time.
We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. Until the end of time.
Yeah. Been through a whole lot, but we overcome. Enemies in our face, but we ain't gon' run. Never drift off course, always stay on mission. Won't slow us down, cause we way too driven. Yeah, we put in these 10,000 hours. You won't stop us, cause we got the power. Whole world is watching, and I hope they ready. From here on out, we are legendary. You can kick me around, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Turn the lights up now, welcome to the show. I ain't never gonna stop, this is all I know. My eyes on the prize, until I die. I'm gonna rise, level up to the skies. Yeah, we here now, we were chosen. All the pain brought us to this moment. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end, until the end of time.
We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. Till the end of time.
like you the threat.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Yeah, take my word for it. It's a promise and a threat. Yeah.
Hello and welcome everybody to Breakout Series Tekken 8 Week 15. Another absolutely lovely Thursday evening of Tekken, capping off what I'm sure has been a tough week for everybody. I am K-Vox, your faithful commentator, and here, making his debut, the lovely and talented Shifu. How are you doing tonight?
It's a pleasure to be here at Breakout. I've actually, been on a commentary for a bit now, but I've been keeping up with the Breakout series, so I'm just happy to be here, and it's a pleasure to be casting with you, Vox.
Likewise. We've got one stacked bracket tonight, too, so lovely to be here with everybody. Great to see everyone here, all of you in chat, Shifu, of course, everybody in production. And we've got almost 70 people on the bracket, including a lot of the old names. We've got Rhythm, we've got P. Ling, we've got Joe Crush himself, everybody's online bracket demon. We've got Your Ordinary Hero coming up. We're expecting them to have the first match of the evening. We've got Tori, we've got just a whole star-studded cast. This is going to be some great Tekken. I am just absolutely thrilled to be here. Can't wait to see how everything turns out. What matches are you most looking forward to, Shifu? What are you expecting tonight?
Just to all those names that you mentioned, you're talking about world-class, Tekken players, right? Anytime you hear one of these names mentioned, you're already expecting a certain level of competitive, just absolute fire. There's going to be no holds barred on any of these sets. They're going to give it their all. I'm actually interested for, the first that come off of my head is Peeling. He gives
Absolutely.
you a very tricky, he gives you a very agile Zhao Yu, and he makes it very hellish for his opponent. Just interested to see, what Peeling's got in store for us today. Obviously got
So
Joe
am I.
Crush, NA's last hope, and just very interested to see, what unfolds here in Week 15, Tekken 8.
Definitely. And those two in particular, Peeling and Joe Crush, it seems like they keep running into each other the past several weeks in online brackets. They are really stoking the flames of a fierce rivalry. They keep running into each other in TNS, here in Breakout Series, in Paragon. Last week, they actually went 50-50 in the grand finals. 1-1 Breakout Series, 1-1 Paragon on the same night. So every sport needs their rivalries. You've got Asashoryu versus Hakuho. You've got Ali versus Frazier. Yankees, Red Sox. Celtics, Lakers. Magic Johnson, Larry Bird. And right now, I think Joe Crush, P. Ling is climbing into those storied ranks just because of how well they push each other every time they come together.
And Tekken is basically no different, just like the rivalries that you mentioned in some of those, professionally sanctioned team sports. You come here and, like they say in terms of their counterparts, when you have UFC or boxing or whatever, you don't play fighting, right? These guys, some of these dudes may have bad blood, others may just have friendly rivalries, but either way, you're going to get some good ass Tekken guaranteed. Like I said before, when you hear those names, you know what to expect.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, we've got even more than that. We've got Shinblade, who's one of the top Steves around. We've got Papilla, who is a nightmare against anybody on that king. We've got so many incredibly talented people on this bracket tonight that I cannot possibly name every single one of them. I would be here talking all night. The chat would hate me, and we would never get to see any Tekken. That's how good this bracket looks.
And I mean, especially when you're talking about somebody like Shinblade and Code Red too, another Steve player who's been making waves in the NA scene lately, for quite a while actually. So the Steve players out there, people have been saying that this is probably the first time in so many Tekken games, at least when you're referring to a couple balance patches ago, that he's not a top tier character in a Tekken game. So,
Mm,
seeing them make the most, of course, a few balance patches later, the character's in a different spot, but
right.
they're making the most out of this character, and it's going to be interesting to see those matchups as well, because obviously you get the Dragonovs, you get the Jack Gates, the Mishimas, but the
Hmm.
Steve players out there, we got to be keeping an eye on them. They're always cooking up something interesting.
Absolutely. And honestly, I think this is a game where tiers really don't matter that much. It is the kind of balanced game where anybody can win. Right now, we have Your Ordinary Hero plus Ultra, Kazuya versus Reina. Here we go.
And we got the casual fit Kazuya here. This seems to be some sort of business role play going on. But
Business
this
casual.
is going to be, I mean, two Mishimas. This is just going to be wave dash, triple electric central. Lots of respect in the neutral. Lots of movement on these players. Must be legacy. You don't see, newer Tekken players taking on the role of a Mishima. See already. Plus Ultra are going to be making his way to the wall against Your Ordinary.
Yeah, and Your Ordinary Hero rocking the Miku Hatsune look, which I don't think Plus Ultra wants to respect that at all, and also doesn't want to respect Reina's buttons, because Reina's really a character, much like Bison over in Street Fighter, who can kill you for pressing buttons. Let her warm up the Sabakis, let her warm up the Flash Punch combos and the electrics, she will ruin your day. So Plus Ultra is trying to smother that in the crypt.
Trying to smother that, and he is, because he has one round now, and it looks like he's working his way into a second, keeping the pressure on with those electrics. Gonna find a gap there in that second one. The plus 10 on block, meaning absolutely nothing to Your Ordinary in that situation. Oh, and he's gonna go ahead and get a launcher of his own, working his way.
I like to splat along the sidewall.
Oh, what a very unfortunate drop there. Gonna go for that. Reset into 2 rounds for Plus Ultra on the Kazuya.
Now, of course, we're only 2 rounds in. There's a lot of Tekken left to play, but Plus Ultra is doing a very good job of shutting down Ordinary Hero's movement options. Shutting down the sidekicks with sidewalks with the lows, keeping him from spinning out and having enough room to do the stance switches, really just smothering Ordinary Hero, not letting him be as mobile as a good Reina is.
It's ultimately instilling fear into Your Ordinary by ensuring that he's got the execution down on those PGFs, because one of the knowledge checks, I guess you don't call it a knowledge check, one of the execution checks that you have in a Mishima mirror is who's going to be establishing neutral with those electric when God Fist, who's going to be putting themselves out there saying, you don't rule the mid-range, I rule the mid-range.
Yes, definitely. And we just saw in that past round, while we were talking, we kind of cursed it. What happens if Plus Ultra cannot shut Your Ordinary Hero down? Reina is the queen of snowballs, much like her dad Heihachi in Tekken 7 was the king of the mid.
Which we're going to be seeing later this fall as he returns back to Tekken 8. Very interested to see what that's going to look like, because Reina, a lot of her kit is essentially based on Heihachi with shades of Lydia Sobieska. So interested to see how they change him up. Plus Ultra are going to be taking game 1 off of Your Ordinary Hero.
Yeah, I don't think he liked mentioning Heihachi, because he definitely brought it up a notch once you and I started talking about the old man.
And of course, I mean, with the way that the meta is developing, you never know what, the tier lists are going to look like. Of course, you said before, tier lists is something that's not as important in a title like Tekken 8, where system mechanics tends to take the priority over character balancing. But you do have a few that stand out. You got the Yoshimitsus, you got the Kuma, the bears give people lots of trouble. So Heihachi just may be another one of those characters. Reina was a character that was complained about in ranked matchmaking for quite a bit.
And the thing with Reina is that once you get to use her, she's like a can opener on legs. She's absolutely brutal, but she's also quite difficult to really get that kind of comfortable grip on because of the stance switches, the mobility, the a kind of juxtaposition between her flippy stuff, her Kaido influences,
Right.
and her bone-crushing Mishima Karate, which right now Plus Ultra is exploiting and keeping your ordinary hero from being as mobile as he needs to be. That's been the story of the whole set so far.
And
Just locking Hero down.
what you're saying is essentially true. This is why we haven't really seen a lot of Reina representation at big regionals and whatnot, because the character takes so much to pilot. Of course, free buff Kazuya was the same way, but even now, still just a very difficult character to pilot. Don't get so much out of him for how much you have to put in. So you're going to see the Jack Gates, you're going to see the Dragon Olives, you're going to see the Yoshimitsus.
Definitely. And right now, you've got a bit of a Mishima duel because they're using kind of the same tools against each other. The Doria's coming out, the Wave Dash is coming out. But right now, Ordinary Hero has to figure something out and open this toolkit and do more of these armor moves, more of these power crushes, or this is going to be a very short night at the office because Plus Ultra already on set point and fighting in the pocket, trying to keep your Ordinary Hero from moving out of his grasp, from escaping the vortex. Right now, not having a lot of luck. This round is dangerously close to putting Hero back in things.
Was just about to say it myself. Doesn't look like in this particular round 3 of match 2 that he's able to keep your Ordinary Hero off of him. So your Ordinary Hero is going to be taking round 3 of this second match here in the Mishima Mirror.
This is why I was talking up the kind of talent that keeps being drawn to Breakout series, even though it's such a young series, such a young org, because there's always this back and forth. There's no one-sided battles here in Breakout series, and your Ordinary Hero already finding ways to fight back, but starting to have a bit of trouble. The Devils come out, the Horns have come out, Swings have come out, the blocking is there, the buff is there, the Parasite fits, and that's it! Finishes it with the low, sends your Ordinary Hero down to the loser side of the pool. Plus Ultra coming out on top. And what a lightning fast set that was. I mean, hardly had time to sit down, get comfortable in our booth.
But you got to give him credit, I mean, your Ordinary Hero didn't go down easy. He was, of course, making some trouble for Plus Ultra. And, despite what the results may say, it didn't look like a blowout. It was a good fight. Some rounds went, one way or the other. But your Ordinary Hero going to be going down to losers bracket. I suppose we may see him later, depending on who he's facing. Plus Ultra moving on, and it's a very good set.
Absolutely. That was one hell of a way to start the night. So much speed, so much power, so much character knowledge. Both of them just giving each other all they've got. Your Ordinary Hero had a bit of a hard time warming up. You could see being a little overwhelmed, starting to hesitate a bit in the early stages, and I think gave up a lot of crucial momentum. Didn't have a lot of luck dealing with the lows, was getting caught up in a lot of mix-ups, was caught kind of hesitating with the armor moves a lot. But if your Ordinary Hero stays in the bracket and stays alive, I think we might see them warm up and become a real problem for everybody who came tonight. But right now, Plus Ultra was reigning on Ordinary Heroes Parade.
Absolutely. And I do fully agree, the more reps that these players get, the more that they go up against each other. All it really takes at the end of the day is a level of confidence that steeps above your opponents. We see a lot of times that players who typically have a strong level of dominance over the rest of the competition in these brackets will end up falling short. People have bad days, people are whatever the case may be. It may have just not been your Ordinary Hero's day in terms of the first set on stream, right? And we may see him come back after a run through the losers bracket. Who knows?
Who knows indeed. That's why I was talking it up before we kind of got jump scared by the start of that match. This is a game where, in theory, anybody can beat anybody. You turn up with the right matchup knowledge, you turn up warmed up, pressing the right buttons, your opponent's having an off day, you could really just beat the odds. There's no one-sided fights in Tekken 8. There's no blowouts. There's no foregone conclusions. This isn't Real Madrid playing against a non-league team.
Absolutely.
This is Real Madrid playing Barcelona.
And I mean, you're not even talking about ranked matchmaking in this case. And people sign up for these, they already have a certain level of confidence going into it, where they're they get into their first set, they get into the match with their opponent, the custom room. He's going to have a piece of me. There's no way I'm losing to this guy, right? It's a
Absolutely.
much different situation when you're talking about range matchmaking. You sign up for these tournaments is a whole different situation, a whole different dynamic.
And what you often see is that people will fight for their life in the tournament, and they'll come out at the end and they'll go into ranked, and it's like they're stepping out of the hyperbolic time chamber because they were just fighting people of their level or even higher. Like imagine your ordinary hero fighting Joe Crush, and they come into their own side of the pool and they're just running roughshod over people because of the reps they just got in.
And it's definitely not something that's very far-fetched or anything of the sort, because as I said before, uh, it could be a situation of Joe Crush or such finding himself in losers bracket or whatever. It happens all the time. It's the best fighting the best. At the end of the day, somebody has to be the one taking the short end of the stick. So,
Yep.
you know,
Yeah, and to use the old phrase, I know it's a bit cliche, iron sharpens iron. You never really know how far you can climb until you are fighting the best and pushing your limits and just doing everything you can to show what you've really got.
what you've really got. And I mean, in this case, when you're talking about two Mishimas going at each other, it really is just a matter of who gets their offense started first. Tekken 8 is an offensively oriented game. If you're going to be the guy who's playing Tekken 7, then you're going to be the guy 90% of the time who's going to the loser's bracket. So, that's definitely something to get situated. These decisions that you make, during set play and moment to moment interactions is so much that can happen in Tekken 8.
Certainly, and it's not even just that there's no defense or anything. It's just that you can't get away with idling. You can't get away with turtling. This is a game about stealing opportunities, creating angles, finding unorthodox ways to get in, and really stifling your opponent's offense before it starts because it's a game of snowballs. Right now, we are looking for our next match, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed our start so far. I hope you're enjoying the lovely voices of K-Vox and Shifu here for your entertainment. And I'm also going to say, let's say a quick happy birthday to Breakout Series commentator Miasma, who was not able to make it tonight because they were going to their birthday dinner. If you're not wishing Miasma a happy birthday in chat, I will contact staff and we will have you banned. So, have to. Go on. Takes you 2 seconds to type in the chat. Go.
And I suppose, I mean, you got to take the time off personally. And maybe if it weren't for that, then, we'd have an extra viewer here for the Breakout series. But, Breakout team, so many people doing things. So,
yeah, I'm just spreading the love. I'm just sending out the good word, the good energy. Amazing commentator. We had them on stream a couple weeks ago. Blew it out of the water. Loved seeing them at work. Them and Ashervok. And it was just a great time all around. And after sending out those congratulations, don't forget the Matcherino. You know the Matcherino. We all know and love Matcherino. Helps us help out the tournament organizers. Helps us pay out the players. You redeem those codes, which are probably right there in chat right now as I say this, and you can add a free 25 cents to the pot. I'm sorry, spoke a little too fast. Just click the code, maybe make an account if you don't have one yet, and it's right there. It's free. You can help everybody out. Let's show them all a little love, a little appreciation for all the hard work they do, because it's not easy to become so good at Tekken 8 that you can climb over a mountain of 60, 70, 80 players, especially ones that are so good, that have made such deep runs in places like EVO and TNS and CEO and all these other places. These players really deserve all the love you can give them, all the support, and also our TOs, because without them, we wouldn't have any tournaments. We wouldn't have a scene. We wouldn't have an FGC. So go on, show some love. While we're waiting for our next match, hit up the Matcherino.
And, everybody deserves their credit, contributing to the FGC. It is, you can't have FGC without community, fighting game community, the TOs, the players, the casters, production. Everybody has a hand in it. And it all comes together to create this extremely entertaining experience, of which we're about to be providing right here in a second. Next match, we got Commander Panda versus Dulcet Flower. So very intrigued. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
too familiar with who either of these players are, but I guess we're going to find out in a second. This is what it's all about. If people don't know
Dulcet's
your
a pretty
name,
good Jun. Dulcet's a pretty good Jun, gets a lot of good work done out in ranked and stuff. And also, a bit of a conflict of interest here because she's also a commentator in a lot of places like the Endure community tournaments and stuff. I actually just commentated with her a week or so ago on one of these, helped out by Dear Army, run by Anya. So, great person, cool player. Going to be fun to see what she's got. Don't know what Commander Panda's bringing, but I assume a Panda. What do you think of that matchup?
in terms of Bears and June, well, of course, you have two characters essentially who I know that June has been getting a lot of flack lately. And the Bears, like I mentioned before, have been complained about and will basically continue to be complained about for as long as, Tekken 8 is supported till Tekken 9. People will keep complaining about, these knowledge check heavy characters. Kuma, of course, having, if I'm not mistaken, the highest damage combo with the least inputs in the game. And
Sounds right.
Jun Kazama having all sorts of setups and spacing traps and
Oh, not Panda at all. Jack
not
8.
bringing out
A
the
little
bear.
a little
So
preview of Joe Crush. This is going to be interesting.
might be Joe Crush. The Jack players don't have one uniform style. That is something really nice about the Tekken gameplay loop is that you see two characters or you see one character being played in 2, 3, 4 different ways. So it is very intriguing. Of course, Joey
Oh,
Fury's
absolutely.
Jack is a little different from Joe Crush's Jack, and
Well, that's
No,
going to
so-
be fun. We've got Blue Man's group versus Jun Kazama in the beach where already an aggressive start, getting right in there with the throws, trying not to let Dulce get any action in. Goes for the heat install already, the heat engager. Already rushing in, trying to get him driven back. And a hefty chunk of life gone. This is the kind of counterplay you would expect from a Jun, and how aggressive. Look at the
And
speed,
just-
I mean...
breakthrough with the heat smash. No use power crushing in that situation. The heat smash is going to run right through it, and you're just going to have to face some of the same fate again, except in this case, he's going to go ahead and get a heat engager. Go for the 2-3 option on the guard break. Keep the heat for a bit more. Only needed one more hit. The back 1+2 gets the job done to secure round 2.
It worked out for them that time, but Commander Panda seemed a bit flustered, seemed to be kind of flailing, and gotta really rein in those instincts to just start hitting buttons against a character like Jun and a player like Dulcet. If Commander Panda can't play with a cooler head, which right now we're starting to see in this perfect round, it could be pretty short night for them.
And I mean, once you know which buttons obviously you want to press, a lot of these high-level players tend to have flow charts that they default to for these matchups. And the layer 1 may or may not work. They'll say, okay, I want to use this. If they need to go to a layer 2, 2 perfect rounds in a row. My goodness, Commander Panda just rolling his way through match 1. Hopefully Dulcet has an answer to this.
Hopefully. I mean, maybe I spoke a little too soon about flailing. It seems to work out for him. Look at the work he was doing with the Tulipin Blast, with the Pulverizer. Really just shutting down all of Jun's options, all of Dulcet's options, before anything could come out of it. It started out pretty even, but it got one-sided fast.
I mean, it looks like he came absolutely prepared for this matchup because did you just look at the confidence that he had running into Jun's pocket, the personal space, and unleashing his offense. I mean, of course, we were predicting Bears for this matchup. I guess there was something that he knew going into that. He's like, that's not going to work. I need to bring out the Jack 8 and establish my game plan here. So that's exactly what he went ahead and did.
I mean, it also tells you a thing about assuming, because I just saw the name and I was like, oh, it's a panda.
Oh, so we weren't even okay. For a second, I was like, oh, perhaps if we're going to see a panda here, then this could be an interesting matchup. But no, he's deciding not to go for the Bears. The name in this case was a bit misleading.
Yeah, well, you know what they say about assuming. Whenever you do that, you make an ass out of you and me.
and especially in a game like this, talk about how many different reads and decisions you have to make defensively. That the wrong assumption can be a matter of 45, 55%, something along those lines. Dulcet finding her way to the wall here, going to be creating some extra space. The back 1+2 heat engage up against the wall break. Didn't quite get the blue spark there, unfortunately.
Keeps running right onto that heat engage. I mean, right now it's working out for her. She's getting that great health back. She's getting the juggle going, about to finish off this round. But it seems like half the time she rushes in, that heat engager is there waiting.
Decided not to go for the heat dash at the end of her combo, and that's going to cost the round. I believe that would have killed there with only about 15% left on Commander Panda. So now he's going to make her pay for that decision, and that's exactly what we were just talking about a second ago, making these assumptions. Maybe I can go for another ender here and keep the heat. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. And this is also calling to mind what you were just saying about how many knowledge checks there are. You have to think so many moves ahead or you're just going to get run over. It reminds me of chess grandmasters. They burn so many calories just from, thinking so many moves ahead and considering move and counter move and every possibility on the board. They burn as many calories as professional athletes and have to work out and eat like them. So
right.
It's not so different in Tekken. It's like 3D chess.
Yeah, I mean, the esports scene, over the course of the pandemic about 4 years ago, people have understood the art of gaming on a mainstream level now. Esports has been getting eyes from all around the world. People understand this level of competition is nothing distinct from physical team sports, except of course some people may have their opinions on it, but regardless of the fact, the mental the mind games that's played in the esport is just as, if not more, demanding.
Absolutely. I mean, I play a few ranked sessions and I'm just wiped out and I'm done. I can't imagine these pros who are labbing 8 hours a day and then competing in a tournament that night. It must be exhausting, and I know who's exhausted. Dulcet Flower, who looked a little promising there, but as we were talking about something else entirely, I'm sorry, not quite up to snuff, not able to stop the jackhammer from raining down, and Commander Panda with a rather decisive 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, there's too much to be stated in what could have went wrong, of course, in these situations. But then again, of course, it is the same thing as the set previous. I don't think you can classify any of these sets as blowouts or one-sided affairs.
Right.
The players put up a good fight despite what the results might say.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
either way, it's just some very entertaining Tekken to watch. So, one-sided affair or absolutely insane, crazy fireworks set. It is some pretty great Tekken to watch.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dulcet Flower did not know jack about this matchup, but put up a good fight all the same.
Didn't know jack about the matchup, and instead the Jack is going to go ahead and move his way up in the winner's bracket. Dulcet Flower going to be facing someone in the loser's bracket, so perhaps we might be seeing her later on as well.
Yeah.
And
No hate to Dulcet, of course. I'm just obligated to do these puns after every match.
oh
I had to
yeah,
think of something.
course. Did it? Yeah. So and that's something you're going to be seeing too. It's not just Dulcet. There's going to be a lot of people who end up fighting the Joey Furies, the Joe Crushes, and the Commander Pandas who don't know much about the matchups. A lot that you got to watch out for on the Jack 8, the different stance transitions, the forced crouches into command throws, and some of which may be heat engagers and all sorts of things. The down back one that you're watching out for in neutral for basically the entire set. So, there's going to be a lot of folks here being given
And
some
such-
trouble by the Jack matchup. That is 100% a guarantee.
And such a wide array of characters. You just can't possibly know everything about all of them all at once. And right now, we've got a Breakout Series veteran against a bit of a newer name, Papilla versus Second Ken, King versus Lars, and this is going to be a pretty fun one to watch.
The People's Champion King here to show out in the Breakout series. Very interested to see a set like this. Of course, Lars, one of those mind-fuck characters in the game, similar to Yoshimitsu and some others. Very strange dynamic happening there. The 1-1-1 on back turn, gonna get easy guarantee. Just mix, but the low parry, not today. Papilla's got a different plan for this round almost. It's just a bit of... And there we go.
You can see Papilla starting... You can see Papilla starting to adjust because Second Wind Ken has been going low a lot. A lot of lows, a lot of mix-ups into lows, really focusing on Papilla's legs and taking his legs out from under him, on kind of poking him out of his grab option. And it's getting a little too predictable. This whirlwind of offense can only last so long, and you can see Papilla, the seasoned king, really starting to adjust on the fly. But right now, this round, it might not be enough.
Very unfortunate they're trying to jab out of the Zen stance or Dent stance, whichever it may be. He's going to catch you with one of those options. Of course, if he goes for that low, you're going to get crushed. If he goes for that heat engager, you're going to have to hold that pressure. I mean, there's not too many options here against Lars in the neutral. Definitely a character that's going to give you a lot of trouble. Like, the pun earlier, if you don't know Lars about the matchup, it's going to give you so much trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, look at how consistently Ken is reading the setup for the Giant Swing and the Shining Wizard. Really watching out for those, and Papilla has to rewrite his game plan. He's using the Jaguar Bomb, he's using the Lariat. He doesn't have access to a lot of his chain grabs because Second Wind Ken is sitting on them and waiting for them.
Oh, the sequence. Look at what Papilla's doing here, just buttering him up, peppering him down. Going low, mid, high, up into this sequence. Very nice what he was doing there. Just gradually taking the health down bit by bit to secure that round. Very nice by Papilla.
Yeah, and you could see what I was talking about with the adjustments, with the on-the-fly thinking, breaking out that almost baseball side of a dropkick, which jumps straight over so many lows. You got him using the armor now. You've got him using the heat engager. You've got him really just trying to keep Ken shut down.
Oh, and he goes. You can't keep resorting to that 1-1-1. Papilla's telling him, you gotta get punished.
Got to start dealing with that Lariat, though, because that comes out again and again and again for Papilla. But, you go to the same well because the well always has water in it. You want him to stop going to that well, you got to drain it.
You got to drain that well, and it looks like that's what he was doing there. I mean, that last round of the first match that we seen, he was just resorting to very basic sequences. The Rage Art is going to come out here. Need to get the pressure off you for a second. Let's see what the follow-up is. He still has a full bar of heat burst, so very interesting to see what's going to happen here. Oh, and the running 1+2.
He's been setting up that Shining Wizard all set, and it's finally working, but having a hard time breaking through the armor, breaking through the block. Finally does it, but for a moment there, Papilla was really sweating, even as he finds himself on set point.
Just finding a way to methodically establish this offense, going from one part of the stage to the other. Gonna get hit by the somewhat readable throw option. Almost try to mix him up there, but to no avail. Oh, and the launch, punishable, low. Papilla!
What you saw there was Papilla reading his opponent and really showing the importance of adaptability and not going to the same well every time, because Ken was just going for the lows, going for the same mix-ups again and again. He was getting a lot of results with that very fundamental poking-based Tekken, but once Papilla adjusted, there wasn't a whole lot Ken could do. Once the game plan was sorted out and Papilla warmed up, there just weren't very many options, and he was caught in those grabs very quickly.
And I have to admit, as much as I don't like to play against King, he's actually a character that in my opinion, when he's on the screen, you're talking about some of the most hyped Tekken you can watch, really. I mean,
Absolutely.
people's champion, both in the lore and in the gameplay, on stage, in online tournaments. I mean, come on.
I mean, there's a reason everybody loves wrestling, right? I mean, look at him.
Just bringing all the theatrics of the WWE into Tekken. Who doesn't love it? Absolutely. Who doesn't love it?
Yeah, well, right now, Ken, who was not Ken enough for this matchup.
And perhaps you might have wanted the Ken from Street Fighter 6 in a situation like this, because if you look at the matchup in a game like that, of course, you have a different sort of grappling situation with the Lilies and the Minones and the Zangiefs against the Ken Masters. In this game, King is the only grappler. So, of course, when you're trying to get in like such, and someone keeps teleporting back and forth all over the screen, not necessarily teleporting in this case, but the movement of Lars, you're trying to find your way in to establish this grappling game plan, and it's just becoming more and more difficult. But Papilla was able to pull it together and shut down Lars' theatrics this time around.
Definitely. I think you were just talking about this. I think he was trying to play as if this was the other Ken a little, because you could see a lot of the rush down there, a lot of the pokes, a lot of trapping Papilla in mix-ups with the mid and low, a lot of just trying to interrupt those grab strings. But Papilla stayed cool, stayed calm, stayed collected, and once he got Ken's options limited and got him kind of playing more 2D, it was really over and the writing was on the wall. I mean, Papilla just so composed, so knowledgeable about his character, and really coming in with a bit of a chip on his shoulder, perhaps, because the last time we saw Papilla, or I saw Papilla, I was commentating one of his matches, and a very promising Cazador Prota kind of picked him apart. So I think Papilla came in here tonight with something to prove.
With a chip on his shoulder, and obviously he proved to us just now in that set that he is no slouch. People get knocked down, things happen, he got back up, and he's showing against Ken's Lars that it was no match. So he's out here with something to prove. He proved something to us right now on stream, and we're going to be seeing him a bit later on tonight. So more King gameplay for the King fans, King stands out there, the King enjoyers, the King players, and the King haters. Because everybody has an opinion on the character, but we're going to be seeing some more Papilla later, and that's King, the people's champ.
And I wonder how Ken is going to adjust mentally, too, because this is a game where one moment, one session, you could be 10-0ing people, and the next you're getting 10-0'd. And the mark of a great player is the ability to stay cool under fire, stay composed, and not tilt, to not start mashing, not start flailing, not start doubting yourself, especially in a long bracket so stacked with talent like this one. Whoever wins is going to have climbed a bracket of almost 70 people.
A huge bracket, and to maintain that composure for so long, it takes not only from a mechanical standpoint lots of skill, but from the mental standpoint as well, because you have to adjust these play styles depending on who it is you're playing against. And like we mentioned earlier, one character can be played 3 to 4 different ways, right? So even if he runs into another Lars at some point in the bracket, then he might have to adjust, make some micro adjustments there. Perhaps this is their layer 1, but they might implement it a different way, or they might have spacing traps I don't know about. So very taxing in terms of trying to, establish that game plan and manipulate your opponent in a way that you're just able to play your Tekken, the way that you want to. It looks like Papilla was able to do that just now. Not sure how Ken will adjust to this, but it looks like from the set we just seen, Papilla is going to be all right.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, has a long history here in Breakout Series of doing very well for himself. The first time I saw him play, he got 3rd place, which against killers like we see here, and like the Joe Crushes of the world, the Wizzies, the P Lings, the Code Reds, that's nothing to sneeze at. It's like how in the Olympics you win bronze, you're the third in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely insane. And even when you make a reference like that, um, the FGC has been going global over the past 10 or so years. So when you get up in competitions like this and you go to the evos and to the combo breakers and such, and you get on stages in front of that many people, you know you're representing a few things. You're representing yourself as a player, you're representing the character, being the pilot that you are for that character, and you're representing a region. And for so many people coming from so many different regions all over the globe, it does have that similar sort of effect, almost like the Olympics. And
Definitely.
you see people come from all these different places, and it's obviously it's all inspiring in a way, but it gives an identity to a certain place, certain character, and how people identify with the FGC.
Absolutely, and especially with Mexico, I am seeing a lot of very strong, talented players coming in with the work that we've seen put in recently in strengthening that scene and that community. We've got Papilla, who we just saw. We've got Divine Exorcist, who's made such a deep TWT run in the past, who's beaten names like Knee. We've got all sorts of people down there doing all sorts of great work. Shout out to Anya, great person, dear Army for life, and I just love seeing a new or newish scene flourish like that. We're also seeing that in Saudi Arabia with kind of the Esports World Cup has kicked off a bit of a renaissance over there. A lot of Middle Eastern players coming into their own.
Yeah, and it is great to see such a thing because in a medium that's so diverse, you don't want there to be this unification or this monopoly of this region is so populated with all the best players, or this part of the world is what's ruling this kind of medium. It's something that's very at least over the past few years a bit easier to get into. We've been seeing more people in the FGC doing casting or playing uh, in tournaments and whatnot over the past
Yeah.
few years than ever before, right? With the wake of
Mm-hmm.
online tournaments and with, such and such. A lot of people are starting their own leagues and doing things. So it is good to see that in places where some people might not feel as confident about their belief or their interest in certain things, to have someone or something to look up to so that it gives them the confidence to pursue the same thing. For someone who's looking at these kind of mediums and sees somebody who looks or talks like them to be making it big, then of course that leaves a road, it leaves a path for so many others.
Definitely, and the rise of the online events helps a lot of people who maybe don't live in hotspots or can't afford to travel a lot, and really replicates what we see behind a lot of the success of scenes in like Japan, Korea, Pakistan, where they have thriving local scenes, thriving arcade spots, a big community about sharpening each other's skills and helping new players come into their own. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we've seen a lot of the greats from Korea, Pakistan, etc., floundering a little in Tekken 8. Still good. I mean, Arslan Ash is still the world champion, but being challenged, being made to bleed and sweat a lot more.
I mean, yeah, because like we're basically already discussing, um, people who become invested in this stuff uh, find their own way around. Of course, the influences, there's so many out there. Um, you can create your own identity as a player that way.
Mm-hmm.
So people have been making names for themselves. So many people have been making names for themselves over the past couple of years. People who have not been in the FGC for 10 plus, 5 to 10 plus years already. And that's why you're seeing at these regionals and these majors, the R slashes or the knees possibly being sent to losers
Mm-hmm.
by a ranked king player, right? Because these guys they have the resources that they need where they're at, you know, to take inspiration from place to place and go out there and make an impact in terms of competition. Or maybe in other cases, because casting is becoming more, like you said, with the whole thing about going online, that's something that we're seeing more now. That's basically how I got started. So, you know,
Definitely.
so many opportunities. People are competitive on the player side of things. People are expressive on the casting and production side of things.
Yeah, just wonderful seeing people get the chance to come into their own. I mean, if online tournaments hadn't really become a thing, I don't really live somewhere locals really exist, except maybe the college esports clubs around me. So I wouldn't really get to do this. Sure, I was spending years saving up to go to Evo or something. I know people in chat are probably like, "Oh, if there weren't online brackets, we wouldn't have to hear Kvox's puns." But
Right.
it's
Yeah,
wonderful
right.
seeing all the opportunities that are out there now and the chances for growth. I mean, somebody wants to get serious about getting good about Tekken, they can look up so many guides and resources, so
Right.
many
The amount of, right.
communities. It's no longer just some old heads in an arcade and you hope they're in a good mood when you play against them and they'll teach you a few things. You can find everything you need to know out there just with a bit of looking on YouTube. It's just such a renaissance.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. The next big advancement, of course, as technology moves forward, then the mediums go with it. So this was just going to be a part of that evolution in the way that accessibility, the floor is really low, whereas you can take the ceiling as high as you want to with the right amount of time and effort. Um, so yeah, I mean, it is great to see it thriving as the many different periods in FGC's history where it was on the verge of crashing out or
Mhm.
potentially dying, due to bad net code in main games or whatever the case may be.
Definitely. I mean, the dark times of like '09 or so before Street Fighter 4 really revamped interest in the FGC. And I mean, nowadays, you've got fighting game tournaments selling out Mandalay Bay where they've put on boxing and MMA title fights. You've got fighting game tournaments on ESPN. The nerds won. We really did.
We won, and we're interested to see who's going to win in this upcoming matchup with Shinblade and Moon Aliyah running the Azucena versus the Steve Fox. Shinblade being highly regarded, if I'm not mistaken, as
Yeah.
NA's best Steve player, possibly the best Steve player global. And
Yeah, he's like
Moon
number
Aliyah,
one in the ranked Steve leaderboards right now.
yeah,
So an absolute force when it comes to playing Steve. And Azucena is a pretty interesting matchup because of how she can disrupt Steve's timing. Steve is a very timing, flow-based character with the counters, with the punishes, and what Ali is going to want to do is keep Shinblade from being able to find a comfortable rhythm and get some consistent reads on him. Lots of
and it
level
looks like that's what
changes,
we're
lots
seeing
of
right
blocking
now.
the springs, and yeah, you're right. Right now, it looks like that's the game plan Ali is sticking with. Don't let Shinblade get comfortable.
One thing I'm noticing almost immediately from Moon Aliyah here, Azucena was my first character. This character ultimately does not encourage complex routes, in my opinion. Having, I think, the shortest moveless in the game, if I'm not mistaken, or top 2-3 shortest moveless in the game.
Well, it's not the size of the tool, it's how you use it.
Yes, precisely. And I'm watching how Moon Aliyah was utilizing those tools just a second ago with that juggle going into full tornado and a combo ender. So I am very interested when I watch Azucena play because there's a lot of, like, basically what we just seen right now, that is not a traditional route that Azucena players tend to go for. And she has received a lot of changes in terms of stances over the last 2 balance patches. So just interested to see how people kind of, open up this character a bit, make the character a bit complex.
Well, you can see Moon Aliyah forcing Shinblade to open up a bit, to come forward more and punishing it. But right now, Shinblade's starting to warm back up, starting to kind of create these openings a little better. And Moon Aliyah is going to want to prevent any opportunity of that happening. So you started with Azucena. What do you generally think of the matchup against Steve?
The matchup against Steve is generally not something to give I would say the character Azucena much trouble. Some Azucena's play a bit more aggressive. Other Azucena's play a bit more passive or a bit more neutral. And in my personal opinion, being that I was new to Tekken 8 playing Azucena, I don't think that Azucena wants to be sitting in the pocket a whole bunch. I think you want to be throwing out those down back threes. I think you want to be randomly entering stance, try and catch a high. And of course, Mudalia here is not having what I was going to say seemed like the toughest time against Shinblade, but he's going to be taking match one. She was establishing some success there in the first match. We just need to see a bit more refinement, I think, in the game plan.
But did you see what we were talking about earlier with Shinblade finding his rhythm, his timing? You could see him force Aaliyah to come in by just kind of refusing to press any buttons, and Aaliyah took the bait. And that's what led to the end of that game, because Aaliyah whiffs, and Shinblade is right there with the punish ready.
Leah certainly took the bait, but it was a bit interesting what we were watching there, because from what I've seen, it looks like there was a bit of whiffing going on both sides, just kind of looking to catch a button out in the wild. And once a button is caught, I mean, you secure it and run with that. Of course, you get your combo going and all sorts of things. Just needs to be a snowball effect once you catch a button out there in the wild. You're
That's a big
hunting for a whiff.
Yeah, it feels like Tekken 8, a lot of it is about just waiting for or forcing your opponent to press the wrong button and kind of throw something out into space, and then you punish them for even trying.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, like when you're talking about Steve Fox as well, a counter hit, specialist, counter hit maestro. This is a character who, in terms of the Azucena matchup, may be struggling a bit, because you need to throw off that neutral game plan. You need to throw off that defensive mindset where you're always looking to counter something. You need to mix it up a bit, go for the mids and lows, and of course, with the stances that allow her to duck those lows and highs, it's going to be a game of cat and mouse here, much less kind of just looking to capitalize on one's mistake or another.
Yeah, especially with as seasoned as Steve as... Whoops, accidental face reveal. I wasn't expecting us to snap back to camera. Especially with as seasoned a Steve as Shinblade, who really knows all the tricks and isn't going to be caught off guard easily. So you could even see that live adjustment very, very fast at the end of that first game, where just realized what Azucena was trying to do and waited
it out, got his opportunities in. Of course, more cashing out those opportunities than Munalia was able to do, but it looks like Munalia did not have too rough of a start. Maybe it just kind of deviated. There was a roadblock somewhere along the way, but I mean, have to bounce back in the second match or off to the losers bracket, and
whatever's going on there. Well, while we wait for whatever's going on there, don't forget those Matcherino codes, everybody, because we want to show these people some love and appreciation for everything they do for our community. We were just talking about the importance of community, and without these kinds of things, without Matcherino pots, none of this is really possible. I mean, it's not cheap running these tournaments all the time, and you got to really give the players something worth all the grinding, all the time they're taking away from jobs, friends, family, just getting out in the darn sun. I mean, I'm sure a lot of us know what that's like.
Sure, plenty of us, and I'm sure plenty of us also know what it feels like to play against a refined Steve Fox player, because, I mean, there's, being that I was, painfully new to Tekken 8 at the time that I was picking up, I was saying I wasn't finding a lot of trouble playing against most of my ranked pool before prowess-based matchmaking, until I started running into Mishimas and Steve Fox players, and then things just kind of been interesting. So perhaps there's a similar dynamic going on there, where Munalia has her confidence going. Jinblade says, "No, you got to remember what this matchup is like. You got to remember who I am. You got to remember that I am the best Steve global," says Shinblade.
And an interesting little factor there, a little bit of nuance, is just the sheer knowledge checks. Because Azucena, brand new character, so early in Tekken 8's life, nobody knew how to deal with her. Nobody knew what she had, really, even after the beta. And that has diminishing returns once you run into old favorites like the Steve veterans, the Mishimas, the very consistent rule books that have been there for like 10, 20 years. And those are people who are just absolute masters of their character by this point. It's like running into Imagine running into a Kazuya who's been playing Kazuya since Tekken 1. Like, you're not getting out of that unscathed.
You're not.
Even if you win.
You're not, because then if you win, you got to do it twice. You know, so the adjustments that's made after those matches, you can see them making it during the first match primarily, and once they get around to being comfortable in a certain matchup, I mean, you don't. If you're playing a Mishima that's comfortable with the matchup, then you're just counting. You're counting the days basically.
Mm-hmm.
It's only a matter of time before the wave dash spam catches up. It's only a matter of time before the perfect electric catches up. You start getting mixed with the hell sweep, and then, you know, it's a snowball effect. So
Especially because at the end of the day, the fundamentals are what matter, and the fundamentals don't change that much. You still have to worry about the neutral. You still have to worry about spacing. You still have to worry about choosing your buttons wisely. You still have to worry about reading your opponent and what they like to do and punishing those habits. We saw that a match ago with Ken versus Papilla, where Ken was kind of going back to the same toolbox over and over, and Papilla was waiting. And you can see Shin Blade in this match against Aaliyah starting to wait, starting to realize what Aaliyah was trying to do and sitting on it. And that is the kind of experience you will run into against these old masters, really.
into these legacy players, of course, something that Papilla was basically displaying to us a second ago against Ken. Um, but with somebody like Shin Blade, who's just been doing it for as long as he has been, that has the experience that he has, you're not going to find that running the same flow chart or running the same game plan on a player like him and a character like Steve is going to pan out well. You know, too many times in a row. At some point, those adjustments will settle in, and then that's when you really start playing Tekken 8.
Well, Shifu, you are an Azucena player, or you started with Azucena. We're a
Was
game in. We're waiting for things to kind of pan out. We're waiting to see what's going on. But if you're Aaliyah right now in this match, what adjustments are you making going into game 2?
I'm not entirely sure because all of it just kind of happened so fast. But I think what I would be trying to do when I was an Azucena player is a lot of players will tend to eat lows because they're worried of what's going to happen when the launcher does eventually get thrown out. And what you do most of the time is when you enter that back turn, um, there's not enough time to press another three. If you even do get enough time to press it and they block, then you're launch punishable. I would tend to default to the 1+2 or go back to neutral option, only because all of the options once you enter back turn are essentially punishable. Like at the end lag in which you do down back three leaves you punishable at that point. So if you're not immediately inputting your option or spamming down back, then you're going to be eating a 1-1-2. You're going to be eating potentially a down 4-2 or a down one, you know, something of the sort. Um, and of course, there's a lot of other options that she has. Running 3-2 is not as effective as it used to be whatsoever. But you know, you do just kind of want to be looking into, because in terms of all the moves that Azucena has, the toolkit is not going to get incredibly complex. You just find what works and you kind of build a flow chart around that, see how your opponent reacts to it.
Yeah, something that's an interesting little commonality between these two characters is they both have stances that have auto parry and auto punish options. You've got Libertador for Azucena, you've got Lionheart for Steve. We didn't see either of those really come out in the first game, so seeing if either of them are going to go to that well, especially Aaliyah, who's in need of an adjustment if they're going to fight someone like Shinblade, it'll be interesting.
And what really is interesting is what's happening behind the scene because we're not sure. I mean, the first match got played, and now we're just uh, here waiting for the follow up. The anticipation, just thinking of what the second match is going to be like at this point, has got to
It's
be surpassing that of Sparking Zero this upcoming month. uh, I mean, really, we've been talking about the potential of this second match now since the first match ended. I mean, this has got to be one of the more anticipated match twos in online tournament history.
definitely, but also on the other side, that is a lot of time for both of these players to catch their breath, to think about what just happened, to compile a game plan. You could see a lot of time to adjust, a lot of time to digest. Now, the question is, are they going to come in fresh with no tilt, with a chance to really draw in a good breath and have a good strategy session, or are they going to come in cold, having just lost the momentum they built up? It's going to be a careful balance that they both have to strike, especially Shinblade, who is such a good Steve, but doesn't want to lose the momentum he just built in that first game.
Does not want to lose the momentum he built in the first game. And I mean, carrying it into the second game is going to be a lot more difficult now than it would have been if that second match had took place directly after the first match. And we're still not entirely sure what's going on here, but I guess in the meantime, we're going to have to continue to conspire about what this second match could look like. I mean, at this point, it feels like being a combat sports fan where you have, you know, these fantasy matchups where people talk about all timers fighting current, fighters, and
All
they're
right.
like, "Oh, well, Floyd would have beat him, or Ali would have beat him." And it's like you're never gonna know, right?
Oh, I
Because
could talk for
those,
another 6 hours about that, but
yeah,
we'd
it's a
be here all
you're
night.
never gonna know what's gonna
Yeah.
happen. So
It does look like they're going to finish their match off stream, which is understandable. We seem to have been having one of the streams ever in that regard. No offense to Breakout Esports, love you all, but at the moment we are going to look for Ryan Higa TV and Plus Ultra, and we just saw Plus Ultra put in quite a performance with Kazuya, so I'm really looking forward to this one.
yeah, I mean, Mishima gameplay is always going to be electrifying. It's always going to be intimidating by the opponent, right? Because when you see that Mishima across from you on the screen, you're just imagining how many wave dashes and perfect electric wind godfist that you're going to be holding throughout the duration of the set. And it only takes about one or two of those interactions to be fully with your back against the wall, looking to come back in a big way. So hopefully Ryan Higa has something for the Kazuya Mishima, because Plus Ultra is not going to be playing around with him. We already seen the first set on stream with him against Your Ordinary. So hopefully Ryan Higa's got something for him.
Yeah, I mean, you could always bribe him with some sneakers. Kazuya's a big sneaker collector.
And let's see. So that match is coming up.
Well, while we wait for that, I've got one for chat. What's Kazuya Mishima's favorite snack? Doritos.
Goodness.
See, that's the kind of thing you're going to be subjected to while we wait. Like, I
And I
come
mean,
prepared with these.
it is a KVox signature when you tune in to the Breakout Esports, and KVox is on the casting lineup. You're expecting the puns.
You can't get away
expecting
from
the
you
dad
can't get away
jokes.
with it when I'm not, because then I'll just say it in chat.
One way or another. One way or another. And one way or another, we are going to be having another match on screen, because if it's not going to be Moon Aaliyah and Shin Blade, it is going to be Ryan Higa and Plus Ultra. So finally, we are here now in the next match. Immediately trying to establish some offense here. Looks like Ryan Higa wants to run a full chart on him almost immediately.
Not having any luck with that. Already got the lows coming out. You've got the parasite fist. You've got the shutdown of the sidestep. You've got the lows coming out. Plus Ultra really lets come into those lows. Ryan Higa able to get up for a bit, but not really able to get much done. Trying this typical rush down flow chart fall wrong, as you were saying, but not really. Plus Ultra seems far too seasoned for it. Seems like he's seeing it coming. Didn't see that low parry coming though.
Oh my. Oh, here we go. this is going to produce some kind of carry. Not as much as he was expecting, but some kind of carry nonetheless. Going to spend the bar with that heat dash there. Seeing if he can establish his offense. I mean, we are playing on a wallless stage, so not much for Walrein to work with here. But he is going to take a round off of him. Very nice job there by Ryan Higa.
I mean, Ryan Higa with Floron has so many stance options, so many ways to disrupt Kazuya's own flowchart that Plus Ultra can't go to the same world too many times. But right now, able to get some good offense going, able to get some good work in with the hell sweep, with the launcher, and right now, going to the same trick again, the power of the devil making itself manifest with a perfect round.
A perfect round, and I mean, he must be feeling amazing after that, because this is riding off of course, not just the history with the first set on stream, so he does not have to worry just yet about being in the losers bracket, but also with the momentum of having those 2 rounds, getting that perfect there, feeling confident about his Kazuya Mishima.
Doing pretty good, Ryan Higa, keeping himself in this with the offense, with the rushdown, but tends to overextend, tends to over-anticipate. You could see a couple times in that last round that he was kind of expecting Plus Ultra to come up a lot faster and got punished for it. And right now, you can see him giving up a lot of real estate, a lot of opportunities for Plus Ultra to bring up this momentum.
A bunch of real estate, and the momentum is going to be displayed in method of heat dash. No crazy follow-up off of that, so it looks like Ryan Higa's opportunity. He drops, but he's still able to find the final round in that match. Very nice job by Ryan Higa there. That was going to get incredibly interesting if he didn't go ahead and close it out, so nice job that he did.
That was a game where it really looked like Plus Ultra was on the right track and kind of just has to do more of what he did and do less of what Ryan Higa did. I mean, it sounds reductive, it sounds like a meme, but at the end of the day, this game is about making sure the other guy runs out of health before you do.
Yeah, and of course that just goes back to the game being mentally taxing, because you can have moments where, like we just seen right now, Plus Ultra putting the beat on Ryan Higa, and it looks like his confidence was going to outweigh that of Ryan Higa, but when he got that opportunity to show he deserves to play again, and he's going to be whipping out the Jin Kazama, so another Mishima here. He's going to have to anticipate essentially the best button in the game with the down 1, so Demon Paul going to be playing a big part here in this matchup.
Yeah, and Jin, obviously a very interesting choice against Hwoarang, kind of a jack of all trades. You can play him pretty much any way you want, and maybe able to rush down the rushdowner.
And I mean, he would not even exactly have to do that in this case, because you're talking about a character that has essentially free electrics out of stance, so many options out of stance. You could go from you can go from mid-screen all the way up to right in front of your opponent, just out of the stance options that you decide to opt for.
That was an interesting choice, though. He kind of had that round in the bag, but then he just kind of freezes in front of Ryan Higa, doesn't press any buttons, gives Ryan all the time in the world to punish him with a deadly string. Wonder what he was thinking there.
Just a moment of gray area. It's something that's not too uncommon between high-level play. It's something that often I'll see a lot of people question on social media when questioning, why did Arslan Ash decide to opt for this move on Nina, or why did Joe Crush decide to down forward 2 in this situation? And it's just too much running through the brain at any particular moment that it can't really be answered in just a sentence or 2.
And it really brings to mind the Centipede problem. The Centipede starts trying to answer the question of how he walks with all his legs and finds he can't walk anymore.
Right. But it looks like Plus Ultra needs to walk his way into another round. It's not looking great here. And it looks like we just seen a similar thing right there. He just kind of stood and waited for Ryan Higa to make a decision. Not the most optimal thing to do in such a situation.
Yeah, he's getting some good mileage with these moments of small Tekken, of baiting Ryan to press a button and punishing them, with getting some good movement and angles with the sidestep and the sidewalk, but it's not really getting him anywhere because he can't put them all together, and Ryan Higa able to finish him off. Right now, moving on ahead, 2-0, but, you know, these 2-0s are never as one-sided as they look, like you and I have been saying all night. That does not tell the full story, because that was definitely a fight. I mean, there were multiple rounds there where, but for one button press, Plus Ultra hasn't won.
I feel like the Demon Paw was going to play a bit bigger of a role than it did there. I guess perhaps Ryan Higa established his presence quickly, and he said he was not going to get ran over by the Jin gameplay. So maybe the Kazuya may have been the better pick here. Not entirely sure, but I mean, regardless, good set from both players, and I guess that's just going to have to be something Plus Ultra goes back to the drawing board and figures out.
Yeah, and I mean, it can be really hard to adjust to Hwoarang's pressure, especially if you're used to other characters who aren't as in your face and don't have all those stance options and don't have all those movement options. And you could see a bit of a better adjustment with the Jin. Plus Ultra got some better results, started playing a bit of a more small Tekken approach, like I had mentioned. But it's really a question of, can you put all the pieces together in time?
In time to secure 2 matches over your opponent, because of course we're not talking about, like, you know, first to 15 beef sets or exhibitions or anything of the sort. We're talking about online tournaments, first to 2 environments where you're going to have to make these split-second decisions over your opponent that may or may not, in hindsight, be the right decision to make. But regardless of the fact, right, like we were saying before, if it's 2 high-level players going at each other, you can't necessarily predict the outcome. At the end of the day, it is Tekken. It's just going to unfold the way it is, and that's just what it's going to have to be.
Yeah, and the phone rang, but Plus Ultra couldn't answer. But stay tuned, everybody, because we're going to have a quick break, and then we've got some more Tekken for you. Fill out those Matcherinos, get some water, get some stretching done, and we'll see you on the other side.
Never wanted a king, I just wanted to leave. They wanted me to change, I just wanted to be me. Now they want me in chains, I just wanted to be free. And they turned a blind eye, when now I want them to see. I ain't here to make friends, I just need to make amends. Yeah, the odds stacked against me, I'm just here to break the trench. Bring them weapons in, since my melanin got them questioning what's best for them. When the record ends, I'll be reckoning. Wanna see us up, the system made to fail. I'm on my way to heaven, but for now I give them hell. Where I'm from, 21, you either dead or in jail. It feel amazing looking at they faces when you prevail. What more do you want from me? Couple sins from my past, they been haunting me. I'm a legendary song, you gon' get all of me.
Load it up, you gon' get this work at market fee. Matter of fact, it's all for free. Calm down, nah, here I go. I've been shooting up the screen like I'm setting picking rows. They see me listed with the freshest. It's cool, they didn't know. Leave a seed outside, man, it's guaranteed to grow. I'm about to blow. Doc, hold up, wait a minute, now I'm strapped in. I done seen the light, so grab a camera for the action. Learn to play the hand I was dealt to my advantage when the cards in my hand. Every move is a gambit, understanding what's a king. He can't recognize his queen as his equal. What's a king who don't really got love for the people? What's a king who ain't ready to go and fight again?
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's okay. It's okay. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Yeah, take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Yeah.
All right, guys, welcome back. Welcome back. It's the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Leapfrog, and I'm here with my man K-Vox. How's it going, K-Vox?
Absolutely wonderful. We've had one hell of a start to this tournament. Some excellent action in pools. And, of course, we all missed the hell out of everybody's favorite commentator and Paul Main, didn't we?
Yeah, man, it's been a minute. Sorry I was a little late. Some personal stuff came up, but we're back. We're black, and we're back here again with Breakout Series, Tekken 8, week number 15, right? 15.
Yes.
1-5.
I know, it's hard to tell sometimes. Time flies.
Yeah, man, time flies. We're having fun. I can't believe I've actually been a part of all 15 of these events. Whether me actually playing in them or me commentating it, it's been a wild ride, and I'm excited. We're still consistently doing really well out here in terms of attendee rate. 66 people here tonight. Phenomenal turnout.
Yeah.
Again. We keep just brushing closer and closer to our record in terms of entrance. So I'm excited to see. Possibly, it's probably going to want to be next week that we wind up breaking the record. So it's only a matter of time.
What's the record?
I think it's 67, if I recall. Somebody will whisper in my ear or yell at me in the chat to let me know. But yeah, hopefully you guys have been enjoying the Tekken so far. We got to see Shifu make their debut. So I'm about to be commentating with him later in top 8. But for pools, it's going to be me and you all the way. But yeah, we saw some pretty good matches. I got to glimpse at a few of them here and there, so I wasn't able to really pay too far attention. But I know from here on out, we're still going to be having some great matches. Nobody's locked into top 8 quite yet, but we do have a couple people pretty close. But coming up next, we have one of the... ooh, look at that. Who do we got coming up next, K-Box?
We've got Tenga Egg versus Hardtech, and that is going to be one heck of a match. I mean, you and I have both seen what a good Asuka Hardtech is, and really able to make anybody bleed and sweat. We've seen the work he puts in on Rhythm, on Joe Crush, on Peeling, on all the usual favorites. You're never having an easy time with Hardtech.
Oh yeah, man. He definitely lives by the name. I played against them in ranked just the other day, and definitely got my paw stomped in. So definitely a worthy adversary in terms of the Asuka. Been rocking that through and through. And Tenga, one of the TTG boys, one of my sponsors, Too Tough Gaming, and this is one of their trainees. They're trying to work their way up to try to be part of the team that gets to travel out and stuff. But
oh, nice.
The Leo coming out for Otenga.
Everyone is feeling really edgy, aren't they, with these costumes? I mean, so much black leather.
Got the Edge Lord. Oh boy. I know there's some anime reference. They're going to yell at me when I don't remember it, because they specifically told me what it was last time when Hardtech was up on stream. Good overhead kick. Level up. Down forward 2 from out of nowhere. Good stuff from Hardtech. Hardtech maybe going to go into heat here. Yes, we are. Closest to the wall we can get.
This is very typical Hardtech action so far with the highly aggressive pressure fighting Asuka. Asuka typically a whiff punishing counter hit heavy character, but you wouldn't think it looking at Hardtech because they like to get right in your face.
Oh yeah, he's going to keep the pressure going, especially once he gets that little indicator, gives him a little bonus sparks on some of those moves, like the wall running 1+2, being able to counter hit launch, or just a regular launch even, just finding the connection on it. But here we go, back to the mix. The stances, the punch Sabaki coming out from Hardtech. No combo conversion, though. Wall running 1+2
Tenga having
again.
a hard time Tenga having a hard time making anything happen. It seems like when he gets these strings off, Hardtek's really willing to sit there and take it with the blocks and find a way through.
When you see he finally got the hop kick off the stance, but she was airborne, so not able to really convert too easily. Hardtek taking a quick first 2 rounds, looking good. Opening up with the kicks. Oh, he had it. Could have committed. There's a follow-up after that string. Don't ask me what the inputs are. I don't play Leo like at all.
Leo's going to be a bit of a hard pick against Hardtek's Asuka because it feels like Leo operates on a very similar wavelength to Asuka.
Wow.
Kind of defensive, whip heavy, or punish heavy. And right now against Asuka, against Hardtek, you're not getting many opportunities. But Tenga Egg, sure, taking advantage of the one he got.
Oh man, drops the combo but still commits to the high. It is a counter hit launcher, so Hardtek swinging into it. You don't, like I said, for this stage in Yakushima, you typically don't see the wall just because of how big the stage is. Very unlikely to reach it, but reached it there. Sidewall conversion, not able to find it. Going into heat here. Hardtek still's got the blue spark. What are we going to do with it? Crouch jab to relieve the pressure. Wall running 1+2.
Yeah.
It is a high, so you have to duck it, but obviously does some tracking, so you don't want to try stepping it either. Down 4-2 into down 4-2. These guys are swinging for the fences. Damn!
Yeah, and Tenga really giving Hardtek a lot of room to work, but might be working out in their favor this round because that is a lot of punishment. But gotta be careful not to run yourself onto the sword, which is exactly what Tenga does. And this might be the end if he can't break up Hardtek's pressure. The heat engager is there, but not able to get a lot going on from it. Waiting for an opening that never comes. The first game goes to Hardtek.
What a bet right there. Tenga swung for the fences, the mid-high string. Obviously, it's a very high-risk move. Hardtek, duck, and launch. Good punish right there. Good first game. But Tenga started getting warmed up a little bit. Like I said, Leo's a very stance-heavy character, so something you gotta really pay attention for and duck the highs when you can. Leo's got a lot of them, but also has some very sneaky mids, very strong lows as well. So very strong character in my opinion. Definitely an upgrade from Tekken 7.
Yeah, Leo and Feng are very, very fun for the Kung Fu and aficionado in me, the guy who grew up watching martial arts movies, because they are so flowy and stance heavy and punish heavy. It really feels like watching one of those old school movies. But the question is, how can Tenga adjust to this relentless pressure from Hardtek?
He's doing good for a little bit. He's got to go back to going committing to the lows, maybe throw in a couple throws to mix him up. Just when I say a Hardtek must have heard me. Counter hit low, guaranteed follow-up, not enough damage, 1 pixel in a dream. Caught ducking on the mid follow-up. Hardtek looking strong, looking dominant as per usual. Trying to keep it going. Oh, counter hit conversion. Should be able to convert here. Oh boy.
Should and does, and right through the wall, into heat, into some more punishment. Here you go. I know you didn't order seconds, but you're getting them anyway. Up against the wall with no way out, and a perfect to set Hardtek on match point.
Yeah, all that the wall, all guaranteed by the way, so definitely not something you want to deal with when playing against Asuka. There he goes, finding the lows, not able to get the pickup since he traded. Looking for more. Nice whiff punish, perfect whiff punishment right there from Tenga. Tenga needs to keep this momentum going because he's down really bad right now. 2-round deficit, already down a game, can't lose any more games, otherwise he's gonna lose. Punch Sabaki again. Should be able to find the wall possibly. Oh, maybe it's a little too far.
A little too far, just a bit too far now. He's up against the wall with a revved up Hardtek ready to send him down. But here comes the Rager!
He got it! Oh my goodness, what a clutch Rager right there. Perfect time to utilize and use the heat right there.
What a way to keep himself in this.
Oh yeah, staying alive. Like I said, still set point here for Hardtek. Hardtek is only 1 round away from moving into top 8. This is top 8 qualifier, so a lot riding on the line for Hardtek. Wants to make winner's side again. Down 4-2, not going to find its mark. It is punishable though. Good patience from Hardtek. Oh my goodness, these ducks from Hardtek. Looking good. He's got the read on the layup. Damn! Read this!
Gets them all the way up against the wall. Starts to rev up that punishment. Starts to pull back on the stances, but not able to stop the can. And now it's his turn to get punished. Hardtek revs it up, goes into heat, gets the low punish, gets the ground game going, and here comes the... Whoa, not at all. Woo!
Oh my
all
gosh.
that gray health comes back.
The punch Sabaki, not gonna pay off. 1 throw, not broken. It's not dead. but I think he gets a follow-up. No, he swung
Yes,
into
no!
the string.
Picks the wrong moment to swing, and there goes Hardtech. There goes the match. But some great flashes of brilliance there for Tenga, who really pushed Hardtech a lot harder than Hardtech might have been expecting. There were several moments in that match where we could really have seen the momentum shift another way. It's just that Hardtech is so oppressive as an Asuka main, and so much more aggressive than the typical Asuka, perhaps, that there just wasn't a whole lot Tenga could do.
Yeah, definitely showing the Leo knowledge. That's super important when it comes into these matchups, especially going against a Leo that loves to abuse the stances, like Tenga, for example. Seeing him transition to that little foot up stance, I forget what it's called, but it's super important to know the options that they have out of that, just because there's so many opportunities where you can duck and really punish the, like you saw right there, Hardtech at the very end, being able to duck and launch a lot of those string options. Asuka has a really strong wall rising game, has a ton of like really high risk moves, but does pay off in the end here. Obviously winning 2-0 over Tenga. First spot, locking the first spot down into our top 8, and like I said, right there, all at the wall, all guaranteed off of that one hit. So
just so much punishment. I mean, both of these characters, you can see the Rage Art coming back here, perfectly timed, but not able to do much against that grab. Both of these characters, such steamrollers once they snowball, but Hardtech was just hard enough to crack Tenga's egg.
yeah, just hard enough, my man. You already know. But like I said, Hardtech making winner side top 8 again. Last I think it was last week. Hardtech made winner side top 8 and win against Joe Crush.
So.
Obviously running into our 5-time champ out here, so doesn't have to worry about that just now, because I believe Joe had to get DQ'd down to losers. I don't know if he's DQ'd out of the whole tournament, but Hardtech moving on. One of our first spots here in our top 8. And we're sticking with it. We're going straight into another top 8 qualifier match. It's going to be DeBaser and Code Red.
Oh, that's going to be a fun one. Both of them regulars here, and we've seen DeBaser's Yoshimitsu here before. That was an absolute barnstormer.
Oh, yeah. And to see Code Red up here, I'm excited, man. I haven't seen Code Red in a little bit. He's been kind of busy with work and life stuff, so to see him back on the Tekken grind, it's exciting because he's one of the Steve prodigies out here. Like I said, when you think of big Steve names, the first names you always come to is Shinblade, CZR, and Code Reds, and Gohanify. So to see these guys make their glorious return out here, it's exciting. And now he's one match away from top 8. DeBaser, of course, been rocking the Yoshimitsu since day one, and he's been a menace. I hate playing against him because he beats me almost every single time, man. This dude is really good.
Yeah, and against a good Yoshimitsu, you just have no idea what they're going to do. Yoshimitsu is such a weird, slippery character, and one of the more fun characters to watch, in my opinion, because there's so much room for creativity and self-expression from the player. Peeling's Yoshimitsu doesn't play like Tanjiro's. Tanjiro's doesn't play like DeBaser's. DeBaser's doesn't play like anybody. You don't have any idea what that guy's going to do.
Yeah, very slippery, and that's kind of how you need to play. You need to play very elusive when you're playing Yoshimitsu in general, just so you can stay evasive. I mean, obviously the teleport is a factor, but you also have a myriad of different stances with no sword stance, the flea stance, the dragonfly where he's flying up in the sky. So there's a myriad of stuff that you can, tools that he has at his disposal. It's just a matter of using it in certain situations. And I know people are super excited, talking about Yoshimitsu. iMusician just finished his mandatory 2 years of military service in South Korea. So he's actually going to be making his glorious return to the tournament stage. I mean, he had his phenomenal run in TWT Last Chance qualifiers. I think it was 2019 or 2020, one of those years, many moons ago. So we're going to be having a lot more Yoshimitsu coming our way.
You know how the Korean Army has like sports teams, like a soccer team and stuff? It would be wild if they have an esports org. So you have like Korean Army soldiers playing Tekken 8, StarCraft, Street Fighter. It would be a nightmare, just that military discipline and precision in a game like this.
Yeah, any game in general, just they just have a tendency to just try to dominate in anything they do. So don't want to play against them because they are filled with killers all across the globe for any type of game. I mean, StarCraft, Overwatch, pretty much any type of first-person shooter I can think of is dominated by the South Koreans. But here we go, all North
Absolutely.
Americans here. Debaser with the Yoshimitsu and Code Red 255, rocking the Steve Fox.
We were talking a little during Shinblade's match in pools about how Steve is a very counter-heavy character, very whip-punish-heavy character who relies a lot on timing and rhythm. So what I might like to see from Debaser here, and he's not having a lot of luck starting off, is finding ways to keep Code Red from getting comfortable, keep Code Red from building up a good read, to keep Code Red from doing this.
Well, that's a good start. Unblockable low. I was just gonna say he was in a really dominant position right there, putting the Yoshimitsu in the corner, not allowing him to teleport out. Oh no, drops the combo. He gets the airflow right there, not able to convert. He does another unblockable low. Can he convert into the heat? We might be able to kill. No, he drops the two. Azim combos back and forth. Looking for the tracking, trying to go for the unblockable. Oh my goodness. Code Red trying to go for the guard break, and Debaser hit the unblockable immediately right afterwards. That's 3 of them in 1 round. Running
Absolutely.
2. Gonna get sidestep 1. Opening them up. Over here. Searching. And that's, like I said, that spit. Super menacing to deal with.
It's super menacing, but it can also become a crush, so Debaser doesn't want to get too predictable. We've seen that happen a few times.
Oh boy. Code Red looking for the answer. There you go. Full crouch 2, just to answer for that unblockable. Knew the unblockable was going to be coming. Rocket launcher at the wall. Maybe, he could have tried to do it again. A pixel in the dream for Debaser. Not going to be able to answer that low, tying it up 1 round apiece here this first game.
You can see what we were talking about, too, with preventing a Steve from getting too comfortable. Code Red is starting to back off strategically and wait to see what Debaser does and find an opening to punish. Debaser is starting to punish that very same focus on punishment.
Trying to keep the momentum going. He's got a pretty decent life lead. Sidestep 1. Oh my gosh, met with the back 1. Bullseye. Finding its mark. Should be able to go into heat here. Not playing around. Maybe find the sidewall. Looking for it. Not going to find it. Goes to the clinch. Not going to find it either. Smash! I.e. try to go for the flash there. A little too predictable. Code Red snuffed it out. Sidewall. Not going to be able to kill here. And these strings. Oh, he's doing strings!
Yeah, Code Red's not leaving Debaser any room to get slippery. You know, he's backed into the corner, up against the wall, he's getting juggled all over the place, doesn't have space for those teleports, for any of his more slippery moves, can't get a grab on because he's focused on not getting hit. You can see him going for the lows and trying to force space with that spit now and then, but not having a whole lot of luck with it, and Code Red really piling on the punishment, and also sitting, waiting for those spits.
Dear Lord, yeah, you've seen the spacing is going to be really important, especially against a good Yoshimitsu like Debaser, so you don't want to give him too much of an opening. Damn, the Lionheart even missed the wall running 3 right there. Big whip punishment right there from Code Red, but these combo drops are ridiculous. Got to bunker down the hatches.
Thinking.
He needs 1 more round here.
Yes, just needs 1 more. Debaser, all that health back though. Good chance of taking this. And there we go. Starting to warm up Yoshimitsu's weird gameplay. We finally see the Dragonfly come out. Might be a sign of things to come.
Yeah, got a little too greedy right there. Try to go for a big whip punishment. Try to go for the Lionheart too, but obviously going to get snuffed out. Goes over the Manji kicks. Good start. Final round here, game 1. Looking for the wall. Are we going to try to get a setup? Yeah, we're going to go for the setup.
I mean, he's a boxer. Of course he's dangerous when he's got his opponent in the corner.
Oh, he gets the flow. He gets the bound combo because he's airborne. There was only a frame of him actually being airborne, so I was really lucky on the Debaser's part. Perfect timing. Clean wall splat. To the wall. Boom, 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 boom. Doesn't even need the machine gun punch. Just going to do the setup again. Put him face down, feet towards the wall. Super precarious position because if you want to try to commit to any type of get-up kicks, they're a little bit longer. Pause if necessary. A little bit, takes a little bit. Yeah, I can't mix it up any other way. I'm going to take the L for that one.
Straight into the second game, too. No pauses here. No chances to reflect and catch their breath. If you're Debaser, what adjustments do you think you might make?
Debaser, like I said, he was doing really good. He got Code Red a couple times. Ooh, man. Lionheart 2 again. Should be able to find a wall. Are we going to be able to get enough to kill here? Combo conversion. Yes, perfect combo conversion right there. Excellent to kill. Debaser was doing good in the first round with the unblockables. Maybe he needs to start transitioning for some different setups for Yoshi. Just kidding. Going back to the roots. It went back to working.
Yeah, might be interesting to see if he starts being slippery like we've been talking about. That key part of Yoshimitsu's tool set, the stance changes, the parries, the unblockables. just really mixing things up for Code Red and breaking up these reads and this comfortable rhythm.
Yeah.
Right now, we're seeing a lot of luck with lows, but the question is, can he stay unpredictable?
Yeah, like the down back 4 right there, the teleport, the flashes, those things still need to be a key factor. I know he was able to read that flash that first round, but obviously it doesn't mean you put it away for good. It's still a valuable asset, valuable tool you want to use. There you go, teleport coming out to play now. A little bit out of range though. Look for the Dragonfly mid, try to find the clean wall splat. Armor, good patience. The neutral 4. Wow, perfect evasion right there. Clean wall splat. He already committed to the spins. Over him, whoa!
Goes right over that.
Oh,
Not
God.
gonna get a lot out of it. Breaks the grab.
Oh, he
Here
jumped!
Comes,
Why did he
here
jump?
comes the heat.
Oh, that might be dead. No. Oh, it's okay. It is dead. What a setup right there. Devaser, super ballsy right there to do that setup. He could have just broke the wall and did a Rage Iron. Would have been enough to kill, but wanted to keep the wall pressure. Back 1, round start. I know how to
That's
play
the thing.
Steve.
You need to avoid the temptation to turtle up and to panic because this isn't that kind of game. You really need to know when the opening is right to take the fight to your opponent. That's why Debaser's a round up and about to take the game. If he doesn't, if this doesn't happen, basically.
I think he just jinxed him, man. Dang,
Yeah,
down
commentator's
2-1.
curse.
Here we go.
And now it's set point.
Yep, set point for Code Red to try to move on to top 8. This is winner's top 8 qualifier. So you want to win here, stay on winner's side for top 8. Clean wall splat. We're going to break it. Not going to break it quite yet. Looking for the setup. No sword stance. What you going to do? Oh, you get a flash right there. Took a little too long to do it. Good job
Interesting
staying
delayed
grounded.
get up there. Throw off Code Red's timing by not getting up right away, not giving him an immediate opening to punish.
Good call right there for Lionheart. A little bit out of the range. The clinch mechanic. Had to break it right there. That would have been dead. Oh, it still might be dead. Careful. The flash! It didn't matter. He tried to flash, but the perfectly timed power crush is enough to seal the deal. Code Red moving on to top 8. Winner side. Those are the
And
fists
that was
of
a
champion.
2-0, but whew. I wonder how he got the ring in there. Like, do you think he has his moving trucks following him?
It's probably the inflatable one. Like he presses the button and immediately, because he needs that
Yeah, I
wherever
mean-
he goes.
He can get that thing onto an asteroid in space, so I guess so.
He's got it in his pocket, man. He's always staying winning. But like I said, great
that's
stuff. Great stuff from Code Red, man. Perfect adaptation, dealing with the Yoshimitsu's flawlessly right there.
Yeah, I mean, Debaser had several moments there where it looked like he could turn things around, but just not able to throw off Code Red's timing, his pressure, not able to limit his options, and not playing slippery enough, really. Played a lot of very conventional Tekken, which is where Yoshimitsu starts to kind of fall apart.
Yeah, like I said, as much as people want to talk about how good Yoshimitsu is, he does have his flaws. But obviously, once you kind of get into that blender of the mix-ups and the no sword stance and the teleport, if you can really bunker down those options, it kind of really limits what Yoshimitsu can do in general. And like I said, Code Red did a phenomenal job at kind of keeping the Baser in front of him, not giving him too many opportunities to try to teleport out. He got caught by maybe like one counter at down back 4, but for the most part, it was all Code Red for most of those matches. I mean, we saw right here, this was kind of super scary. He had to try to tech roll right there because if he tried to stay grounded or try to tech roll in that situation and just stay grounded, the heat burst would have wound up killing him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, several of these rounds, both games came very close. At any moment, that momentum could have shifted. But unfortunately, Debaser wasn't manji enough for this match.
My man, Manji. I missed that. But here we go, going straight into the
Oh, wow.
next
Straight
top
in.
8 qualifier. TK God Peeling going against Ryan Yuga. Caught you
All
out of
killer,
AOP.
no filler this time. We didn't even get to hear what the next match was. Just straight
I'm cool
in.
with that. I'd rather prefer this. These matches go by a lot faster when they can just start up right away. Ryan Higa wants to keep that momentum going, starting off with a perfect. Peeling, try to go into AOP, but obviously he went for one of the lower hitting mids. Ryan Higa, expert performance so far, is looking like not a beginner. Ooh, good try on the duck and launch. A little too low. Rocket launcher. I think it's a plasma cutter. I forget what it's called. This is going to be super.
What is called is painful if you're peeling. Because look at this.
perfects?
2 perfects in a row.
Uh-oh.
Ryan Higa came into this with a chip on his shoulder. And this is a multiple-time champion we're talking about. This is somebody who takes Joe Crush to war every time they meet. And right now, finally getting some offense in. But you just don't see Peeling get perfect twice in a row like that.
Yeah, very unlikely, but man, 2 counter hit throws back to back. Gonna go into the waning moon. Should be enough to kill. Yeah, how about this perfect? It's either perfect or bust right now between these two. He's trying to keep it going. Can I get one more perfect?
Yeah, these two are pure momentum, and look at the angles that Ryan is able to create.
Wow.
Knows when
Spot
Peeling's
two?
gonna extend. Great job with the side steps, with the sidewalk. Good thinking with the stance changes. Not able to stop that heat engage though. And right now, Peeling trying to get some desperately needed momentum back to keep this from going up 1-0 for Ryan.
Oh man, Hypnotist. Super annoying to deal with. Heat Smash. We're gonna go to Hypnotist again. No, we're gonna go back turn. There you go, using Heat Smash. Not gonna be able to get a combo conversion, but does get a guaranteed follow-up.
Trying to get
Does
that
have
great
rage.
health back.
Oh, he tried to go for a throw. I've never seen that counter animation before. You rarely see that. Try to get the pickup. Not able to get it. Back 3, not gonna find its mark either.
See, this is where Peeling is starting to fight more like himself. A very defensive counter specialist. Caught Ryan pressing and was not able to stop it. I mean, was able to stop it. I got a little tripped up. Sorry.
Oh boy, try to keep it going. Momentum at the wall. Oh boy. Clean wall spot again. 2 rounds apiece here. Dang, after... Oh, okay, wow. After a 2 perfect start from Ryan Higa, got Peeling, brought it right back, and won that first game. That was a pretty quick turnaround. Holy cow.
Yeah, I mean, Peeling is just so great at these adjustments, at these mid-match changes of strategy, and really once he has a second to warm up, that defensiveness and evasion comes in. But Ryan Higa really needs to keep that momentum from building up in the first place. Play it like he's playing now, where Peeling is not getting a chance to press any buttons. You've got the wall splat going, you've got the stance changes going. Unfortunately, unable to stop the spring kick, but creates some good angles to keep up the pressure, and Peeling goes down again. I mean, who is Ryan Higa? Whose burner is this? I need to know. Somebody in chat's got to know who this is, because Peeling doesn't get taken to work like this usually.
Yeah, looking good so far. He had a good start last time, but you can definitely tell potentially throw breaks might be an issue for him because he got caught by the waning moon 3 times in that first game, and now he's already got caught by it again. This time it wasn't even a counter hit, so he could have broken that one for sure. Oh boy.
Yep.
Hypnotist at the wall. Yeah, even if he blocked that, he had to deal with the mix again. If he got caught ducking, would have been another death-to-death situation. So, still's got to deal with the Zhao Yu. Very slippery Zhao Yu, I might add.
Yeah, when Peeling breaks out the Hypnotist, breaks out the back turns and the flips, that's when Ryan Higa starts to have trouble. As you can see, because just not able to adjust to that sidewall pressure and almost gets put right through the railing, but fortunately the round came to a merciful end. And right now trying to keep Peeling from having a chance to do that again.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, just like that, Peeling already on set point. Even after Ryan, the games that Ryan have been winning have been super dominant. I mean, like I said, perfect. The game before they get 2 perfects on the ones he won. Still set point for Peeling to move on to winner side top 8. But Ryan Higa needs to lock down this game right now, and that's a perfect start. Back 3 whiff punish to the wall. Still has Tornado. Yes, sir. He already knows. This guy's
Gotta be
good.
careful here, because
Nice!
Peeling's get-up game is so good.
Just when you say that, oh my goodness, Death Fist doesn't confirm with the heat. Oh, that's gonna be dead. There we go, Ryan Higa taking a game. It looked a little bleak right there. I thought Peeling was gonna be able to close it out right there, but Ryan putting the game on the board.
Just plays so fast with this Huarong, so much pressure, so good at reading when he needs to create an angle and break away and really find an adjustment to Peeling, who is very, very dangerous once he warms up. So there's a lot of interesting Tekken going on with Ryan Higa's ability to keep him from warming up.
Wow, the evasion.
I mean, look at this.
The lateral movement right now from Ryan is really paying dividends right now. Yeah. Oh man.
We've been talking about that.
Wow, he still got it. He jumped over the get up low from Peeling. Got a little too desperate right there, trying to stop the bleeding. And Ryan Higa sniffed it out. There you go. AOP finally paying off for Peeling. Starting to get underneath some of the mids. Like I said, Higa was doing a really good job at adapting, using a lot of low hitting mids just to catch Peeling out of the Hypnotist stance, or the AOP. Uh-oh.
Yeah, tried to throw Peeling off by delaying get up, but all that did was give Peeling a lot of opportunity to start adjusting strategy on the fly and break out the lows, break out that grab we just saw. So you do not want to give Peeling too much time to think. That is really what's been giving Higa good results, just not letting Peeling think.
Oh man, these throw breaks are really being an issue for Ryan because right there you saw Peeling getting like 4 throws consecutively, back to back to back. Finding the whip punish with the back 1+2. Should be able to get the wall conversion here. Should be dead. Yes, guaranteed follow up with the Cali roll, and just like that, Peeling on set point again. But don't count Ryan out because this is the last time it happened. I thought Peeling was going to be able to close it out, and Ryan battling his way back. Good start right now. Might be able to answer back with a perfect. Finds the parry, misses the throw. Try to go for the waiting moon again. Oh my gosh, he's trying to go into heat. Oh, what a duck!
That movement has been there for Ryan again and again, just creating these angles, switching up directions, and just whenever Peeling starts to go in, Ryan is able to switch things up on the fly, and then this happens, and now they are both on set points. And we are just seeing what a fight we're seeing right now. This isn't a match anymore, this is a fight.
This is a slugfest right here. Oh my gosh, he goes underneath the high again. He's been trying to go for this. Spring kick, not going to pay off. Back to the wall. Back turn. The parry. No break on the throw again. And Peeling by the skin of their teeth. Going to be able to snuff it out here. 2-1 over Ryan Higa. And moving on to winner's side top 8. Woo!
And what a match to get into top 8, because that is the composure of a pro right there. Any other Xiao Yu you ran into in ranked probably would have given that up as lost. Maybe even as far back as those 2 early perfect rounds, because Ryan Higa was so good at forcing Peeling to change playstyle, keeping them from being able to go to their usual playbook. The lateral movement was there, the adjustments to these flips and turns were there, and really what started to bring them down was whenever they gave Peeling too much space, whenever they let Peeling do these flips, whenever they let Peeling adjust and gave them too much time to think, like I was talking about. Right now, Ryan Higa came really, really close to sealing the deal at several moments, but Peeling's sheer awareness and movement and defensive knowledge was able to carry him through.
Yeah.
I mean,
there were so many times. I mean, you could see Peeling making the real-time adjustments, but Ryan obviously answering back in those situations. One thing I'd have to note, I mean, the throw breaks from Ryan Higa definitely a weak spot in terms of of his offense. His really strong offense really plays well into how Tekken likes to play. But you saw time and time again, just like right there. I mean, you could see the throws is really being an issue in terms of being able to break them and get out of those certain situations. I mean, this right here came down to the wire. If he was able to do a hop kick or get some sort of situation where he gets out of that throw, back to the wall for Peeling, could have been a breakable wall, could have been a completely different situation, but like I said, by the skin of their teeth, Peeling moving on to winner's side top 8.
and Ryan, he gotta go to the drawing board.
Oh man, you're on fire tonight, man. I like it.
Of course.
But with that being said, we are down to our last winner's side, winners qualifiers top 8 match. I think we're going to be going into that one next, and it is going to be the one and only Infinite Shinblade going against another TTG player, one of my sponsors out here, TTG Slowpoke.
That's going to be fun. What do you think of that? Have they played each other recently?
I don't know if they played each other recently, but they do have a history between each other. I know Shinblade's taken the match over Slowpoke. He's 2-0 over him in terms of tournament matches, but Slowpoke's been playing really good lately. He had a pretty good run to get to our top 16 match. He had to beat Perfect Satsu, he had to beat Geo, and Commanda Panda. Haven't heard of that name before, but I love the name.
We actually saw Commanda Panda earlier playing the Jack 8 and absolutely dominant in their pools match that we saw. So that is some good signs from Slowpoke on the King.
Had to beat Dual Set Flower, one of my friends from Seattle.
Yep.
So hopefully she didn't take the beating too hard. Hopefully she's still on the loser side. But here we go. Winners top 8 qualifier match. TTG Slowpoke, Infinite Shinblade. The usual names out here.
Shinblade trying to start this off very aggressively, but not really having much luck shutting down Slowpoke's options. Not really able to keep him in place.
Uh-oh, just when you said, no duck on the forward 2-1. Rope-a-dope. What you gonna do? Looking for the strings.
He's going back to that shoulder.
Over here. Oh, he tried a whip punish right there. Really tight window of when you can get that punishment off the armor. 1+2 throw. Gonna find counter hit. Not gonna be enough to kill. Down 2-1, misses 2. Not playing around. Pixel in a dream. Not gonna be able to block that low. Comes out super fast. Like I said, a super common round ender for a lot of Steve players.
I gotta say, it's kind of ballsy to suplex a wrestler.
Yeah, not my first guy. Especially with a man wearing a Jaguar mask. I'm a pass. That's a hard pass.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just like all the girls on Twitter choosing the bear.
back to the wall. He's trying to do the rocket launcher. If you got the Shinblade voice mod, that man is saying some stuff you love to hear. Uh-oh, he's doing strings! Oh, it wasn't counter it though, luckily enough, because that would have been a wall spot and that would have been truly dead. Slowpoke battling back while running 3, just to open him up. He hasn't done a single throw yet this set, and he's still been keeping Shinblade on the back foot. Oh, he swung into it!
I think you spoke a little too soon, because that lack of throw pressure, that lack of needing to guess, is making Shinblade have all the time he needs to get comfortable and to adjust to this pressure. You can see the Jaguar Spring coming out a bit, but these pokes and this pressure from Shinblade is really locking Slowpoke down.
Like I said, oh, Rope-a-Dope finally paying off again. Caught him ducking with the mid. Finds a clean wall splat. Brrrah! Mega damage, 2 rounds up. Slowpoke in a precarious position right now. Doesn't swing into the string this time, but he gets sidestepped. Off the back 3. Nice duck on the forward 2-1. Got a little too desperate, and 3 rounds straight for Shinblade. No round brown.
That's what happens when you challenge one of the top Steves in the world. You are going to get a boxing lesson.
Yeah, and no Slowpoke, he's been training a couple different characters. He has a couple characters that he's confident in, tournament ready at least. I know he has a Reyna, he has a Dragunov, so I wouldn't be surprised seeing any of those come out, especially after that that whooping that Shinblade handed out.
Yeah, I mean, really had no chance to get anything going at all there. Didn't even have a chance to get comfortable enough to bring up the throw game, to bring up the mix-ups that King has, where he can keep you guessing and bring you into so many 50-50 situations. Really just never had any kind of chance to do any of that, which was a surprise, frankly, from a King. So I wonder if he might pull out one of those other pocket characters.
Could be talking to a coach as well, but let's see. Oh, the Kazuya. I actually haven't seen Slowpoke's Kazuya, so gonna be interesting.
Oh, that's interesting. Jinx.
Yeah, it's like we both commentate or something. We both commentate similar games.
Yeah.
Here we go. The Kazuya coming out from Slowpoke. Let's see if it's going to pay off right now. No ducking back 1-2.
Shinblade liking some early work. Liking some early work with the Rope-a-Dope, the evasion, the Patella smash. Good work with the shoulder. Really just keeping Slowpoke from finding any rhythm. Shinblade manages a perfect off a jab. And I'm not sure Slowpoke even really got to press anything there.
Yeah,
it looks like
he literally did 1 back 1-2, and then immediately had to hold back the entire rest of the game. Finds the launch right there. Not obviously a trade in for. Oh, could have got at least a 1-2-2 or a 1-1-2. I don't know. The Kazuya. Oh, there you go. We're starting to see some electrics. I was just gonna say maybe the electrics haven't been able to get warmed up quite yet. He's been playing probably King all day today. No, big whip on the down 2. Oh no, is he going to take it 6 rounds straight? Don't let him do this to you, Slowpoke.
I wonder if this was a wise choice, because he's doing even less with this Kazuya, and you can see how he had a hard time warming up mentally. You know, he had to switch out all his muscle memory on the fly against a world-class Steve. And this is just looking dark.
There you go, starting to mix it up with the mid this time. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things you gotta kind of be locked in with the Kazuya. A lot of the Mishimas kind of stick around to the Mishimas. Very rarely you see them swap off of it. Back 1, finding the counter hit here. 2 rounds up. He needs 1 more round to make it into Winterside top 8. And if he can be able to get this conversion here, Albatross, he spends the heat. Wall running 2 is enough to close it out and taking it with a super dominant 2-0, man.
You called it 6 rounds straight. I mean, the Slowpoke didn't even come close to taking a round there. I'm sorry. I have to stay neutral as a commentator, but that was pretty decisive. That was pretty one-sided.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's hard to stay neutral when you see somebody kind of get so dominated, pause if necessary, on that. Just because of how in control Shinblade was. He playing with the utmost confidence. Obviously, it showed right there, being able to keep that pressure going regardless of the character. Not too many people like to be the one swinging on the Kazuya. So, like I said, very unique situation. He kind of had to batten down the hatches, in my opinion. Like I said, the King was looking pretty decent. He was doing a lot of pokes, getting a lot of, getting him down almost to, like I said, almost in rage territory just from the pokes. No combos at all on any of the matches. So as long as if he could just kind of find an opening with maybe some throws, some tracking options, just to kind of keep Steve in front of him, that's the one thing I'd want to make the adjustment on, just because of how many times he was able to. You see the shoulder, just a lot of evasion, a lot of lateral movement from Steve.
he was also just a lot slower, and that's not even a pun. I just realized the name because just slower on the uptake, and it seems like he was overwhelmed by the choices Shinblade was putting before him. He wasn't able to adjust his game plan on the fly like you need to do against a player who can play this quickly. It seemed like there was a new threat coming at him every single interaction. Shinblade was not going to the same well over and over, and that Shinblade was too sharp for a player this slow at poking.
Dang, dude, you are on fire, dude. That's like you're like 7-0 right now, man. I can't even keep up with you. I haven't even done one tonight yet. You got me like tenfold.
I'm contractually obligated, I guess.
Oh man! But with that being said, that is our winner side top 8. You got Shinblade, one of our past champions. I believe he's a 2-time champ. He's looking for either a 2 or 3-time champ, looking for more.
I would not be surprised.
Code Red, another Steve player you might have to face in the top 8. Hard Tech, and of course Peeling. So we have a couple past champions, we have a couple new champions, so I'm excited to see who's going to try to uproot the crowns out here, man. These guys have been swinging all day, and they're looking pretty dominant right now. I'm excited. Do you have any favorites to win this whole thing?
I mean, if Joe Crush isn't in the question, I think it's probably going to be P. Ling, because they have just been so dominant between them and so hard for everyone else to deal with. But the thing that's beautiful about Tekken is that it's really anybody's game. You show up, you actually try, and you can probably hang in there with the best of them. You just need to be able to keep your cool. And, you know, we've got Hard Tech, who gives everybody such a hard fight. We just saw how good Code Red Steve is. Personally, I would love to see Code Red versus Shinblade, see whose Steve is better, get a proper boxing match going. But the rivalry call is strong. I mean, I would pay to see another Joe Crush P. Ling. But we'll see if that even happens.
So some lore behind that. Code Red actually used to train with Shinblade, and Shinblade was the mentor for Code Red. So obviously Code Red mega leveled up. He's been doing super well in a lot of these online tournaments lately. So it's exciting to see how much he's progressed throughout his time from starting off. Because I remember when Tekken 8 first came out, me and Code Red would box all the time, and I would I would beat him all the time. It wasn't even close most of the time. But then all of a sudden he took this lesson from Shinblade, and it was like playing a whole nother player. He was just so dominant, and I really struggled to even take rounds off of the dude, let alone games.
I mean, those two coming together would be like the end of an anime training arc, master versus pupil.
Yeah, and but with that being said, Peeling and Shinblade are going to be one of the first, or at least one of the matches in the winner side top 8. So champion versus champion, we're going to be guaranteed seeing at least a new face in the winners finals, or a non-winner at least. So if Code Red wants to try to get that run up against Shinblade, he's got to try to meet him in winners finals. So definitely a possibility.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting question for Peeling to solve, because Peeling's sheer evasiveness with the Xiaoyu might be a very fun matchup to see against the kind of Steve Shinblade likes to play.
Yeah, so I think we're still waiting on some losers matches to catch up. So apologies for the delay. I know a couple people have been kind of double bracketing, but we're kind of cracking down on that action, so that way we can keep everybody up and running, keep it running smoothly, so we're not staying up till 2 a.m. like last time.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's a norm, but I have to admit I'm not a fan. It's like, pick a bracket and stick with it. Respect everybody's time, you know? I know Tekken's fun, but we do have a show to run here. Yeah. That said, though, speaking of shows, while we wait to see who our next match is going to be, we've got plenty of Matcherino codes out there, everybody. So make sure you redeem those. Make sure you fill those out. Add a free 25 cents to the pot. Donate as much as you want other than that, of course, if you want to. Not a call to action. And really show our players some love, show our TOs some love, help keep great events like the Breakout series going as we go into our top 8. Right now we can see the upper semifinals, Code Red, Hard Tech, Peeling, Shinblade. We're waiting to see how the lower bracket shapes up. And I can't even call the people in pools. These matches have almost all been so close.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, if it's going to come down to how these matches have gone, it goes neck and neck. I mean, I'm not sure who could really. I mean, any one of these players, they could really go on a run. Like I said, Hard Tech last week made winners finals, had to go against Joe Crush. could make winners finals again this week, 2 weeks in a row. Just got to beat Code Red, and definitely a winnable match right there. But I mean, I think that's going to be our first match coming up. We're going to be going straight into top 8, which is going to be Code Red and Hardtech. But like you said, like if you look just below that, Peeling, one of our past champions, going against Shinblade, another past champion, actually a repeat champion several times. So it's going to be a clash of the gods, so to speak. These guys are really good, really well versed. They've been competitors for as long as I've been around Tekken. I know I got into Tekken 7 pretty later on, so I mean I know these guys have been competing since like the original Tekken. Maybe not Peeling. I think he's my age, so I think he's probably been playing like around maybe Tekken 3 or 4. But
I was going to say, I doubt he's been from Tekken 1.
Yeah, but Shinblade has definitely been around. That man is
wow.
That man's an old head. I only say that because he's my buddy. I only say that because I know him. I know him in real life. He's a really cool dude, phenomenal streamer. That's the only reason I say that. No beef. I'm not trying to have me squash me in bracket because he already does that every time we play. So don't want to.
Hey, I'm a neutral party here.
You say that. You say you're a neutral party, but man, you were dogging on that one dude. I was just cracking up.
Hey, I call it how I see it. I call a strike, a spare, a spare.
All right, but here we go. Top 8, Week 15, Breakout Series, Tekken 8, Code Red, 255, Hard Tech, Winner Semifinals, first of 2. Winner moves on to Winners Finals. Let's rock it.
Pretty interesting early exchanges here. Code Red very much behind on the early damage. The Hardtech bringing in a lot of the old Asuka evasion, lots of backsteps, but Code Red starting to adjust. You can see getting the level change going, getting the 1-1-2 there, and starting to make this a bit more of a boxing match. How do you feel about this matchup, the Asuka versus the Steve?
Like I said, Asuka, I think, definitely is in favor right here. She's got the Punch Sabaki. Just when I was just about to say it, dude. I'm sorry, Code Red. I've spoken into existence. The Punch Sabaki is always a valuable option just because what do boxers like to do? They like to punch. So it's one of those things that's super scary to deal with. Big life lead. Nice throw break. We're coming out of the wire. 11 seconds. Got a lot of recoverable health. Not able to use it. Albatross barely missing out. 7 seconds. He's got to do something big. Yeah, he had to do something big right there. He was running out of time. Couldn't just run up and rage art because it still wouldn't have been able to close the gap. He tried to use the Albatross mid to try to use the heat engager, get some life back, and try to keep the pressure going, but not quick enough.
I was going to say that Asuka Hardtech seems willing to back off and let that round end in timeout, but who are we kidding? Who are we talking about? This might be the most aggressive Asuka ever.
And I was just saying in the chat, man, Code Red's got the shadow fit. There you go. I got my own Punch Sabakis, boy. Meet him in the corner. Rope-a-dope. Caught him. Tried to do the Punch Sabaki, but it was a little too slow. He delayed it because he went for the mid option. Back to the corner. What you going to do? Oh, you could have can right there. That would have been a good option as well.
Might have been anticipating the standing guard. Figured that Code Red would expect the can. Tekken 8 is a big game of I know you know in a lot of ways.
Yeah, just a matter of knowing what they want to do following up here. Oh, you got
right
him.
into Rage Art.
Trying to go for the guard break right there. If he stayed blocking, would have been dead for sure, but obviously danced a little too long and gave Hardtech plenty of time to pop that Rage Art. It's going to tank that hit, and he's going to take 2 rounds up here in first game.
The presence of mind to counter that barrage with the Rage Art at the perfect moment. Hardtech is not just pressing buttons despite the extreme aggression, really understands his character.
Oh boy. Nope. Oh, big whip right there. Try to go for the rope-a-dope, but a little out of range. So it's an easy Tooth Fairy whip punish right there. We're going to break the wall. Yes, sir. Just what I was talking about it. No environmentals, and they immediately break it. Can't get 2 in one go, so he's only going to get the 1, but he might be able to break it this time. Wall running 3 for the wall carry. Yes, breaking the floor, and with the heats still available, it might be enough to kill. Oh, he almost got the wall. The scaling.
Oh. You get the get up, but whew. As we call it in the business, a no-round brown.
My man, you already know.
How'd you get the bike in here?
You know, it might be stairs. I don't know how they're going to get out, though. Those doubloons look mighty heavy. Might need an elevator.
Clearly those Peruvian villagers upstairs just kind of chucked it down. They just chucked it into the hole. They knew she'd want her bike back.
The other day, I was like, hey, can you chuck that down here? Good call from Code Red, changing the stage. Definitely agree with that pick. Definitely need to, especially if you get no round. You don't want to give your opponent momentum, especially on the stage they just won. Here we go.
And the
Coliseum.
infinite stage, quasi-infinite. It's not truly infinite, but Hardtech has so many options up against the wall, so forcing that out of the equation and forcing a bit more of a stand-up battle is really in Code Red's interest.
Oh boy. Oh, he got caught ducking, got caught with a down 4-2. Still be able to
Okay, maybe I spoke
here,
too
yes.
soon.
Yes, sir. Hardtech already a dominant lead, trying to keep it going. One game up here. Code Red looking for a round, let alone a game.
Yeah, finding a way to get back into this. That delayed get-up might have been the key, though, as we see him putting on a whole lot of damage after forcing Hardtech to extend too far and not able to break out of that clinch.
Ooh, the punch Sabaki again. Keep the combo simple. Yep, Rage Art just to be able to close it out. A little off axis, so you didn't want to mess up anything. And Hardtech again, 4 rounds straight now. Trying to keep the momentum going. Doesn't want to give Code Red any type of momentum.
Yeah, you can see Code Red really start to build it up there, so great thinking on adding an exclamation mark to that with the Rage Art, really just slamming the brakes on the offense, but Code Red not deterred, already working towards a perfect round, might be able to get it if Hardtech can't adjust or at least force things to slow down, can't break out of the clinch. Here it goes, the 7 golden letters. I know it's cliche, but it works.
All right, finding the mark. He's looking for a round, and he found a round, definitely in retaliating fashion. Look at that. Hard read again from Hardtech. Trying to go for the punch Sabaki again. Gonna get met with the rope-a-dope. Looking. Albatross. Yep, gonna go for the mid. Doesn't use the heat. Could have spent it twice there and didn't commit. There you go. Rocket launcher.
We've been talking about how Steve players like to find the timing and settle into a comfortable rhythm. I have to wonder if Hardtech's been a little predictable in the offense, and Code Red is starting to find that rhythm and figure out when he's going to press buttons and when he can disrupt them.
Oh boy, Code Red looking to try to tap the score. And like I said, this match, oh my goodness, good whiff punish with the Lionheart 2 again. And that's kind of what Code Red's been doing. He's been taking his time. He's been spacing out Hardtech a little bit, baiting out the parries, the Zabakis. Uh-oh, guaranteed wall splat. This might be dead. Yeah!
Might well be. Almost. It is.
Combo conversion. Put that on Twitter immediately. That was crazy. The re-wall splat after the clinch was phenomenal work right there. That's going straight to Twitter.
A big problem for Hardtech has been that throw break can't seem to get out of the clinch, which is a bit ironic considering, the Aikido influences in Asuka's style. Just that clinch is there every time Code Red goes for it. I don't know if he's just conditioning Hardtech not to look for it or what, but Hardtech's got to do something about it.
For the next battle.
Medusa, you just missed it. Hardtech had a very dominant first round, but Code Red retaliating back with his own three rounds. Wasn't 3 rounds straight, but definitely looking good. Looking really buff right now. If it wasn't thanks to that Rage Art. Ooh, what a crouch jab. How did he duck that? That made his... Whoa! Big whiff again. Nothing off of that. Thought he was going to try to at least launch. There you go. Try to go for the punch Sabaki. Not going to pay off this time. Code Red's starting to bait it out. He's starting to know... starting to get a good read on Hardtech.
Yeah, this is the kind of gameplay that any Steve main wants. Really just able to read out what the opponent is going to do, calculate it, get the timing down, and punish. And Hardtech is trying to disrupt that any way they can. Switch things up, go for the can, go for the grab, but this time Code Red techs it. Able to break the grab, but not able to stop the offensive onslaught. And here we go with Hardtech up around.
Real smart right there. He did one of the lower hitting mids, so that way he tried to bait out a retaliating move. Probably a jab, but he went for the back one. Tooth Fairy actually goes underneath high, so good call from Hardtech. I know I'm going to keep saying Hardtech, but he's doing a hard read right there. Just like that, another Tooth Fairy to go underneath the back one. He's got to start locking it in because now he's getting a different start. No more Punch Sabaki. Now it's Tooth Fairy baits. So he's going to try to do it again. I know it. Get up 4. He's very active on the get up right there. He did the spring kick a little bit earlier. He did a get up 4 and another back one. He's still swinging for the fences. Drops the combo because of the off wall. Ouch.
Hardtech's got some good instincts along the wall and off it, and especially in setting up these grabs and lows and reading what Code Red's going to do as he tries to get up. That's what's putting up ahead in this game, despite the offensive barrage that Code Red is managing. Code Red's figuring out a lot of his timing, but Hardtech is just so good along the walls and at finding unexpected ways to get back into this.
But here we go, Hardtech on set point, trying to go for the Zabaki again, not going to pay off. You see Code Red playing a lot more patient right here, trying to bait out something. He does the first part of the rope-a-dope with the shoulder and then not actually finishing it, goes for the clinch and stays ducking, gets hit with the mid and answers back with a perfect. Still set point for Hardtech, but Code Red still alive. Don't count him out quite yet. Ooh.
Both of these players, they are just such avalanche masters. I mean, you give them an inch, they take the whole goddamn field.
And at this point, I think Hardtech, whoa! Drops the combo! Oh no, it's off axis. Wall running 1+2, counter hit conversion, and just like that was a quick pop off. The key charge and everything. Hardtech is going to winners finals again, back-to-back weeks.
Hardtech is just such a good Asuka, such good instincts, such good counters, and such a good eye for the drops, because that one drop instantly ended the match. One drop. That's all it took for Code Red. One. You don't get two. You don't get three.
That was crazy. I mean, this right here was what, in my opinion, what sealed that first game up. That Rage Art to go through the armor break. It was all Hardtech right after that. Basically a perfect right here. Easy combo conversion, especially with the floor, the environment at his disposal. And again, I thought the bigger stage was definitely paying off because Code Red was able to play a little bit more patient, be able to outspace them. And you see the punch Sabaki just really paying off for Hardtech. So once Code Red started to realize that, he started playing a little bit slower, started to bait it out, ducking the high follow-up right afterwards and launching. But again, Hardtech's got a couple of tricks up the sleeve. Definitely an Asuka made it hard because I was not aware that he was able to go underneath the back one with his Tooth Fairy several times like that.
Yeah, great instincts from Code Red. It's not as one-sided as it looks being 2-1. That was some real tough Tekken for Hardtech to get through. And you could see Code Red warm up through that whole set. Very good at preventing Hardtech from having good openings to counter anything, to warm up that aggression. Stop giving him opportunities for the Rage Art, but it only took that one drop combo to derail the entire train. And Hardtech made this Steve main pull a Code Blue.
Yeah, like I said, really good stuff from Code Red. He made the adaptations, but just not quick enough because once Hardtech realized, oh, you're countering my punch Sabakis, I got a couple more for you. And it's what's crazy is that we hadn't seen Asuka or at least Hardtech in the situation use the regular Zabaki or the regular parry that Asuka has. It's a really strong option that counters the kicks, the punches for highs and mids as well, but obviously didn't even need it. So, I mean, in my opinion, that's one of the really strong tools that Asuka has at their disposal, and Hardtech being able to use that efficiently enough to not even need to use it at all, it just shows the caliber of player that he actually is.
We've talked about the dangers of going to the same well too often, how eventually you're going to find the water is gone. And Hardtech really had a good thing going with not being too predictable, not going to the same option too many times, pulling new tools out of the box as needed. And that ability to keep your opponent from reading you is vital in Tekken, especially against a character like Steve, who is so built around making a comfortable sense of timing, against reading the opponent, against finding gaps to punish. Once you take out the ability to predict you, that's kind of the game for Steve.
Yeah, especially with Steve, because I mean, Steve has so many options, and I know we're going to keep talking about Steve because if we go into the next Winterside top 8, is
Shinblade P-Link.
Thank you. I'm blanking over here. So I mean, we have you see one Steve, you got another one back to back. So obviously, Code Red, if he does gonna try to face Shinblade, he's gonna have to either play him hopefully in the grand finals in the grand scheme of things. But if P-Link can dismount Shinblade from trying to be a repeat champion out here, probably be seeing the matchup in the losers.
Yeah, we will be seeing that indeed. And right now we've got an interesting bracket forming. We've got in losers Debaser and Tenga, who you were just saying great things about. That's going to be a fun matchup. The Yoshimitsu versus the Leo. And then we've got, of course, P-Ling and Shinblade. And we're still waiting for the rest of pools to determine who's playing to face Code Red. And that's something I love about these brackets. Just anything can happen. Any people could show up. One of these days, Medusa, who enters every time, and, you know, we've seen her in chat, she's going to be up in top 8, and we're going to be like, how the heck did she get here?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends. I mean, anybody can have a good day, and especially with
Mm-hmm.
how these brackets run, and some people need a DQ and whatnot. You just never know how things unfold. It could be anybody's game in a lot of these
Yes.
situations.
It's about being able to keep yourself in the game mentally, physically. Obviously, not DQing because something happened and something came up, which happens. Obviously, we all understand that. But not tilting, not getting mentally exhausted by the constant knowledge checks and decisions, not giving up, not just getting outplayed because you can guess what the opponent's going to do. And of course, there's always the matchups. You know, Joe Crush always has a hard time against P. Ling. Shinblade had some trouble with Tanjiro the Ripper a couple weeks ago. People are what make Tekken, not just the characters.
Yeah, and it's like I said, I try to tell people don't look at ranks, don't look at the character because it's a matter of just beating the person overall. Because it's one of those things. They're like, well, I lost to this dude because he's smurfing, and it's just like, did you really though? Did you lose because his rank is higher than yours, or did you lose because you lost? I don't care if I'm losing. If I'm losing to a red rank or if I'm losing to a God of Destruction, it makes no difference to me. I still lost. So hopefully these guys can keep their head on straight and they focus up because we got another winners semifinals match here. Peeling going against Shinblade, first of two. Winner moves on to winners finals.
This is the one we all saw coming.
Come on.
All right.
Come on.
Peeling catching Shinblade early, catches him trying to back off and create space, but you don't really want to do that against Peeling, who's so evasive and so good at controlling spacing. Look at this sidewall damage, look at this pressure, and already, you know, Shinblade trying to get up, but being danced around. I was talking about this, we were talking about this in the run-up to this match, that the question will be how Shinblade Steve can adjust to such a defensive, evasive player like P. Ling on the Xiao Yu. And right now, the answer is not very well.
Not a good start for Shinblade, especially getting caught by a lot of these strings right now. Trying to play a little bit more lateral movement. Oh, wow. Went straight into AOP right afterwards. No, not quick enough. Spring kick to get out of trouble. He's not going to be able to get a road flip out of that situation. And another death fist to be able to close out that round. Peeling 2 rounds up here. That's a quick 2 rounds.
Very, very quick. It looked like Shinblade froze up for a second there. I mean, these two are very familiar with each other. They fought again and again. So I'm not sure if he just wasn't expecting that to come out or was maybe having the mental stack freeze up for a second there. You can see him trying to bait something out, going for the back sway, trying to create some space for Peeling to come in.
Dude.
Comes in,
Oh my
sees the spring
goodness.
kick coming, finally gets back on the board, avoids the no-round brown, which would have been a big issue for morale in general and for momentum, and turning into a bit of a jabbing duel with this next round.
Yeah, like I said, the evasion from Peeling is what he's known for, being real slippery with the Ling and the Lei Wulong back in Tekken 7. Nice punish right there. Does a little push you a little far back. It is launch punishable though, so
Superman
you can try
punch.
to get that, close that gap, close that distance. Oh, he's gonna be able to launch here. Oh no! Wrong move. Eat
Interesting
this.
thinking from Shinblade there. Circles around to see what Peeling's going to do on the come up. Doesn't want to rush into something, potentially get caught on a spring kick or a get-up kick or some other setup from Peeling. Wise to the fact that Peeling always seems to know how to pull something out.
Yeah, he's starting to do a lot more lateral movement, starting to play a little bit more patient. You saw Code Red kind of doing the same thing, playing a little bit slower, trying to whip punish a little bit more with the almost like the back kempo like Feng Wei likes to have in Leo, using the Lionheart stance very similarly. Obviously, not paying off right now though, because he's got a big life lead for Peeling. Oh my goodness, he whiffs again off the Hypnotist. Nice back
Yeah, the
step.
lateral movement. A bit of the quasi DP coming out, the lateral movement, the patience, watching that wall come off. I mean, really just giving Peeling
Damage.
enough room to run himself
Wow.
onto the spear. And that went from a very one-sided game to Shinblade just running away from it. That is how fast the momentum can shift in Tekken.
I'm telling you, man, it's all about who won the last round. It doesn't matter about anything. Who's gonna be able to close it out? That's all that matters. Because, like I said, it looked like a really dominant 2 rounds for Peeling. But you saw Shinblade made the adjustment, started to play a little bit slower, outrange and outspace the Xiao Yu. Because Xiao Yu doesn't have a very good approach from range options. So if you can kind of outspace her, you can really mitigate a lot of those AOP and backturn stances. Pretty much make them useless.
Definitely, and you can see a lot of that strategy coming in from Shinblade, a lot about forcing Peeling to press the button first, because Peeling is so defensive and so evasive, forcing Peeling to take the initiative when they are much more comfortable making the second move.
Right. here we go. We're going to a bigger stage. This is definitely going to be benefiting Shinblade a little bit, especially if he's going to keep outspacing him like he's been doing. Lateral movement, doing a really good job. Smash! Rocket launcher. What you going to do? Oh, punch parry.
That's what you're going to do. Interesting thinking from Peeling there. Good call.
Midge. Oh my goodness. He's going to be dead. Nothing he can do there. Like I said, the Lionheart just it puts you at such a good range where it's almost like a back Kembo step that when he went for the throw, he's able to easily whiff punish with the Lionheart too. Whoa! Wow, the last time that actually worked, but this time not going to pay off. Goes to the mid. Good call for Shinblade. That's what I'm talking about. He made that adjustment in real time because he was going to do the normal shoulder, but because she was an AOP, he transitioned and went to the mid. Jumping over. Peeling, looking good. One more hit should be enough to close it out.
Can he get that one hit, though? Shinblade really putting things into perspective, but nope. There we go. Peeling, tying things up.
Yeah, that heat smash from Zhao Yu, really annoying. What on earth is this man on? He is whip punishing really nicely right now with these Lionheart tubes. Still
I mean, that's most of Steve's game plan right there.
Yeah, and he's been trying. I think he's gonna try to go for clinch right here, but he's trying to be a little bit more careful, knowing that. Yes, he tried to go for the clinch, but Zhao Yu can go into AOP at any point in time. So you want to be a little bit more cautious with your highs and mids, because some mids actually will miss, and Hypnotist does recharge your heat, so you got to actually interrupt there. Low. No, he goes with the mid. I duck too. Don't worry, Shin. Spring kick not gonna pay off this time. Talk to the shoulder, buddy.
Yeah, Steve and Shinblade did some good work with the spring kick the first game, so you could see Peeling kind of expecting it that time. That's what I've been talking about, what we've been discussing with not going to the same well too often, not pulling out the same tool every time.
She punch parried the rocket launcher right there. Oh,
Catches
waning mood, not going to get broken. This might be dead. She's still got heat. Oh, no, not enough damage. If he popped heat, he would have been dead.
Back off. Goes for the heat
engage.
He
swung into the string. 1-2-1. I fall for that one all the time. She could delay, Peeling especially likes to delay that string pretty long on. And tying the setup right now, 1 game apiece.
Yeah, what a read from Peeling, who was really sitting on that and waiting for Shinblade to swing. Clearly had that in mind from the moment the round started.
Now, and like I said, that stage would have probably benefited Shinblade more, that it was the wide open stage. He can backdash, he can go into Lionheart a little bit easier, not having to deal with, backs to the wall. But now, I mean, are we going to get a really enclosed stage? I mean, is that going to benefit Peeling, or is that going to benefit Shinblade more? I'm about to find
Shinblade's
out.
been doing some good stuff up against the wall, but Peeling might appreciate the less room for Shinblade to force space, less room for Shinblade to back off and make Peeling come in.
Right.
Got Sanctum going. What do you think of that pick?
Well,
I mean, it was
this
random.
is definitely the closer stage that we're talking about. But not sure who's going to benefit now, because at this point, it's anybody's game. 1 game apiece. It's basically first to 1 right here to go on to winners finals. Good whiff punishment right now.
We were talking about how evenly matched these two are, and the set is definitely bearing that out so far.
Oh, dang, that was weird. Normally that clean wall spot, so I don't know why they didn't that time. They actually put a low wall spot and put her immediately on the ground. Hypnotist mid. Both of their heats about to expire. Just kidding. It was only Peelings. Oh, combo conversion. Caught the airborne, so he's actually get a full combo.
Got the wall spot. Can't put him through, but the machine gun blows are there. Catches him on the roll to the side. The patella smash smashes it. And right now, another round closer to winners finals comes Shinblade, who's really been doing a good job at figuring out where Peeling wants to go.
Ooh, goes under the throw. Rope-a-dope. Down 2-1. Sonic Bang. Ooh, ducks the dirty boxing, but no launch. Could definitely launch right there. Caught you airborne. Peeling, full combo conversion. Incoming. Should be able to find it. Yep. Clean wall splat. Master the arts. The art of Phoenix, that is. Hypnotist low. You got to stand up. Oh, see, that mid-low is very deceptive because she can cancel at any point in time and go straight into heat smash. 1 round apiece here.
Yeah, the question is Peeling going to that too often? The shoulders here for Shinblade, able to force this fight into the pocket, where Steve is much better than Xiao Yu, forcing things up into the wall. Got the machine gun blows going.
Good stuff. Rocket launcher.
There, but still,
armor is going to work. No, side wall splat. Wow, super unfortunate. You have to tech roll there. If not, she can get the pickup. Hypnotist goes to the mid. No more playing around. Whip punish.
Avoids the heat.
Oh my gosh. That's super
What
important. That should have been Shinblade's round, but now it isn't. Peeling on set point.
Yeah, just
Oh,
an instant whiff punish there. What a time for that read. Gets the motion going. Had to have read that frame in advance. Can't react to that raw. And here Shinblade goes up against the wall, caught in a corner like a boxer on the ropes. Here comes the perfect, and the round is over. The set is over. Peeling, winner's final.
He said, get these Steves out of here, man. That was a crazy interaction right there. That sidestep, the evasion, going straight into the heat smash. Even if that didn't kill, he would have been able to go straight into Hypnotist and would have been another 50-50 mix. And Peeling was phenomenal with these Hypnotist stances, man. Amazing, amazing comeback. Again, we counted Peeling out, just like against the Ryan Higa match. We counted Peeling out. He had 2 perfects, back. And what do you know? Peeling, clutching it up again. This dude is phenomenal.
That's Peeling for you. Always able to make the adjustment and make the comeback. And even when Peeling doesn't win, his opponent knows he's been in a fight. He's coming out of that match feeling it.
Wow. What a comeback. Again, I thought that game was surely going over to Shinblade right there. Even the set, I did put a lot of my points on right there, so congrats whoever voted on Peeling, because you're going to get a lot of my points in the bets. But look at that winners finals, Hard Tech and Peeling. Great stuff.
That's going to be, yeah, definitely go get some popcorn. We're about to take a 3-minute break. Get some popcorn, get a drink, get comfy, because that's going to be one hell of a Tekken game. You do not want to miss a second.
Soon as we step out the cage, we raising all of the stakes. Make no mistake, either you stay in your place or we putting you on a plate. Look at our face, we put the fear in the dirt. We had to struggle for change, pick up the pace. We put in infinite work, that's why we stay getting paid. Y'all running late, we moving on to the next. You still been stuck in the phase, there's no debate. We draw the line in the sand, we say it straight to your face. They underrate, so we put the team on our back. We took the city to state, what it's gonna take. Another S on our chest, another beat in the grave. We innovate, we always switching it up. They can't predict what we say. Come out the cave, they see the blood on our shirt. They see the teeth in the face. They watching tape, still trying to figure us out. They think we came here to play. They sending snakes, they trying to give us a curse. They want us taking the bait, but that's okay. We keep on dodging the bull. We keep on saying Olay, blocking the way, thinking we flipping reverse, but we keep rushing the gate, stopping the rain. We know they sit on the throne. It's looking easy to take. We not afraid. We put the fear in their bones. Ain't no more running away. They trying to chase. They trying to follow our steps. They trying to copy the wave. Boy, that's so lame. That's why they keep getting curved. You gotta stay in your lane. They wanna claim that we not giving them work. Like this is minimum wage. Boys, you crazy. Why you keep feeding the beast? Now that you open the cage, nobody's safe.
Don't start. Nobody's safe. If you come near, please don't drop your guard. Nobody's safe. If you come, you're messing with a star.
my mama and my pops. I don't care if you the cops, anybody could get boxed. If you aiming for my head, then you better take your shot. If you miss, then this fist gon' be cleansing your clock. I don't care if you the press or the feds or an op. If I stretch out these hands, then prepare to get robbed. If your friends said that you had a chance, understand that they probably was meant for your friends. They my fans. Jumped in the ring and I started swinging. Came from the jungles of drunken demons, fighting them off in the Coliseum. Studied and learned how to target weakness. That's why your team would do better beefing with someone else who was probably vegan. Touch me and lose every single finger. Touch me and watch how I turn the scene. Massacre as soon as you have the nerve to try to step to me, I will snatch your turf and manifest grass sad. I will snatch your earth. You tried to breathe to see how the asthma works. We don't compete. I'm not in a class with earth. My boys are down the ball if I say the word.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's okay. It's okay. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Yeah, take my word for it. It's a promise and a threat. Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a lovely, restful break, got a chance to stretch, get some water, pet your animals, get some Maturino codes filled, as we are back for some Tekken action. I am K-Vox here, as always, with the lovely, talented, the Pauliest of Palmains, the leapiest of frogs, Mr. Leapfrog himself.
Oh man, I'm excited, man. It's been an exciting top 8 so far. We've already gotten our 2 locked in for the winners finals, and we're already going straight into the loser side of top 8 of things. So I'm excited to keep this venture going with you. Like I said, it's been quite a journey so far. 66-man tournament. We're down to our top 6 right now. So I'm excited to see how things are gonna play out. We're gonna see some new faces out here. And some returning faces. I feel like a lot of these top 8 players are pretty consistent with like a 1 or 2 variants in terms of who likes to make their surprise appearance out here.
Definitely, and it's anybody's game once it comes down to pressing the buttons. We've got some interesting brackets filling up and down there. Shinblade's going to be facing Gaming Anya in losers quarterfinal. Code Red is waiting for Gojo and Slowpoke to play, and of course we have the winners final, Hard Tech versus P Ling. Really, just time flies when you're having fun, huh? These people have climbed over so many opponents to get here, and it's just such a fun time.
Yeah, you can see the tail of the tape how we got here in the first place. Obviously, these guys have been duking it out, so I'm definitely going to expect to see some returning faces when it comes to the grand finals. I think either one of them, either Code Red or Shinblade, are probably going to make their glorious return to try to fight their way back, because these guys they're hungry for another win out here. I mean, these guys are repeat champions, at least P-Ling and Shinblade are. Everybody else, I don't think has won one of these yet, so we're still looking for a win for either Gaming Anya. She's been she's really made a splash return. Gaming Anya, I mean, I haven't seen really much of her at all. Maybe at the very tail end of Tekken 7, she was a dedicated Negan player. So to see her kind of make this this really quick upbringing, been rocking the Victor Chevier, has been looking really, really good. Obviously making consistent top 8 finishes, a lot of these online brackets. I know she's in top 8 of the Breakout, obviously here at Breakout, and as well as Paragon. So she's been trying to keep that momentum going and try to see if she can pull out her first win. And Gojo as well. Have you seen Gojo before, K-Box?
I saw Gojo last week. I don't remember who they played, but they were pretty good. I think they were a Steve.
No, they were the Azucena.
They were Azucena, that's right. And they did some real good work with that. That was last week, I believe. Just a blazing fast Azucena, and really fun to watch. So that against Slowpoke, who's probably going to bring out the king, I'm looking forward to it. I'm right. I called it. Straight into things.
Oh my goodness, immediately starting off the round with a counter. This is loser side top 8. First of 2, loser eliminated from the tournament, winner moves on, so you don't want to lose here. Nice stuff on the low. Ooh, try to go for the down forward 2-1, but the armor is going to beat him through it.
Look at these reads and the pressure from Gojo. I was talking about Gojo's speed as a player, And the pokes are there, the punishes are there, the counters are there. Slowpoke's just not really able to adjust, at least in that first round. You know, we've got a lot of Tekken to play before we're calling an end to things. But right now, it's all Gojo up against the wall again. And here comes the Imanari roll to really seal the deal. And you know, this isn't a realistic video game because Slowpoke gets back up and, you know, doesn't have one good leg.
Here we go. This is the Slowpoke I was looking for. Gojo is on go
Wall
time
slide
mode.
on that.
Yeah,
Good
the
thinking
wall
with
splat-
the... Go ahead.
No, you're good. The wall splat off of the giant swing attempt, super powerful right there. While running 3-2, running into the heat smash. Okay, now we're starting to see some King stuff. We didn't see that at all during his match against Shinblade. Obviously being able to battle his way back to the loser side of top 8, but this is how he needs to start playing King. He needs to start doing these throws. These giant swings are super important. You need to test your throw break on your opponent, especially if you're going to be playing a wrestler.
Yeah, forcing the guesses, because the Giant Swing and the Shining Wizard is a pure 50-50. You can't react to it. You have to guess which is going to come out. And you got the shoves going, you got the get off me going, the wall splat, the location choosing for the wrestler stuff to come out. But Shinblade didn't give him a chance to warm up and really break that stuff out. Didn't give him enough time to think. And Gojo is trying to go to that same strategy. And what Slowpoke's going to want to do, going to want to find a way to slow down the game. Slow the pace.
Yeah, and that's where the throws, the lows, and the armor just really come into play. And there you go, forward, neutral 2. That's another really strong King option. Like I said, the lows are going to be super vital for stopping this offense. If you can find a low, that's going to be that's lucky that's not airborne. Nice flexing through it.
Armor's
And
through
he's
it.
able to confirm the combo off that. Break the floor. Nice. That should be dead with another one. Oh, doesn't even need the explosion actually killed him right there. That's rare. Actually, normally if the stage interaction would have killed, the game just automatically ends around and doesn't use the interaction. So not in favor of Slowpoke because now he doesn't actually have his combo extender if he tries to do it. There you go. Waiting out the high this time. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. You know, you've got armoring through it, you've got the elbow drop going.
There you go.
You've got another giant swing. Let's see if the location is right. It is, and that takes the first game. Obviously, if you don't get the wall splat there, there's the chance to tech roll out of it and massively reduce the damage. So Slowpoke's locations are great. His stage awareness is great. So knowing that if he goes through the swing there, he's gonna get the wall splat. That is the presence of mind you need when a steamroller like Gojo is coming at you.
Yeah, like I said, he's starting to go back to the King roots. I know people think it's scrubby, but it's one of those things. That's King's playstyle. You need to use the throws at your disposal, especially when you can get those counter hit throws. Those are guaranteed. You can't break those, especially if you start doing these big throws like the Muscle Buster, the Tijuana Twist, the Giant Swing. If you get that wall splat, it's monster damage, and it's all damage that's free on the table that you want to take advantage of as much as possible. Heat Smash, one of the best in the game, despite all the nerfs that they put on it. It's like minus 15 damage. It's still one of the best in the game. It's ridiculous. Whoa!
And this is a great stage for Gojo to try to bring some momentum back because those walls and those corners aren't there for Slowpoke to work with. And Slowpoke wants to force more guesses like he just did with the Shining Wizard because the low defense might not be really there for Slowpoke, but able to break out of the grabs, able to force some distance, force some space, and right now able to claw back through this. And right now Gojo able to bring it out, able to get to the side, but not able to really make A go to Z. Countered right as he was going for something, straight into the people's elbow, and Slowpoke going up another round when it looked like he might have been playing overwhelmed.
Yeah, he's starting to bunker down the hatches a little bit, starting to play a little bit more concise. Like I said, he's starting to throw, because like I said, Gojo likes to do a lot of armor options. We've seen him do it before. He's trying to do a lot of the strings, try to do some Azucena stuff. Speaking of the devil, that's one of the Azucena stuff in prime condition. Should be able to kill right here, maybe. Desposista.
Yep, go for it.
To kill while running 3-2. He's able to get it. He tried to sidewalk. He was sidewalking the correct direction as well. You got to sidewalk left or sidewalk right to get to her left. Left is her weak side. Try to go for the giant swing again. Ducks it, but not launch punish mode. Not quick enough. Nice punish.
Gojo's strings potentially getting a little predictable. Keeps going for that low, especially off the comboing off the 1 into I think the 3. And right now, Slowpoke able to read it and react to it, and getting very comfortable as he puts himself on set point. If you're Gojo, you don't want Slowpoke comfortable. You want Slowpoke scrambling and trying to keep up, much like how this set began. Arm breaks there. Not able to break it. Here comes the rolling death cradle.
Oh
That
my
might be it.
word.
That's not gonna.
Oh, it's a pixel.
That's it. That's it. Into the classic rolling death cradle, and then a small kick to finish the deal. What a set from Slowpoke, putting himself back in contention and sending Gojo home with some classic King stuff. And whew, just where was this when he was fighting Shinblade, huh? Because this is a completely different Slowpoke.
You know, and that's where coaching really does make a big difference in this sets. Because I know a lot of our TTG dudes, Too Tough Gaming, he's one of my players out here. He's sponsored, so obviously could have talked it over the coach and said, hey man, don't you know what character you're playing? You got to play the king. You got to do the throws. And he's obviously going back to the roots, like I was saying, because that was a prime example of how you need to play king at the highest level. You have to test the throw game. Do they know how to break the rolling death cradle? Do they know how to break the king's bridge? These are all important questions. And as well as if you can get those throws. Look how much damage that did. It did almost like 60% of that dude's life, and he was able to just close it out with a simple poke. I mean, right here, these combo executions too. You have to do the instant wall running 2+4, so very difficult to do. But obviously, Slowpoke, excellent in terms of execution. He's been playing the game for a while. I think he used to play King back in Tekken 7 as well, so he has that legacy knowledge. But again, the giant swing coming out to play and making a mark.
His stage awareness was on point, where he needed to go, where he needed to position himself for his grabs. His ability to remain composed was there. Gojo was at his best when he was not letting Slowpoke get into a comfortable rhythm, when he was keeping him smothered, keeping him in minus frames, keeping him from pressing. But the problem is that unlike Shinblade earlier, he wasn't able to maintain that offensive. And I'll tell you, Shinblade would have broken this grab. He would not have been caught in the classic arm breaker to rolling death cradle, and he definitely wouldn't have gotten up like that straight into the toe kick. And right now, unfortunately, the tournament run is Gojover for Azucena.
My man. Yeah, like I said, it's just one of those things. In that situation, it was a, dead if you do, dead if you don't. Because, I mean, if you try to immediately tech roll and get up like right there like he tried to do, you get met with the mid. And if you stay grounded, he can just follow up with an alley kick, which also it's grounded. So it's one of those things. It was a 50-50 mix right after losing 60% of your health. Don't think that's fair, but obviously, welcome to Tekken 8 and welcome to King gameplay.
Yeah, the very end of that match was what the Germans like to call Zugzwang. You have to make a move, but every move worsens your position and eventually loses you the game. That game was already over, and really all that was left to Gojo was choosing how he would lose, on his feet or on the ground.
And he took it like a champ, man. Taking it on his feet. One of those things. Boss Sauce already knows you have to mash too. When they start doing the chain grabs right there, you got to mash too, because a lot of the high damaging options all derive from the two break. So you just got to kind of play it by ear and kind of look at just look at how the situation's unfolding. Because again, King players have that knowledge as well. They know that you know how to break the throw. So it's one of those things. He could have went for the other option, and it might have been in Gojo's head where he just honestly believed that he wasn't going to try to go for it. He's like, okay, maybe he's going to try to go for the mix up. Maybe he thinks I'm going to break it. And obviously, it finished the way it did. But good stuff from Gojo, still finishing 7th place. I don't think we got to watch him at all throughout the matches. At least I didn't see him.
That was his first time on stream.
Well, like I said, still pretty good finish. Should be super happy. Still making top 8 out here with the stacked bracket as it is.
7th place out of almost 70. So like,
what time would you ask me, K-Box?
no, I said 7th place out of almost 70. That is nothing to sneeze at.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think we're gonna be going on to the next loser side match. I'm gonna take a look, see what they're looking at. We're gonna go straight into the next match for Slowpoke. It's gonna be Code Red in Slowpoke this time. So let's see if he can use that King adaptation that he just made against Gojo against the new Steve Fox player. Maybe he can try to figure out what he needs to do, because if he can do that and beat Code Red, he'd have to do it again to try to make into losers finals. He's gonna have to beat Shinblade at some point.
Yeah, assuming Game and Anya doesn't pull off the upset.
Of course. But with that being said, while we're waiting for them to load up, you guys can claim those Matcherino codes. If you guys type in !Matcherino, you guys can log in and claim these free codes. It's a free 25 cents that goes directly to the players. There's 33 codes left remaining. You can log in with your Twitch, your YouTube, your Google, your Facebook if you're an old head, all sorts of stuff. You guys can even use your Discord as well if you got it, because I know a lot of you guys are in the Discord for the tournament itself. So if you guys can claim those, it takes roughly about 3 seconds. It's really quick. I mean, depending on your internet speed. But yeah, it's really quick, really easy, and it contributes all directly to the players out here. And they're fighting for honor and, of course, the cold hard Kiziash.
Just helps them sustain this a little more, helps them put some money in their pockets, helps us put on this show, helps the TOs. Really just a great way to spread the love around and the spirit of this great community, and really just helps everything keep going. I mean, you want more breakout events, don't you? You want more online tournaments. You want more TNSs, more Paragons. You want more Steve versus King, Slowpoke versus Code Red. Here we go in the Elegant Palace. And I don't know about you, Breakout, I don't know about you, Leapfrog, but I love seeing some rich people's stuff get smashed.
All right, he's like Law. He said, I hate rich people. Let's break it. In this case, luckily, you don't break it, you don't buy it. Alley kick, you open up the ground. Wall of muscle. Can't stop me. Maybe it can. We'll have to find out. Code Red trying to go into Lionheart, trying to bait out something. Nice duck. Yep. Oh, he committed to the down 4-2-1. Or the wall rising 2-1.
Both of them just kind of fighting right in each other's faces, and I don't think that's bearing out very well for Slowpoke, who gets caught in a lot of these long strings and is already being driven all the way back to the wall, while Code Red has plenty of heat ready for the fire.
Came off the wall a little bit. It doesn't matter. Down 4-1 to be able to close it out. Good stuff from Code Red. Kind of similar start, but obviously Slowpoke starting to play a little differently, starting to reset the neutral a little bit. There you go. Alley kicks, like I said, really good option. Forward neutral too. Okay. Like I said, we're playing King now, baby. There you go. Had it.
Yeah, but this time Code Red had the grab ready, had it figured out, was expecting the giant swing attempt, unlike Gojo. Slowpoke trying to break out more of the King stuff, but already forced onto the defensive, with Code Red doing a great job setting the tone. Got those shoves going, got that going.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
And the alley kick.
That was all pokes. No combos. All pokes from Slowpoke. You know, living up to the name.
Well, sometimes that's all you need. At the end of the day, all that matters is, did the other guy's health run out before yours did?
Like I said, you can know all your combos, all your fancy dancy combos, but if you're dying to a whole bunch of pokes and throws, you know, what does it matter?
Yeah, Slowpoke seems to be trying to wait for an opportunity to make a whiff. You saw him duck under that hook after eating the ones. Not able to duck that, though. Not able to stop the heat engager. Brings him back down to the wall. Able to break through, maybe. Goes for the heat himself. Here comes the Jaguar drop. Not quite able to kill, but forcing him onto death's door. That's a lot of gray health to get back.
Oh my
Not
goodness.
going to get it back. Heat smash seals the deal, puts him on game point. But that is a long mountain to climb, and Code Red might have all the gear. Can he break out of this chain throw? Can't. Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. I was just telling you about how you need to mash 2. This is the one chain grab. You actually have to mash 1 to break it. So that's what I was saying. 1 right there. Super unfortunate. Code Red already lost half his life to 1 throw, by the way. How is he going to try to battle back? No duck on the down 4-2-1. He's searching for the counter hit. Oh, he caught him ducking, but he committed to it this time. Doesn't have a 14 frame launcher, so he's going to try to get the best he can. Forward 2. Wall running 3, looking for more. Nice duck on the low.
I think it's clever from Slowpoke how seldom he's breaking out the classic King stuff, the big damaging chain grabs, the giant swing, all that, because he knows that Code Red, that Gojo, that all of his opponents are going to be expecting the King stuff, the chain grabs, everything like that. He doesn't bring it out until he's gotten you expecting the pokes, the normal grabs, the pressure from the alley kicks and stuff. Then he hits you, and then you're not expecting to need to take it.
And that's perfect, because you know, you explained exactly what he's trying to do and why it's working, because guess what? If you are waiting for your opponent and you're waiting to see what mix-up they're going to do, you're letting them play the offense. You're letting them be the oppressor in that situation, and that's not what you want to do with Tekken. Especially when you pop heat, you want to be the one pressing the buttons. You want to be pressing 8. But again, Slowpoke using a lot of these methodical pokes, the alley kicks, the forward neutral 2s, just to really reset the offense and kind of keep him at bay and keep him from pressing, keep him from going into that Lionheart stance. And that's going to be super vital for these next match here. If Code Red wants to try to open him up, he needs to start finding an answer for this poke gameplay that Slowpoke likes to play right now.
Code Red might want to slow it down a little, actually, because, I mean, Shinblade and Gojo got some good results, forcing Slowpoke to play fast. but Code Red is getting into a neutral battle and a poking war against Slowpoke that he just can't win. Look at him already back into the corner and eating so much damage.
You see right here, he's just holding back. He tries to go into stance. His back is to the wall. Not much you can do. Back with that shove with the counter hit, it's guaranteed forward 2-1. And you see right there, that's what I'm talking about, the danger of playing the defense against the King. He has very strong throws. But like I said, he with the Tekken 8 adaptation, even stronger pokes. You don't want to let the King kind of swing freely. Back one is a perfect option to retaliate. Don't let him get away for free.
Yeah, there's a bit of a juggle going on. Now this is more Code Red speed. Playing like this is more what Code Red needs to do. It's more like what Shinblade was doing, but unfortunately can't keep Slowpoke locked down. You know, the wall pressure is there, the alley kick is there, the elbow drop is there. Heat is ready for Code Red, but can he make much use out of it? Fortunately, it looks like he can. Gets him up against the wall, and that barrage of punches takes all round and keeps him alive a little longer.
Didn't even need the heat. Oh my goodness. Looking good. Code Red's finding the answer right here. Starting to catch him a little bit at the walls. Starting to use the environment to his advantage. No duck on the down forward 2-1 is one of those things he didn't finish it last time, finishes it this time. He can really mix it up with a lot of the strings. Sidestep evasion. Oh man, sidestep the wall running 2. And the duck in launch! What a call out from Slowpoke. Drops the combo though. Heat smash, not gonna kill. Doesn't go to the Jaguar sprint, immediately goes to a giant swing. Back to the wall. Oh my gosh!
Slowpoke likes to force the small Tekken a bit with that shove backwards and reestablishing neutral, and it tends to work out for him. And Code Red really needs to find an answer to it fast, because that is set point, and he's about to go home.
There we go. Like I said, Slowpoke making the adaptation, starting to play very poke heavy, starting to find its mark here. Should be able to find a clean wall spot. Wow, the immediate pick up there. You see the blue spark, that's how you know he did it just frame. That was a perfect spuff. I think get a little bit extra damage from it. Oh, he tried to look for the launch. Not going to find it. Rocket launcher not going to work either.
Strings.
Damn! Just let it rip.
For them.
Okay. Looking. No more playing around. No, going to go for the string. Caught you, duck in. To the moon you go. Oh my gosh, it didn't work. What on earth is going on? These drop combos are crazy. Final round, game 2. Still set point to eliminate Code Red for Slowpoke. But Code Red trying to tie up the set. Bullseye!
Well do it if he keeps this up. I mean, look at this pressure. Look at all these long strings. Look at the lateral movement starting to come out. The heat engager coming out. Gets him up against the wall. There comes the machine gun punches you like to call out. The
Oh my goodness, he tried to go for rocket launcher for the kill. Sidestep, armor through it, and the Sonic Fang to close it out. Guaranteed after that armor, by the way. And just like that, tying up one game apiece. It looked super bleak for Code Red, but he started to find the answer for the poke, started poking back. Like I said, the back one is a really good option to try to stop the offense from Slowpoke, because any type of throws, any type of pokes you want to try to do, the back one is always looming ominously in the background. Counter hit launcher.
Yeah, that's the big thing with how Slowpoke is playing. He's trying to be a very small Tekken, a very poke-heavy, tech-heavy character, a very, not the typical super aggressive King you usually see. And Code Red is able to change the pace to a ground where Slowpoke just isn't comfortable with. Slowpoke, we've seen, gets overwhelmed when you are just constantly pressing on him like that. That's what Shinblade was able to do. And right now, Slowpoke needs to stop that from happening.
Yeah, he's doing a good start right there. Drops the tail end of the combo, the most damaging part of the combo. You definitely don't want to miss that. Even if you don't get the just frame, the blue spark version, you definitely want to just get the regular wall running 2+4 option. Just like that forward 2-1, open him up, caught him ducking, but didn't get the just frame for some reason. Oh, no duck again on forward 2-1. 1, 2, 3, count it with me. Down forward 2-1, finds it and gets the guaranteed elbow into alley kick. All guaranteed right there. First round of this third and final game between these two. It's 1-2, loser eliminated. Losers quarterfinals.
Loser leaves town, as the wrestling fans would call it. And right now, Slowpoke trying to avoid being that loser, but eating a lot of punishment, driven back, starting to get back a little more of his own. Code Red's got heat going, though, and that could be all he needs to make this round his own. That health is getting scarily low, all the way back almost to the wall. The juggle is there.
Oh, we got it! Wow. What a low parry right there. Another Twitter clip combo from Code Red. I mean, the very pixel bit of damage he needed. Oh, he had the mid. He could have followed up. Give me the nuts. Nuts! Give them to me. That's a pause. I'm sorry. My bad.
starting to break out more of the king stuff, as you've been calling it. Slowpoke trying to force more grabs, but Armor's through it. Here comes some more heat from Code Red. The Lionheart is coming in. Armor's through it, but can he get much out of this? He can!
Oh.
The heat smash is there, puts him on set point, and Code Red is making his last stand.
Here we go. The low, the super slow charge low. The slow poke, one might call it. This man dunking on him. Big life lead right now. Looking for the uppercut. Oh my goodness. He's searching for counter hits. Finally ducks to down 4-2-1. He's been spending it all night long. Finally going to be able to duck it and launch. Hard read from Code Red. What you going to do? Oh my goodness. Goes to the clinch. Nice break.
Breaks it.
Oh, I thought he was going to try to go for it again.
You can't out.
Nice! He got it again! 4-2-1. Are we going to spend the heat? Have to. It's the last pixel. We might be going to it. I think you're right. Over. Slowpoke staying grounded, but he's going to run into the string, and here we go. Final round. Loser eliminated. Let's go.
What a fight these two are putting on. I mean, it's sad almost that one of them has to lose, because you just want this to keep going.
Oh my goodness. The pokes back and forth. Oh boy. Oh my god, the read! Dude, Code Red called it out. Going for the overhead over the low. Are we going to find the wall here? No, just a little too far. Goes to the clinch and he's mixing it up. Runs into the string, alley kick.
Code Red's doing a good job creating space, forcing him to come in. Can't break the clinch this time, and that's it. That's it. Out wrestling the wrestler with that last clinch suplex, and that's it. Slowpoke is going home. Code Red keeps himself alive.
Oh, what a call out. That was, I mean, again, that was three. I mean, it is so hard to notice because how fast that match how fast the match went and how fast these guys were duking it out between each other. But that was another read. That throw was intentional. That was not just a random throw. Let me see if I can try to kill. He saw that Slowpoke had the last bit of heat remaining on his bar, or he didn't have the last bit of heat remaining on his bar. He didn't use it, so he knew he was trying to go into heat. He didn't want to just pop a random rage art in that situation. He still wanted to use his heat, so he knew he was going to try to pop his heat engager, so he went for the throw. Guaranteed going to hit, and it was just enough damage to be able to close it out. But man, what a set. Like I said, it was looking bleak for Code Red again. He was looking totally out of it. I thought it was going to go over to Slowpoke, a convincing 2-0, but then all of a sudden Code Red found signs of life and started battling his way back. And this combo right here, this low parry, was what I was just like, all right, this man's definitely got it for sure. Locking it down, very last pixel, finding I mean, you never see the wall on the stage because of how big it is, and still found it and still able to convert.
Yeah, I mean, what a read to make in the heat of the moment. No pun intended this time. Slowpoke was so oppressive with his somewhat unorthodox King gameplay and knowing when to bring out the more classic King stuff at the right moment to catch his opponents off guard. But Code Red was able to adapt on the fly, force some space, force some openings, play more his speed of game, and punish these attempts. And you could see that read right there. That ends the set. And Slowpoke was just not able to speed things up enough to deal with Code Red, and the King is dethroned.
Man, really close, man. Like I said, he started to make the adjustments. You saw right there, he was starting to find an answer for the Steve. But again, once Code Red started recognizing, you started to be a little bit too predictable when it comes to the lows. So he got hit with the jump over that it's a low crushes, so it misses all the lows and still able to get that launch over the alley kick. And caught him ducking quite a few times when he tried to go, because he went for the clinch mechanic a couple times. That's only available to him in heat. So he was able to get him ducking and got a really big launch and got a big life lead off of those situations where he caught him ducking. But yeah, dang, voice crack for sure. But here we go, just our other side of Losers Quarterfinals, gaming on ya.
What the hell is that costume?
What a custom.
What is that?
I couldn't tell you. I have to ask her afterwards. Going with the low out of stance, down back 4. Caught you ducking at the wall, down 1+2 for the tornado. And this is enough to
Tell
kill.
you what, seems to be working on Shin Blade because like he was playing like he was frozen. I don't think he even pressed a button that round. I can't blame him.
I think he was distracted by the balls on her head. But here we go.
Pause.
One round up for gaming on you. Try to catch the ducking while rising 1+2 just to relieve the pressure. Oh, caught you ducking. Are we going to break the wall? Yes, we are with Albatross. He's still got heat as well. No more playing around. Drops it. What the? Back 1+2. Forward 1+2, just an immediate, man, a whole lot of 1+2s going on. 1+2 throw. Okay, gaming on him, trying to battle back, Sonic Bang. Ah, caught you. Try to get something out of it, but we're just moving.
I like Shinblade's defensive awareness. That was a very good presence of mind to be able to block that right out of the gate and early with the throw breaks. Right now, doing a good job not getting steamrolled. That was a very fast-paced opening to the game from Gaming Anya, who really knows her stuff with this Victor. But Shinblade is able to take the momentum and is just driving her all the way back for a perfect of his own.
Yeah, I know you know a lot about Victor, but I'm one of the best when it comes to this little character right here, my little Steve Fox. Good perfect right there from Shinblade. Oh my goodness, what a call out. Drops the combo, Shinblade. What are we doing? Got these Azim combos out here. Do it again! He's gonna drop the combo this time.
Tries to catch him coming in, but just no good luck for Gaming Anya. I mean, this is just sheer offense, sheer oppression from Shinblade, who even backs off a bit, expecting. Nope, this time he gets it. This time the Rage Art is there. I don't think it's going to do much good, but it's there.
Definitely a good call out from Gaming Anya. She's trying to close out the round right here. She needs a little bit more. Are we going to go into heat? Just shooting at him from range 5 and above. Nice, down forward 2. The evasion. Here we go. Final round. Sorry, I got a little too ahead of myself. Got too excited. Final round, game 1.
Leapfrog trying to call a shot. I know how it is.
Mm-hmm. You already know. Gaming Anya trying to distract you with the balls on her head.
It's working. What the hell is this costume?
Caught you out of the air. He thought the low was going to come out down 1+2 out of stance. Uh-oh, back to the exploding wall. It's going to be a lot of damage right here. Already used Tornado, not going to be able to find the wall. Spring kick, out of trouble.
Spring kick.
She's going to probably still use the heat smash. Got to be careful. She's committed to it.
You can see her waiting out these strings, waiting for her opportunity, and here it comes to take the game.
Oh, no!
That patient Tekken is there for Victor Chevalier and his pilot Gaming Anya, taking the first game, and that's just no easy feat. Not just anybody takes a game from Shinblade. That was really something.
Yeah, she's looking good right now. Got a little dicey right there. I actually didn't know. Normally that back 1+2 doesn't full combo, but I guess in that situation, if they're airborne, it actually does get a full convert because you get down 1+2 and go into a tornado and keep the combo going. Ducks down back 4, round start. That was definitely a read from Shin. He saw that the down back 4 coming from a mile away. Full strings.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Shinblade's experience with Steve, you know all these tricks, and even bringing a sword to a fist fight isn't going to help you very much.
Yeah, I mean, if you played the story mode at all, that's exactly what what Steve Fox did in the story mode. There's a bunch of dudes just shooting at him. He's just bobbing and weaving, doing his peekaboo states out of there. Uh-oh. Looking for the clean wall spot, not gonna find it. Running into strings. Nice! Lionheart 2 again, out of the range of the wall rising 1+2. Are we gonna break the wall again, or are we gonna try to keep him on the wall? Missed a little bit, but still got quite a bit of damage.
Interesting thinking from Shinblade, who seems to be perfectly willing to stop pressing and back off and wait for Gaming Anya to try something. Because you can see him willingly ceding that space and that real estate on the stage for the chance to seize an opening, not just pressing to press. And that awareness is what's got Shinblade 2 rounds up as he tries to get back into this game. I think he was caught off guard by the first game, caught off guard by Gaming Anya's awareness and knowledge of Victor, and right now he's trying to fight more like himself.
Alright, looking good. A little stuttery, but we're still. Oh, he drops the combo because of the stutter. He's 2 rounds up here. Ducks the down back 4 again. Got an easy conversion here. Still has Tornado. Gonna go into heat at the wall. Super scared to deal with, but I don't think you'll be able to get out of this one, Gaming Anya. Machine gun punches and a no round Brown to answer back. 1 game apiece.
I mean, that is much more Shinblade's speed and fighting much more like himself. Not at all surprised by the no round Brown, but of course, Gaming Anya with plenty of Tekken left to make an adjustment.
Yo, Colonel Cake, welcome back, my brother. My Puerto Rican brother from down in Texas. So, good to see you back here. Sorry I didn't get to catch you at the tournament, but hopefully we can get you next week. We're here in losers quarterfinals, tying it up here with Shinblade and Gaming Anya, 1 game apiece. We're having fun out here.
What the heck is that? Sorry, one sec. Had a bit of a pop up come up on my phone. Terribly sorry. I was watching the updates from the crew.
But guess they're not running it back. Maybe not. What are we doing, Stars?
Well, we might well be there, just might need a moment, but this is also a good opportunity for Game and Anya to catch her breath, maybe force Shinblades to cool down a little and lose that aggressive awareness and that defensive awareness that he was displaying. Right now, a chance to adjust, to figure out the game plan. If you're Game and Anya, what do you think she's doing? What adjustments do you think she's making against this Steve? Because she was getting very good results in the first game, but then the second one was pretty much all Shin. Oh, we might have some updates, folks. We actually have to call this against Shin. Unfortunate, but Shin is out. And not the kind of victory Game and Anya wanted. No warrior wants a battle to end this way. But going on ahead to face Code Red in losers. I mean, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes, especially in online events. Right now, the connectivity issues have just been too evident. We saw the stutter, we saw the lag from Shin Blades. Just can't really make it happen. Unfortunate, but sometimes that's just how it is.
Yep, super unfortunate. Shinblade finishing out 5th place here today. So we'll be moving on to the next match. Obviously, TO's got a tough job to do, so I appreciate them taking care of all of us here and making sure everybody gets a fair shot out here. Don't blame them in the slightest. And it's one of those things you guys gotta see what we're coming from.
Yeah, and if I'm gaming on you, I wonder how that's affecting my outlook going into the match against Code Red in the losers semifinal. Because
If I'm gaming on you, I'm excited. Man. I'm stoked. I'm like, hey man, I get to move on. Who cares? Win or win, doesn't matter how it happened. I get to move on in the top 8 bracket coming out of the wire here. So super excited. But obviously, connectivity is going to be super vital for a lot of these online matches. If you're dropping combos because of the connection dropping, or you're just missing inputs entirely because of the connection issues, you guys have played ranked before. You guys know how it gets and how frustrating it can be. And obviously, try to keep it fair across the board. We've already had a complaint a little bit earlier on in the bracket, but today, obviously, maybe some connection issues down in Memphis. So normally not an issue. Seeing that Shinblade's been a champion of Breakout a few times out here, so obviously you just gotta take your licks where you can get them and move on. But won't dwell on it too bad. Like I said, he's still finished 5th place out here. Still phenomenal. Still a phenomenal run. But Game and Anya's got her work cut out for her because she's dealing from one Steve Fox to the next, going to move on to loser semifinals against Code Red.
Yeah, and the Steve versus Victor matchup in general, how do you feel about how that stacks up?
Regarding Victor is a very interesting character. He has a lot of options, very, very versatile, very range heavy with having the sword and the gun at the disposal. But Steve Fox has a really good options of keeping their opponent in front of them and keep them from kind of being evasive. I mean, obviously the down back fours from Victor has a couple evasive properties. So it's one of those things, if Code Red can really use those options that Steve has to keep Victor in front of them and keep them from moving around and doing the stances and doing the little evasive moves, I think it's still in favor of Steve Fox. Victor is definitely on the losing end of that battle.
Yeah, definitely a tough mountain to climb, especially because gaming on you, I don't know if she has the kind of experience that Code Red does. Obviously, a Negan veteran in Tekken 7, but Victor is a pretty different horse. Horse of a different color for sure. A bit of a mix of Negan, Yoshimitsu, Raven, of course, boss of the Raven Ninjas. I don't know what their deal is in the lore. They're weird. But definitely a whole different angle to consider against someone like Code Red.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's on the train like me and Jackson Betta. He's been a pretty avid viewer around here. we've been wanting Negan back in Tekken 8 for a little bit now. I mean, obviously Negan being the strange guest character from a really popular TV show, The Walking Dead. I don't know. I thought he was amazing. It was a fun character to play, and it's where I get a lot of my my corpse from. If you hear me you'll kind of get a couple references that I got from playing Negan exclusively back in Tekken 7.
All the guest characters were hilarious, in my opinion. I loved them. Like Akuma, sure. Noctis, sure. Negan, why not? It was just wonderful. But speaking of wonderful, we've got Peeling versus Hardtech winners finals coming up, and this is gonna be a barnstormer, folks. I hope you've got your popcorn. I hope you've got your water, because you're not gonna want to leave your seat for a second. Here we go.
It's our first elongated set of the night. First to 3. Hardtech made winners finals last week. Had to go against Joe Crush. Now he's got to go against Peeling. Let's see how the results turn out this time. Good start already. He has a big life lead right now.
Yeah, Peeling tried to set up that wall flip a couple times. The second time it worked, but didn't really get him anywhere. Right back in the corner again. Goes for it again, but this time Hardtech reads it. A perfect. And I've been talking all night about going to the same well too many times. Hardtech knew what was coming and punished Peeling for trying it too often.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know what it is, but somehow Peeling likes to start off getting perfected pretty consistently, because I think every single match we've seen in top 8, Peeling has gotten perfected on the very first round. So,
yeah.
Obviously, and still making it here winners finals, so obviously it ain't over till the fat lady sings. Oh man, and the 1 down 3, the 2 rounds up for Hardtech. Like I said, don't count Peeling out, because this is kind of how most of the game started off for Peeling, and still being able to clutch it up and close out these sets.
Definitely. Peeling tends to start a little slow, but their strength is their ability to adapt and to modify themselves according to the opponent's game plan, and you can see them already trying to feel out Hardtech's rushing in, Hardtech's entries, going up against the wall, trying to find something they can do, but right now the pressure just continues. That pressure is there, the delayed gap slows things down a little, creates an opening for Art of Phoenix, gets the gray health down, Hardtech can't break that throw, catches the low, here comes Hypnotist, we might be seeing that adjustment already.
No way. No way!
Rage Art!
Made
Rage
the
Art!
comeback! Dude, what happened? Again, this is just how Peeling plays, I guess. Because, I mean, Hardtech had such a big life lead right there. I was like, okay, all he's going to do is pop his Heat Smash, be able to go and mix him up with the, like a down 1+2 or something. But Peeling, the tenacity to be able to come back right there. Phenomenal work. And he needs one more round to tie it up. It's looking a good start right now. Big life lead, looking for a perfect. Already a half life gone for Hardtech. Back to the wall. How are you going to deal with the Hypnotist? Oh my gosh, what are you going to do? The mid? Of course it's the mid. The safe. Mid. Is -10.
Hardtech freezing up a bit. And now it's tied just like that, and an oddly passive round from Hardtech, who seemed perhaps a little too surprised by Peeling coming back into things. Didn't seem to know what to do. Trying to create a bit of distance now, breaking the grab, trying to read Peeling, try to lure out the Art of Phoenix. Probably going to try to find a way to catch Peeling overextending. But Peeling is so defensive and evasive that he rarely overextends in the first place.
Yeah, he's not going to give you too many openings. You're not going to be getting a whole lot of whiffs from... Oh, goes over the Hypnotist low. And the only reason why I actually went over it because he delayed it a little bit. Because if he just did it right away, it actually does jail. It's guaranteed. It beats even Rage Arts. Uh-oh. Nice duck again. Perfect defense from Hardtech. But just like that, one more poke and another low to close it out. Again, Peeling was down 2 rounds to nothing, just like every single match we've seen it with Peeling, and still battles his way back. That's what I tell you, man. Don't give up until it says defeat on your screen.
Yeah, Peeling's reminding me of very defensive boxing in a way. The classic example is the rope-a-dope, putting yourself up against the rope, letting your opponent tire themselves out with punches, finding the opponent's rhythm, finding the opponent's game plan, when they like to press, when they like to go forward, when they like to hit buttons or hit you, as it were, and really force them to tire themselves out and overextend. You could see that in the early feeling out stage, perhaps a little surprised by Hardtech's aggression, but very, very quickly adapting. And I think that's just how Peeling likes to play Tekken, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, apparently, I mean, like I said, the way I've seen Peeling play, I've seen mostly the Lei Wulong, so I know Peeling does, obviously that's where the name Peeling derives from, is the Princess Ling, so...
Wouldn't that be Xiaoyu then? Ling Xiaoyu?
Uh-huh, yep, that's where it derives from, but you can see connection starting to slow down.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
The connection started to slow down a little bit, so it looks like they're going to try to reset. A lot of issues been going on right now. Server connection, so obviously not one of the players. But man, it's like I just saw a ghost.
Clearly, Heihachi coming back from the grave. He's taking revenge against this tournament.
Yeah, it's like my ranked games. Every time I see those, I'm like, as soon as I see that button that says hold to decline a match, I'm pressing, I'm mashing and holding that start button to try to decline it. And luckily, they were able to do the same thing. Worthy thing, I really enjoy that they've added that to the game. For those who don't know, if you guys get a really laggy connection and it's visibly laggy, for a brief second, if you look at the bottom left or right corner of your match, it'll tell you which button to hold, and it'll decline the match and just reset it and not give either of you a loss.
Yeah, that's very good, because in any game, sometimes connections are just so bad that you can't really get anything done. It could be Tekken, Street Fighter, Rocket League, Overwatch. The problem is there, anywhere where you need a stable internet connection, and very good that they have that. Obviously, Breakout Series and most tournaments don't allow Wi-Fi, but even with a wired connection, nothing's perfect, and sometimes stuff just happens.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, just like, I mean, with the Shinblade situation, I mean, normally he's streaming out here, so he has, normally good enough connection. He's been competing in a lot of these tournaments. He's been a past champion. It's just, situations just happen. You see Armor King in the background. It's like you guys like to mention. My kitty cat. Yeah. She'll make her way over here at some point in time. But again, great start from Peeling, being able to go down 2 rounds and still be able to turn it around and close out the first game. Phenomenal start.
Yeah, if you're hard tech, what do you think you're doing to change this up? Because obviously, 2 more games to deal with to potentially to find a way to stop Peeling. But Peeling's defensive awareness and ability to adjust on the fly is unreal. How do you stop this before the train just goes completely runaway on you?
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, he was doing really good he's playing very offensive, being very aggressive, with punishing a lot, just kind of getting Peeling to the corner and kind of abusing it. Punch Zabaki is a great start. I was just going to say, start using your Asuka tech. Start trying to get some Zabakis out, some parries, just to mix up the timing a little bit, just to really bait your opponent into swinging into things unnecessarily and getting those whiff punishes. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
no,
and hard tech with Asuka has a lot of counter hit and whiff punish options, so the problem is you're not going to catch Peeling pressing just to press. But there's going to be opportunities because nobody can play perfectly.
Oh, boy. Oh, man. You definitely said that right. Drops the combo off the wall. Punch Sabaki not going to pay off this time. Can! Oh, my goodness. Still has heat. No, too close to the wall. Should've just popped heat. Nice duck with the parry.
Gets behind him. Can't do anything with it, though.
So close right there. That combo was super unfortunate. He was so close to the wall. I don't know why he got a little too greedy trying to get the extra hit in there. Could have went straight into heat. Could have done a heat burst combo. Would have been enough to kill right there, especially with Rage. Ducks it. Nice punish. Could have got a little bit more, but it's okay. We got Tooth Fairy. Saved the day. To the wall. Bam. Ooh, trying to
window,
those
to
Tooth
the
Fairy.
wall.
Nice break. Peeling, testing people's throw breaks all day today. Now he's on the receiving end of said throws.
Tries to punish that back turn, but of course Peeling so many options with the back turn. Basically a whole new character. Got the heat dash coming in, but the blocks are there. Gets the air combo going all the way up to the wall almost. There we go with the wall splat. Peeling piling on the hurt. Can hard tech adjust? Can hard tech answer? No, he cannot. And right now, about to be a no-round brown for Peeling, unless Hard Tech finds a way back in this. And if he goes down 2-0, that's a very tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, Hard Tech needs to pull up Peeling right now. He needs to try to battle back from 2-round deficit, but not a good start right now. He's got a monster life lead. Still, should be able to go into heat here. Okay, down 1+2, misses the guaranteed follow-up, but it's okay. Down 4-2 here to save the day. Should be able to find the wall maybe. No, not quite.
Like
Still
it,
bad
not
range.
quite. Yeah, dropped it a little too early.
Oh, the back three! Wow, what a comeback! Okay, Hardtech still alive. And this is first of 3, guys, so not quite finished quite yet. We're in winners finals.
Something I saw in that last round that was promising is Hardtech anticipated that switch into Art of Phoenix, which Peeling will sometimes pop seemingly just to pop it, and was ready to punish it with the low kick. So if we see more like that, more attempts to read what Peeling's going to do, Hardtech might be able to stay in the fight.
Super unfortunate. Try to go for the back 3 and just go for the single. If he actually did the double back 3, I think it might have been enough. Because she can string it out. Ah! Okay. Remember when I said try to go for the parries and do some Asuka stuff? Disregard what I said, because it obviously did not pay off. The heat smash going right through that, because it's not only an airborne move, but it's one of those special moves, so they can't get parried. But dang, that hurt.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do when your character's main tool set is so thoroughly dismantled like this? Peeling's clearly been labbing the Asuka matchup a lot, because it seems like everything Hardtech does, Peeling has an answer.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Peeling, very skilled player, is one of the better, one of the top players here in North America, especially in the online scene. So it's one of those things. If you, if you get to play the highest of high levels like Peeling exclusively gets to do, he gets to play against a lot of these characters. And one of the most prominent, Asuka players out here, one of our top players in North America, is King Ray Jr. So it's one of those things. He's definitely had a few matches against King Ray. They played against each other quite often. Down 4-2, not going to pay off this time though. King Ray doesn't do that in my matches. Clean wall spike, yes sir. Just like I said earlier, okay, we're going to break the rich. Dang. Oh, dude. Oh, King not going to pay off. And a heat smash to close it out. Good stuff. Peeling 2 more rounds away from booking his ticket to grand finals. The whiffs back and forth.
Goes for the flip. Peeling likes to go to that well to force some distance or to close the gap or just to throw off the opponent. Not really needing it right now, though, because Hardtech can tend to stay in front of him and not really force a lot of action with the lateral movements, the angles, the sidewalk, but not really getting to either. I mean, look at this wall punch.
The mix. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's the super dangerous part about playing against Peeling, and especially playing against Ling in general. Set point for Peeling to move on to grand finals. Needs one more round to do it. Take a convincing 3-0 over Hardtech.
Yeah, but not if Hardtech has anything to say about it. The problem is the other player always gets a vote, but not able to stop the going into heat. But that was I was going to say that's a pretty good life lead, but it is already gone. Peeling so good at these comeback situations, already switching back and forth. Back turn is there, and right now going into the Hypnotist, gets her up against the wall, and that's it! I barely even got a chance to get that thought out before Peeling took it 3-0 over Hardtech. And right now, Hardtech waiting in losers finals for Game & Anya versus Code Red. Barely even knows what happened. That last game ended so fast.
Yeah, definitely got a hold of the momentum. Never let go. Pedal to the metal. You can definitely see, like I was saying, I mean, he has a very distinct knowledge of the Asuka, going against Asukas for a long time. Has the reps against one of the better North American players here in, throughout the country. So good stuff for him. Being able to take a convincing 3-0, but you saw Hardtech just got a little too desperate at times, starting to go for some stuff that you don't normally see. Like I said, we saw the parry. I know I told him to do it, but obviously we didn't see Hardtech ever try to go for that normal parry, and got snuffed out from Peeling. Just got playing way too patient for Hardtech to try to retaliate with and answer back.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some really good offense in those first couple rounds, but Peeling just adjusted so fast. Every round onwards was like a completely different game against a completely different player. It's almost like Peeling just gave him those rounds.
Yeah, give him that false sense of hope. It definitely plays a factor when you can play and adjust your play style mid-game. It makes a big difference, and like you said it perfectly. It's like playing a whole nother player. I mean, if you watch the game style from game 1, round 1 to this final round set, you can tell a big difference in how they play, and especially when when Ling gets the mix, the hypnotist stance, when she does that slow walk around, like that crawl around you, it's super dangerous to deal with because when your back is to the wall, if you try to duck, I mean, I think we're about to see it right here. If you try to duck at the wall, she can do the hypnotist too, and it wall splats you. It's guaranteed. You can guaranteed wall follow up and combo. And then if he does the low option, he still gets the little follow up after the low. So it's just super annoying to deal with and super oppressive in those situations because you never know what you're gonna do. Right here, yeah, you see, you try to duck, boom, clean wall splat, easy combo conversion, and you saw him mix it up time and time again, try to mix up with the back turn throw. He was doing waning moon so many times that he finally tries to duck it, gets launched, and that's gonna be a clean 3-0 win for Peeling. Moving on to grand finals.
Yeah, and Hardtech's been doing really well this tournament, but just went soft.
That is a mega pause situation, but I see where you're going with that.
It scared the cat, too. I saw her running around.
I know, she heard that. She's like, I'm running. But again, thanks again for you guys tuning in. Colonel Cake donating $5 to the Matcherino. My man.
Don't
Nice to
forget,
see
we
you out
still
here,
got
bro.
those codes.
Yeah, man, we got 27 codes still left remaining. But again, thanks to Colonel Cake, he's a competitor out here. I think he's made top 8 a few times out here. I think like 3 or 4 times he's made top 8. He's looking for his first win as well as me. So me and Colonel Cake, man, we're duking it out all the time. Every time we get in these online brackets, especially the Mexican brackets, Spanish-speaking countries, we're always wind up meeting each other somewhere in the winners or losers or grand finals. We're always meeting each other at the top there. So I'm excited to see him. He's my go-to translator. Every time somebody starts speaking Spanish, I'm like, Colonel Cake, I need you. Ayúdame. Como
Yeah,
estás?
sometimes I am commentating Anya's matches and tournaments and stuff, but I don't really speak Spanish. Lo siento, hablo en poco español, pero no muy bien. So I definitely need somebody there interpreting when I do that.
Oh, man. Good stuff, but just like that, man, we're down to our final 4 of the match. We're trying to see right now because in the Paragon tournament right now, we're waiting on the results between Joe Crush and Game and Anya to determine if we're going to go to break or not. So
Joe
we're waiting
Crush?
on that. Yeah, Joe Crush. He's actually still playing in the Paragon tournament.
Oh, right. We're talking about Paragon. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
no
got
worries.
confused for a second.
So we're gonna take a look at the bracket while we're waiting, so that way we can see how we got here so far and see where we're at. And as you can see, waiting in the winner side of grand finals is gonna be P-Ling.
Not at all surprised to see Peeling there. Obviously earns it every time. Comes to play like nobody's business. Earlier tonight, I was talking up the rivalry Peeling's got going with Joe Crush. It's very much a Ali Frazier situation, a Yankees Red Sox situation, and a Magic Johnson Larry Bird situation. Just we've got a hell of a rivalry brewing between them. And Peeling, maybe some mixed feelings on the fact that Joe Crush isn't going to be on the climb up in Breakout tonight. But who knows? Maybe runs into each other in Paragon because they split it 50-50s last week.
Yeah, and that's what's exciting to see because it's like we get our normal returning regulars out here like Shinblade, Peeling, Joe Crush, but then occasionally we get these new faces out here like Hardtech and Game and Anya and Code Red and Slowpoke making these runs out here and starting to put these kings to work a little bit, man. Because like I said, regardless of how the game ended up with Game and Anya and Shinblade, she still took a game off of Shinblade and still kind of made him work for it. Still was in a final game situation, regardless of how that situation ended up.
Yeah, and speaking of being made to work, Joe Crush over in Paragon had to complete a reverse sweep against Game and Anya. So right now we have a match. Game and Anya is coming back to face Code Red.
Dang, I was looking forward to eating my dinner, but looks like we're going straight into the next match. We're going to be going into probably the loser side, considering that's the only match we have. The loser semifinals. It's our last first of 2 of the night. It would be Game and Anya and Code Red, first of 2.
Weird that apparently we can hear you through my mic. I'm not sure what that's about. I'm trying to mess with the gain a bit, bring the audio down, bring the mic a little further from me.
It's all right. Who doesn't want to hear 2 of me? I know I want to hear 2 of me. No, my girlfriend
That's
doesn't.
weird because we weren't having that problem earlier.
Yeah, it just started. So glad it wasn't doing that the whole time though.
Oh,
So
absolutely, certainly.
with that being said, we can still talk about the Matcherino because, like I said, we got a $5 donation from Colonel Cake. So we've got only 17 codes left remaining now. So if you guys can log in, you guys can log in with your Twitch, your Discord, your YouTube, Facebook if you're an old head, and you guys can claim those free 25-cent codes that goes directly to the prize pool for the players here tonight. And if you guys have more money you want to donate, you can donate as little or as much as you like. There's also a couple campaigns like subscribing to Matcherino on YouTube. There's also some gear you guys can buy, and that will also directly contribute, and you can get some gear as well. So it's a give and take type deal. Yeah, so just look through there. You will do it by typing in exclamation point Matcherino, which I will do for you right now. Because sometimes I don't know how to spell it either. But tonight I'm on a winning streak when it comes to spelling. But yeah, there we go. Cool. Want to make sure I get my little rant out. We can see if the echo went away, and so it did.
Yep, looks like maybe I was holding the mic too close to my earbuds, to my headphones.
Yeah, whatever. We'll figure it out. Yeah, Slowpoke is right. Code is you're saying, I thought you were saying he's doing something right now like cooking, but no, he might actually be doing something where he's got to make his way back. So
All right, we get a little longer listening to our lovely voices, looking at our lovely faces, maybe hoping Armor King shows back up, because who doesn't love a good gamer kitty?
of course. Oh yeah, where's Armor King at?
I see her running around back there a couple times.
Well, I guess what we can look at the top 8. We could look at our most played characters in the top 8. So let's take a look at that, and we could see what our most prominent characters players are. This is obviously not up to date with our current, since we're in September, but this was according to August. I mean, you saw, like I said, we saw a myriad of Steve players. We have Code Red and Shinblade make winner's side top 8, so we're going to be seeing a lot more Steve. When it comes to Jack, I don't know. I feel like it's a lot of the Jack pick has been coming from Joe Crush.
Yeah, he's most of that Jack right now. I mean, we saw Commander Panda early tonight, but it's pretty much just that Joe Crush keeps entering and keeps destroying everybody. I mean, no wonder the man keeps double bracketing, because he just cannot stay fed on one bracket at a time.
Yeah, he keeps winning. When it
Being
comes
fed.
to, but I was gonna say, look at our bottom 3 characters. We got Yoshimitsu, Dragunov, and Shaheen. Again, Shaheen is one of those characters like we don't see a whole lot of Shaheens, but Shaheen isn't a bad character necessarily. Like if we look at the top levels of play, you see a lot of people still kind of sticking out with Shaheen. We got people like Okama, AK, and of course Rhythm here for North America, really sticking it out with Shaheen. And Shaheen's been a really crucial pick for them. I mean, they've been rocking the character through and through, and been looking really, really strong with the full slide game mix up.
Absolutely. The slide game is there. The ability to delete Ray health, which is super scary because it pretty much takes away a major tool of Tekken 8. And of course, Shaheen is a very fundamentals-based character. Lots of small Tekken, lots of fundamentals with the pokes and the strings. So a player who has great fundamentals like Rhythm, who can make super deep runs into Evo, is going to flourish with Shaheen, who is very much a no frills, do you know how to play Tekken kind of character.
But then, like I said, what really is, it sets the bar apart for North America compared to most of the world is our, I don't want to say lack of Dragunov representation, but lack of just Dragunov players in general. Because if you look at a lot of the European standpoint and a lot of the worldwide standpoint, especially the Pakistanis, the South Koreans, and the Europeans, all across the board, they always have a lot of Dragunov players. Not just representation, just the general player base loves to play Dragunov just because of how dominant he's been. But if you look at here in North America, everybody kind of just plays what they like to play. I mean, we see Peeling, one of the top players here in North America on the online side of things, sticking out with the Ling Xiaoyu, what he's been known for, along with the Lei Wulong, and also sticking out, trying out the Yoshi. And he's been looking really good with the Yoshimitsu.
Yeah, as far as North American Dragunovs, I mostly know Wizzy, who's been putting in tremendous work in all the online brackets, and Romanova, who's a pretty popular streamer and does decently in various tournaments. Very good personality, very fun to watch. But I'll tell you what's going to be fun to watch. Game and Anya versus Code Red, loser semis. Here we go. It's time for a match.
Our last first of two of the night. Robohead going against Code Red Steve Fox. Like I said, I was
changing that costume, Game and Anya.
Yeah, I appreciate the no balls dangling over the head to try to distract me. So I'm gonna duke it out right here. But Code Red has plenty of Victor knowledge, plenty of Victor experience, so not gonna be too foreign for him. Sheesh.
Yeah, Game and Anya playing a little tentative, which I know sounds funny to say when she is putting on this punishment clinic of Code Red.
Oh my goodness!
You can see her trying to find the openings and force the game to slow down a little compared to her experience against Shinblade. You know, Code Red kind of has the jabs coming, has the pokes coming, but Game and Anya being able to create a lot of angles, go low, force a lot of screen distance, and right now able to take the first round, catching Code Red trying to press.
Got a little dicey right there. You saw Code Red was instinctively ducking at full screen just because of the gunshot that the quarter circle forward 2 that Victor does have at their disposal. Pretty much one of the few projectiles in the game next to Nina. I think is the only other one that has like the gunshots out here. So you got to be kind of careful with how you want to approach. Melissa's got it too with the rocket arms. I know. You don't want to count those out. I know I'll get yelled at back 1+2. Doesn't use the heat for it, so is able to still keep the pressure going. Tornado, immediate talk to the shoulder.
Game and Anya's wall game has vastly improved from when we last saw her up against
teleporting.
Shinblade.
Wow!
Yes, the teleport's there too.
Try to launch just a little out of range.
Look at this pressure. It's like a different player.
Uh-oh, here we go. And the 1 down 3, man, I hate that string. It's a super common round ender for Victor, especially when you just need that one poke. Most people are going to just try to duck the jab, or not instinctively try to duck the jab. Wall running 2, finding its mark, caught you ducking, and now the sweep. Not going to duck it this time. 1+2 throw not broken.
Is she going to perfect Code Red? Seriously? He's just frozen up. He's having a hard time finding any buttons. Game and Anya takes the first game with a perfect. Code Red was just out in the cold.
I've never seen the outro say, "Who's paying for my dry cleaning?" That's awesome. That's hilarious. You're rich, man. You don't need to worry about dry cleaning. But yeah, super dominant round, 3 rounds straight, no round brown. Playing the Nicki Minaj in my head, but they're gonna run it back. New stage, new me. Midnight Siege.
A lot of corners for Victor to get hung up on. Not as much room to move around, which might be to Code Red's favor. I mean, you saw the teleporting, the distance control, the forcible creation of space. Code Red might need much tighter quarter to fight Game and Anya.
You definitely got it here. Gotta get from ducking this time. Not gonna. Oh, got a little too greedy with it. That is launch punishable. Full combo conversion. At the wall, we're gonna go into heat. No, not close enough. Uh-oh.
Wow, just straight into the rage art as like almost the first thing she does this round. I mean, you can't falter for her balls, can you?
Mm-hmm. We saw them above her head last time. So, ooh, he tried to go for the sweep again. Not gonna pay off. Going for the 2 throw to close it out. I think he was expecting the heat smash to come out right there, but he's gonna take it either way and still be able to close up that round.
Yeah, and I mean, who expects to be thrown by a Steve? So I don't blame Game and Anya for being caught by that.
Ooh, caught you ducking. Wall running 2, keeping the pressure going. Mid-high is guaranteed to jails right afterwards, so you can't duck it afterwards. Just like that, caught you ducking this time. Easy combo conversion. Tying it up here in round count. Second game with a perfect.
Game and Anya definitely starting to warm up, and you can see the Negan influence on this game style. But right now, Code Red trying to keep her from having any opportunity to press buttons. Keep her up against that wall. Keep her in the clinch. Got the two-face going. Game and Anya just not able to do anything. Gets the rage art again.
Another one.
Hits him again with it too. I mean, Code Red's going to start blocking these eventually. They're going to start looking for them eventually because this just comes out as soon as Game and Anya goes into rage.
It's not a bad option. It resets to neutral. Wall running 2 is going to get sidestep. Sonic Fang. Yeah, it's one of those things. That's another common round ender for Steve Fox players right there is that down 2-1. But just like that, 2 rounds here for Code Red. Looking to tie up the set. No punish on the wall rising 2. Immediately doubles it up. Gaming on you. Going crazy right now. She's looking to try to close out the set. There you go. Armored through it.
With it though.
It's over. He got a lot of the health back. Nice duck on the down back 4. Full launch conversion.
All that gray health is coming back. Maybe not so much. Maybe I spoke too soon. Gaming on you, trying to keep him in the corner. Gets the sweep going.
I don't know if he's trying to do a get up kick. He has to get up a set point here for Gaming on you. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Alma still mash 2, even in stance. Wall rising 2. 2s all day. I got one button in a dream. No, he caught him. She's looking to close it out.
Go. Gonna close it out.
Explosion!
With a perfect. What a lethal end to the set. Code Red hardly in it. I mean, that was a clean 2-0. Not totally one-sided, but Code Red at several points just seemed frozen over. Gaming on you, just running roughshod.
Yeah, when you're playing against Victor, you're watching peak Victor gameplay right here. So you gotta just really mix up the armor moves. Back 1+2, it's a safe high. Power Crush, Heat Engager, one of the better ones in the game. She's got really good options in terms of combo conversion since they've changed how Victor's combo routes work. She's got really good poke tools like the down back 4. You see that sword right there? Even if you block it, does a massive amount of chip damage. And as you can mix up at any point in time with the low sweep, and if you try to duck it, she's got a myriad of mids that she can really put at the disposal, like the wall running 2 right there. It is a counter hit launcher, just like Claudio's in a bit. But again, gaming on you, just being able to control the narrative. Just when you saw the offense going in favor of Victor, like I said, it is all Victor gameplay.
Yeah, and I think something that you brought up before comes into play. She was just fighting Shinblade and unfortunately won via DQ because of the connection. And that is a much higher level Steve than Code Red. No hate to either one of them. So I think between rounds, Gaming on you kind of leveled up and saw a lot of the same old tricks and was able to adjust to them and just outfox Steve.
Yeah, man.
I know I used that one before. I can't.
All good. I'll take it. It still works, man. It still works.
Yeah, it does.
But yeah, Gaming on you. Moving on to losers finals. She's making her losers run out here. I think she got sent to losers kind of like pretty relatively early. I think it was to like either Peeling or one of the dudes on the winners top 8. But either way, she's looking really strong, really solid right now. And obviously, she's one round away from making it into grand finals. Her first ever grand finals out here at Breakout. But we're going straight into losers finals. All first to 3s from here on out. Seaside Resort. Gaming on ya with the Victor Xavier. And Hardtech with the Asuka.
That's an interesting one. What do you think of Victor versus Asuka?
Same thing. I think it's one of those things. If you can get the offense going with Victor, it's really easy to maintain that offensive pressure just because he has weapons in his hands. What can Asuka not parry? Weapons. So it pretty much eliminates a lot of the parry options. There you go. Finally ducking
right
out
now,
one of those things I forgot to do.
Yeah, Hardtech is not letting things come to parries. You got the duck unders, you got the low options, Gaming on you in rage, but Hardtech is not allowing her to have an opportunity to go for that rage art like we've seen she's so fond of.
Wow.
Right now the wall game is definitely there. The heat is there for Gaming on you. The momentum is there. Might be about to take this first round. I'm running out. Lots of gray health there.
Had to take that throw.
Grab.
Whoa!
Broken. Low kicks.
Oh my goodness. Super risky. She could have went for the can. If she went for the can right there, it actually does low crush, so it would have worked right there. But down 4-2 from out of nowhere. Gaming on you. Good life lead right now, especially with this wall combo. Et bon appetit. Look at that chip damage, man. Whoa, she canceled it. Oh gosh.
Now Hardtech is forced onto the back foot by this onslaught. Already almost back against the wall. Manages to get some offense going. Brings the Gaming on you into the corner. Almost breaks through those surfboards. Shatters the bow. Sorry, whoever owns that bow. But not able to get through that light fleet. I mean, Gaming on you is just so fast with these attack options.
like I said, yeah, when she gets that early lead, she loves to keep the pressure going, and that's, like I said, that's Victor's MO. You want to keep the pressure going, keep going into stance, keep mixing them up, because there's, like I said, a ton of options that she can use. It does a ton of chip damage as well. 1+2 going to get broken here from Artek. Keeping the range while running 2, and the sweep again.
It's an interesting match with Hardtek's style, too, because he's such an aggressive Asuka, so in your face. But Damon Anya seems to be able to counter that approach beautifully while not having to worry about Asuka's punishment game or counter game.
Especially being able to take the parries out of the equation. It's a big option. Generic throw coming into play here. You gotta be paying attention. 1+2, neutral, not close enough for the wall splat. Down back 4, gonna get ducked and launched. Clutch block right there from Hardtek. That would have been dead if he did not duck that.
See, that's what we were talking about, where Hardtek might benefit from slowing the pace a little and playing a little more defensive. Don't just hurdle, this is not the kind of game for that. But the blocks are there, can't do much with the parries, but you can force whips, punish openings, and you can find opportunities to press.
Oh!
Because if Hardtek doesn't find those opportunities, this game's gonna be over.
Oh gosh. Can again, going over the load. See, that's what I was talking about. The last time if Hardtek did that, would have been dead. You get up, you can't get up there. The tech roll, the launch, super combo. Yes, Rage Art. I got Rage Art for you. Gaming on you. Playing it way too aggressive right there. Try to spring kick, got a little too greedy trying to close out that round and gets launched for it. And Hardtek taking us to a final round, game 1.
Yeah, see what I mean about forcing Game Anya to press and waiting for the opportunity and catching Game Anya in the act, not just pressing the attack to press the attack. Now that Hardtek's playing a little more defensively, not a lot, but a little, adding a little more defensive spice to the mix, getting much better results.
Oh boy. Searching for counter hits. People have been
Hardtek
here all
kinda
night.
waiting.
Look at it. Oh my goodness, generic throw again, finding its mark. Oh, down 1+2, whiffs off the down back 4. Gaming on you, searching. Needs one more hit. He's gonna do the sweep again. I thought the sweep, the flow out of the explosion. Taking her to the wall.
Results going for the sweep. I mean, Hardtek was clearly sitting on whatever he just did.
Oh my
Whatever she
goodness.
just did.
Can! Wow, what a call out. Gaming on you, I
And
think tried to
just
do
like
the back
that.
1+2.
Yeah, the cans came back out, the whiff punishment came back out. Hardtek just starting to play more defensive, calmed down a little, and was able to break through the storm that is gaming on you. And that is just quite the adjustment to make on the fly. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously
'Cause-
taking some influence from peeling there.
Yeah, because again, Gaming on you was 2 rounds up right there. It was looking bleak. It was looking like a really quick 3-round straight for Gaming on you. But once Hardtek, like you said, you just need to play defensive just for a second, just for a minute to get a whiff punish, get your feet underneath you and kind of mix up your opponent, put them in the blender. And again, these cans. I know I was talking about the parries not really making too much of an impact during this game, but the cans are definitely here to stay.
Yeah, definitely. Don't want to come to them too often, but they have been a very important addition to the dish.
Here we go, back on Seaside Resort. They randomed and still got the same stage. I really hate that about the game. Sometimes it will not change the stage for you. Open up at the low. Oh man, they said that down back 4 attempt when Victor does the kick and his launch punishable if you can duck it. But obviously it's a very, very risky when you're dealing with a very aggressive Victor like Amon. She can really mix you up. But here we go, back 1+2. Immediately spinning the heat.
Good thinking from Hardtek,
Can
doing some
again!
angles there. And yeah, there goes the can. That is starting to come out more and more often now that Game On is not blocking it, not thinking about it. If you show your opponent you can't handle an option, they're going to go to it again and again until it stops working.
Exactly. I mean, if they're not going to answer to it, why stop it? It ain't broke, don't fix it. But just like that, Game On, you're starting off the round with their own hop kick. We haven't seen too many victors using the hop kicks, but ducks the sweep. Again, got a little too greedy right there. Very high risk, not going to kill, not really worth going for that in that situation. But obviously, Hardtek going to drop the combo, a low off axis, generic throw again. And that can be broken with a 1. That can be broken with a 1 or a 2. So you got to be paying attention to that. Look at the arms.
Artek was a little too eager to rush in and try to finish things off, and Game and Anya was able to capitalize. So we see from both of these players that they are very aggressive and very offensive, but perfectly capable of slowing down the pace and being a little more defensive to react to what their opponent's going to do. So that's going to make this a very interesting stylistic matchup. Very much the same kind of player.
All right, here we go. Again, Game and Anya looking to tie up the set right now with one more round. Got caught with the down forward 2. Should be able to find the wall here. He should.
Hope you're comfortable, chat. We're clearly going to be here a while.
Chip damage coming into play. Caught you pressing. That does guarantee right after the counter hit. Looking for the wall spine. Not going to find it, but it's okay. Forward 1+2 has plenty of range. Check out my sword.
I feel like you shouldn't be allowed to bring a sword to a fist fight.
See, that's where you're wrong, buddy boy. That's where you're going to be minus on frames. My sword puts me at a +1 advantage. Oh, man. Yeah, cans really drive anybody crazy. Medusa being one of our Oscar representatives out here as well. So she knows how to really tick people off with that annoying move.
Yeah, it definitely seems to have worked on Game and Anya, who was amping up the aggression in response to those cans. We're going to see what adjustments Hardtech might make. But, of course, a lot of Tekken left to play. And Hardtech ramping it up, turning up the heat to try to cook Game and Anya.
Woo! Speaking of cooking, ducks down back 4. Looking for the wall, not going to find it. Ooh, big whiff. Whoa. No parry. Chip damage, caught you ducking. Sweeps it and then combos off the wall? Okay. I did not know that.
Something new every day.
The sweep again. Wow, what on earth? That damage was crazy. She wasn't even in rage and that one hit actually killed.
Sometimes that's all it takes in Tekken 8. Just one good hit.
But again, Game and Anya, that's what I'm saying. The tenacity to keep going for that sweep, even though it got ducked and launched twice now, and it got canned one of those times, she's still going to it. And that's what I was telling you. You need to have the confidence. And even though your move gets blocked, you don't go to it too often, but you still use it. It's still a viable resource. Uh-oh, she caught him again. Dang.
Here comes the Rage Art, finally. Game and Anya's been sitting on that, but we saw in the previous match against Code Red that is a very lethal tool in Game and Anya's hands. Loves to bring it out to reset the momentum.
Oh, man, she's doing a really good job right now. She could really turn the tide back 1+2. Oh, my goodness, trying to go for it again. She's going to get counter hit, though, off the low. Nice tech roll. Oh, my gosh. What a duck. Back 1+2. The heat smash. Game and Anya coming back with the amazing clutch rage out right there and closing it out with the heat smash. Looking to take a 2-1 lead right now. What a duck, but no launch. Not quick enough. You got to be really quick on that duck. It's a really tight window. Back 1+2. Oh, boy.
Trying to fight out of the corner, trying to find a way
Nice!
to Game and Anya's defense. The cans come out. Those keep working on Game and Anya. Keep giving leapfrog. I'm sorry, I don't know why I said leapfrog. Keep giving Game and Anya all sorts of trouble, and that damage is piling up. More cans, more mix-ups, more KOs, more tech.
My man, they want to keep it going for sure. Hard tech looking to try to tie it up here. One more round. These down back 4s really paying off. Forward 2 just to catch him ducking. Caught him out of the air, not able to convert off there, but it's okay. I got my own armor. I got my own back 1+2. Check it out. Can, not paying off this time. The one time out of the past, like 6 attempts. Armor versus armor. What on earth is going on? There's so much armor and so much glass breaking right now.
Armor versus armor, heat versus heat, aggression versus aggression, wall pressure versus wall pressure, and a final round. These two so evenly matched.
Yeah, swinging back and forth, blow for blow. Armor, power crush for power crush, dude. These guys are just going at it. Gaming on you. She found the mark. To the wall. Not able to convert. A little too close. Big whiff. Nice punish. Tooth Fairy didn't launch. She could have launched right there. It's launch punishable. The can. No. And so for those who don't know, the can is a low high. So the first hit actually whiffed and which was the low part of the string. So if the first part would have connected, the second part would have actually broke through that armor and launched. But because only the high part hit, she was already committed to the armor. It went through it, and gaming on you, staying alive right there and clutching it out and taking game 3.
Yeah, and you were talking about Hardtech getting more confident with the cans, with opening up the offense with that. But I had been worried that confidence would be too much, and that he would start going to that too often, and start going to that so often that Game & Anya would have a counter ready. That seems to be what happened at the end of that game.
I mean, honestly, if Game & Anya was a tad bit closer, it actually would have worked. So I don't know if it was maybe it was a read, maybe it wasn't, but either way, Game & Anya is going to take it. Not going to take it this time though. Finds the can again.
Sometimes you just get unlucky.
That's honestly how I felt. I felt really bad for Hardtech because that was the good read right there. Back 1+2, like I said, still using it the whole time. Dual back 3, clean wall splat. Might be enough damage. Doesn't even need the wall.
Engage. Doesn't need the wall, doesn't need the can, doesn't need Game & Anya, takes a round.
Back 1+2 again, just round start. Starting to mix up throws a little bit. Hardtech caught a couple throws earlier on, going for like the 2 throws. Obviously the 1+2 throw gonna get tech from Game & Anya. I know my one command grab too. Tracker. Gotta be careful with the tracking moves. You see that little green ring, it means it's a tracking move. Caught him with the counter hit, doesn't break the wall. It's okay. 2 throws saves the day.
Pulls Game & Anya right off that wall, but not much luck against the lows. Tries to come in. Game & Anya starting to change levels a little, change angles a little.
Nice.
Right now
and
fighting
the
right in front of each other. And you are right. An absolutely lovely conversion there to put our tech up 2 rounds.
And Game & Anya starting to go back to the roots a little bit. Stove going to go back to the low. Forward 4-2, not going to pay off right there. Back 1+2, going to get snuffed out with my own armor. Wow, wall running 1+2 going to whiff. A little out of range. Explosion! No launch! What? Yeah, that up 1+2 is actually unsafe. It is launch punishable and not in heat. Hardtech, no launch. Very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, but carried all the way back to the wall, blocks the spring kick. Both of them fighting a bit too deep. That generic throws out, creates some angles by force, and punishes Hardtech for being so linear.
Hardtech needs one more round to try to tie up the set. Like I said, first to 3 out here. Game & Anya can close out the set right here and move on to grand finals with 2 more rounds. Doesn't need to take it to extra innings if she doesn't want to. She's in control of her own destiny. Right here in the perfect whip punish the down 4-2. That's a Negan player if I've ever seen one. Bow.
I wonder if we're seeing Hardtech fight a little more recklessly, because sure, 1 round away from tying it up, but 2 rounds away from going home. And that is your back up against the wall, and you're starting to look for anything that'll work. And Game & Anya with the low kick onto set point, potentially going and facing Peeling in grand final.
Hardtech trying to stay alive right here. Wants to take us to an extra final game. Caught you ducking. Nice conversion. We're going to break the wall. Yes, we are. That's perfect because that's on your side too.
Fighting like this, we might get that final game.
Oh my gosh, that down 4-2 going to get sidestepped. Not going to get launched. Caught you ducking.
Bit of a hesitation from Hardtech there, just kind of backs off and watches Game & Anya, and that health is so
Oh my
low.
gosh!
By the sweep again. That's it. That's it. It's gonna be it.
Oh man, trying to go for the can to try to close it out. We saw Game & Anya, the constant down back 4s. Finally caught you ducking, went for the forward 2 just to close out the round right there. With all pressure all day, and Game & Anya moving on to grand finals. First time here in grand finals.
Yeah, and you could see the confidence that you were talking about, because Hardtech pausing for that moment and seeming to hesitate and consider his options ultimately cost him the game and the set, because didn't punish it. Game & Anya was wide open for something, but Hardtech was just kind of pausing and waiting and seemed to be watching for what would happen next. Unfortunately, just gave up the initiative at the worst possible time.
Yeah, and like I said, it was one of those things, it came down to the wire. It could have been nerves. Like I said, another very close match. But again, these guys been duking it out all night tonight. It's getting late out here. So with that being said, we're going to take it over to a short break. And when we get back, we're going to go straight into grand finals. So stay tuned. It'll be me and K-Vox on the mic for the rest of the night here, guys.
like the threat.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Yeah, take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here again for the grand finals breakout series. Thanks again to Joe Crush for raiding out here. Congrats on the win at Paragon. But here we are. He had to defeat Peeling, but Peeling gets a second chance. He's in grand finals on the winner's side here, going against Gaiman Anya. Pretty unlikely pick. I know for a lot of people's expectations and how the bracket's going to turn out, we weren't expecting to see Gaiman Anya to make grand finals. Obviously, not to talk badly about her, but just seeing how stacked the competition here. We had a 66-man tournament out here, and to see one of the strong females out here, Gaiman Anya, make the glorious run to grand finals. Super exciting, man.
Yes, absolutely. And we've been talking through much of the night about the possibility of dark horses, about how on any given game day, anybody can beat anybody, how all that matters is how you're doing and how you're feeling on the day. Records don't matter, characters don't matter, history doesn't matter. What matters is how you play today. And Gaiman Anya is being a threat to anybody today.
Yeah, I think Gaiman Anya actually made top 8 of the Paragon bracket as well. So obviously, if you guys were just coming in from that stream, definitely going to be seeing some returning faces out here. A lot of these players like to try and double bracket out here. So obviously very consistent throughout. So we're coming down to the wire. And for those just tuning in, if you guys can claim those Matcherino codes, we have only 17 codes left. All the money goes directly to the players here tonight. So if you guys can do that, that would help out a ton. But
and
here we go.
Speaking of our players, right into it. Peeling versus Gaiman on you. Gaiman on ya. What a mountain we've climbed to get here, and it is time for grand final.
Gaiman Anya, loser side, with the victor, going against Peeling, rocking the Ling Xiaoyu, winner side of grand finals. Let's go. First to 3.
These options from Gaiman Anya might be very helpful with preventing spacing that Peeling likes to work with. Preventing Peeling from doing stuff like this, but it's not going to work. The Rage Heart comes right out, borrowing from Gaiman Anya's playbook, just spending that rage as soon as he gets it, and that takes the round. What a way to put an exclamation point on the start of Grand Finals, telling Gaiman Anya the size of the mountain he's got to climb.
Yeah, like I said, Gaiman Anya has been kind of the one that's been rocking a lot of these Rage Arts lately through tonight. Been popping the Rage Art, but getting a taste of their own medicine right here. Peeling, looking to close out the tournament. Needs only a first to 3 here to close it out. Gaiman Anya coming from the loser side of the bracket. Back 1+2, counter hit. Oh, God.
And while we've been watching this, Paragon FGC also rated us out, so I just want to say thank you very much to the kind people of Paragon. Thanks for the love. We obviously return it whenever we can.
Oh, Hypnotist goes to the low! And because it was clean hit, gets a full combo conversion. 2 rounds up here for Peeling. Looking good. Looking to close out the first game. Wow. That was Ball Rising 1.
Peeling got the raid power-up. Got the power-up from all these people coming in.
Yeah, man. Like I said, Peeling just came from a second place finish at Paragon. Back 1+2, gonna go through the armor. Oh, while running 2, gonna whiff. Not gonna spend the heat though. Ugh. What a whiff. What's the mix? Another low? Of course. Why wouldn't we? Close it out with simple combo.
Likes to come into Hypnotist and force the low, and just like that, a very routine no-round brown from Peeling, really setting the tone to start this off. Gaiman Anya seems unusually hesitant, given the extreme aggression we've seen from her during her matches on stream.
Yeah, like I said, really strong start from Gaiman Anya, but obviously Peeling having the answer for it. All the guessing, you guessed right, man. It's the Hypnotist, full 50-50 mix. You can't Rage Art through, you can't try to throw. All the options will actually get snuffed out. And don't want to get counter hit on a lot of those situations. Not really going to benefit in any way, shape, or form.
We also can't discount the psychological angle, because a good defensive, evasive player like Peeling makes you feel like you have no options, makes you feel like anything you press is going to get punished, nothing you can think of is going to work. You get in your own head, and suddenly you can't press anything.
Round one.
Amalat, what's good, my man? Hope you had a good night. I saw you commentating. Welcome back. Nice to see you. Here we go. Starting off strong already. Oh, man. 2-2-2-2. Ducks the sweep. Oh, no. Like I said, Damon Anya has been using that pretty consistently, and the down back fours, a lot of really high-risk lows. Finally going to get ducked and launched. Yep, of course. I was just going to say, Healing done the low 2 consecutive times in a row. Of course he's not going to do it the third time. Going to meet you at the mid, catch you at the wall, clean wall splat, ducks the down back 4, another low I was just talking about. Oh, no.
So dangerous with the lows, with the back turn, with the moving into Hypnotist. Not bringing out AOP a lot, or the usual wall flips and normal distance crossing flips. He just doesn't need them against Damon Anya. Just keeping her up against this wall, keeping her smothered under the pressure, keeping her from pressing any buttons, and gets a perfect for the treble, already knocking on the door of 2 games. And this could be a very fast grand final if Damon Anya can't find an answer to this defensive pressure, to this small Tekken, to Peeling's sheer slipperiness.
Oh my goodness. Dude, keeping the pressure going. Another mid. You got to be careful. That's safe. And that was going to break the floor anyways. And another perfect and another quick game for Peeling. Peeling wants to go to bed. He is pissed. He wants that win immediately.
Yeah, I can't imagine that losing another Paragon to his rival put him in a good mood. He's like, okay, let's get Breakout over with. Who the hell is gaming on ya? I'm sending her home.
All right, but let's see how it's going to finish out here, man.
I mean, this is becoming a question of what can Gaming Anya even do. That's not to discount Gaming Anya. That is just talking about the sheer pressure and dominance of Peeling so far. What options do you see for Gaming Anya? What can she do here?
Like I said, she's doing a whole lot of the stuff that was working against Hardtech because Hardtech was not willing to commit to the ducks. Peeling is willing to commit to the ducks and going into AOP to avoid a lot of the mids. So you need to start doing a lot more safer Victor options. Oh, just like that. Nice patience and ducking on the string. Peeling was trying to test him. See, he did the mid option last time, so he's trying to see if he's going to duck this time, and he did. So if he can try to commit to some, if she can duck to some more mids, commit to some more mids, I think it would be a lot safer option, a lot more opportunities.
Yeah, but there's nothing mid about Peeling's gameplay, so Gaming Anya's really going to have to step it up. Peeling idle in AOP for a bit, waiting for Gaming Anya to do something. Here comes the Rage Art, it lands!
Wow,
Gaming
that
Anya
was a
stealing
call out
some
and a half.
precious momentum.
I have never seen that before. Do the spring kick into immediate, like basically a get up Rage Art. That was incredible call out right there. Popping the heat. We're gonna use the heat smash. Explosion! How did that not work? Wow, backward +2, going underneath the AOP, or going over the AOP. Healing, 2 more rounds away to close out this tournament, walk away with a win.
Peeling's reads are unreal right now, and look at that, the raw AOP, just daring Gaming Anya to come in on him, and just daring him to press a button, and punishing him when he does, into Hypnotist, into the AOP again, whipping everything is Gaming Anya, tries the Rage Art, flips over it!
It flipped over
it!
And
no
rage.
Just like that, with a perfect Peeling knocking on the door of the tournament point. Already about to send it all home. Flips over Gaming Anya again. Takes the initiative. Drives Gaming Anya all the way back. Nothing Gaming Anya can do. Here comes the heat. And right now, all the momentum is Peeling's. That health is getting so low. We might be having a very early night here at Breakout Series.
One more hit, goes to the mid. Caught you pressing again. It is safe. You don't want to swing into it. And closing it out with a perfect Peeling. Taking it 3-0 and being our Week 5 Breakout Series champion. Closing it out.
Such a dominant grand final that it sent my co-commentator 10 weeks back into the past.
Did I really go that far back?
You said Week 5. It's Week 15.
It's late out here, man. It's midnight. Oh, man. I'm saying I got so excited. I went backwards in time, man. But look at this replay. It went by so quickly. I mean, again, Game and Anya was working her magic at the beginning of the set, but again, Peeling just being able to be just as elusive and just as annoying with the annoying with the AOP, consistent lows, being able to close out those rounds right there. Like I said, Peeling just pure excellence in the way that he likes to be elusive with the Ling Xiaoyu.
Yeah, absolutely. And Game and Anya just didn't seem to know what to do. Just froze up a lot of the time. And any button she pressed, Peeling was ready for it. I mean, it was just an absolute defensive masterclass. At some point, it seemed like Peeling was just showing off. All those raw AOPs just kind of posing in front of Game and Anya, just going, look, I'm going to make you whiff. Look, you just whiffed. Look, nothing you can do can touch me. It's like all those games that Peeling played where he got double perfected to start them off, got under his skin. And look at this. Reads the range art, flips right over it, and just like that, takes the perfect, and there we go. And we're about to see the double perfect to end the entire tournament. And just like that, it was like it was a ranked game and not grand finals. I don't even have a pun for this one because the gaming was just off ya tonight for Peeling.
Yeah, like I said, Game and Anya had a really good run coming up to here. I mean, had to deal with a juggernaut that would have been Peeling. Peeling, like I said, just coming off a second place finish, being able to reset the bracket with Joe Crush in there. But again, it was crazy how. I mean, Jay said it right. Peeling was pissed, man. He really wanted that win in the Paragon side of things. Not able to walk away with that, but coming here and just showing pure dominance. A very dominant 3-0. I don't know for sure, but I think that might have been 9 rounds straight.
Something like it. I mean, yeah, I think that was 9 rounds straight. It went by so fast, I don't think I caught all of them. And poor Game and Anya with such an incredible performance to get here, beating such strong players. Shinblade, Code Red, Hardtech, just didn't seem to know what to do. Didn't seem to have an answer.
Yeah, let's take a look at the tail tape real quick just to close out the night so we can see how we ended up here with Peeling being the champion.
Now the 2-time champion, Week 12 and Week 15.
Yeah, Week 12 and Week 15, thank you. So 2-time champ out here. So Peeling, like I said, very dominant. Went down to the wire against Shinblade, taking it to 2-1 in the winter semifinals, going to 3-0 in Hardtech, and of course 3-0 in the grand finals. And Gaming On You making the losers bracket miracle run all the way to grand finals, only to get pub stomped by the champ himself, now 2-time champ.
But look, there's no shame in losing to Peeling of all people. That's like if I got in a boxing ring and I got in my feelings about losing to Muhammad Ali. That's like if I took up the beautiful game of association football and got sad that Lionel Messi scored a goal on me. That's like if I tried F1 and got laughed by Max Verstappen. You know, there's no shame in it.
But here we can take a look at our September events. I believe this is our first one, our first September event. So obviously these are going to be changing once we go to our next tournament next week. But obviously Steve having the #1 pick again with tons of Steve representation. But now we're starting to see some new faces: Asuka, Victor, Zhao Yu, and King. Interesting. I wonder how long it's going to stay like that.
One can only guess. I mean, you'd think King would get a lot more representation with how many people complain about him online and with great runs by players like Slowpoke and Papilla, but sometimes the numbers just aren't there. I mean, Hardtech and King Ray Jr. doing such great work with the Asuka. Game and Anya just put in a monster performance on Victor, and of course, Steve is always old reliable.
But yeah, that's going to wrap it up here with us tonight. You guys can take a look at all these stats and more are all available through the Discord. I think they're updating on the website at some point in time. Don't ask me the web link because I am tired. But again, we still have a ton of codes left. I think we have 15 codes left in the match arena. So if you guys can claim those before you guys head to bed, that would be greatly appreciated. Like I said, all the money goes straight to the players and all the VODs will be uploaded to the YouTube. You guys can stay up to date with all the socials. It's in the chat. My man Craze is already way ahead of it. Again, thanks to the TOs for keeping things running smoothly. I know it's 12 a.m., but obviously that's still pretty early considering how we usually finish like around the 1 time zone. We almost hit 2 that one night. So I'm super excited to be going to bed on a pretty decent time tonight. I don't know about UK Vox.
Reasonably.
Anything else to say?
Just thank you all for tuning out because you people watching, you people coming every week, really make this what it is. I mean, if nobody was here to see the show, what would be the point of putting on the show? Make sure you redeem those Matcherinos. Make sure that you keep up the love and support of Tekken. Keep supporting our wonderful TOs and support yourselves. Make sure you get good sleep, eat right, hydrate, stretch, take regular breaks from your gaming, and of course, continue your lovely support. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.
Double XL up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man, moving too quick. Keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold on ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies on facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Never evolved. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. Fall back, hold our ground where we at. Yeah, no lies on facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back.
Never wanted a king, I just wanted to leave. They wanted me to change, I just wanted to be me. Now they want me in chains, I just wanted to be free. And they turned a blind eye, well now I want them to see. I ain't here to make friends, I just need to make amends. Yeah, the odds stacked against me, I'm just here to break the trench. Bring them weapons in, since my melanin got them questioning what's best for them. When the record ends, I be reckoning. Wanna see us up, the system made to fail. I'm on my way to heaven, but for now I give them hell. Where I'm from, 21, you either dead or in jail. It feel amazing looking at they faces when you prevail. What more do you want from me? Couple sins from my past, they been haunting me. I'm a legendary song, you gon' get all of me. Load it up, you gon' get this work at market fee. Matter of fact, it's all for free. Calm down, nah, here I go. I've been shooting up the screen like I'm setting picking rows. They see me listed with the freshest. It's cool, they didn't know. Leave a seed outside, man, it's guaranteed to grow. I'm about to blow. Doc, hold on, wait a minute, now I'm strapped in. I done seen the light, so grab a camera for the action. Learn to play the hand, I was dealt in my advantage when the cards in my hand. Every move is a gambit, understanding what's a king. He can't recognize his queen. As Ezekiel, what's a king? Who don't really got love for the people? What's a king? Who ain't ready to go and fight against the evil? What's a king? He don't know another king is supposed to lead you. Thought we would be there from this. They ain't know we bred for this. They sending the policy. apologies, tell us in that recompense. Everything seems fair, love and war. Thought they gave me all they had, we're telling them send some more. You got something you'll live for, means more when it's something you'll die for. With this life I'ma give more, cause it's a lot of people I'ma ride for. Been fighting all my life for, I'm ready. Prepared for the pain and the strife for, I'm ready. You really want me, come and get me, for I'm ready. Understand I got a million soldiers with me, for I'm ready. Some family in a box, other family members boxed up, but no matter the circumstances, promise that won't stop us. Life like Super Mario, from underground I popped up. Shoulda level up every time I make the block jump. Royal we paid for the royalty like ass cap. Dividends invested in myself like I'm the NASDAQ. Never tripping, I'm setting traps on my demise. To it all, I'm Forrest Whitaker, I barely bat an eye. Yeah, push me to the limits, I may bend, but I never fold. I'm a living witness to the greatest story ever told. At the verge of dying, but the lessons life provided made me learn and floss up. So the line in the looks better go. Life becomes legacy, so what hill will I die on? Told you I am legend, so my son will be an icon. Snapshot of the vision, better focusing like Nikon. Here to make a difference that keep living after I'm gone. You got something you'll live for, means more when it's something you'll die for. With this life I'ma give more, cause it's a lot of people I'ma ride for. Been fighting all my life for, I'm ready. Prepared for the pain and the strife for, I'm ready. You really want me, come and get me, for I'm ready. Understand I got a million soldiers with me, for I'm ready.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Okay?
You know, sometimes this life can get rough. You get knocked down, but you gotta get up, keep going. I'd have been knocked down 1,000 times, yeah, I traveled around 1,000 miles, feeling so tired, but you know I can't stop now. Came way too far, won't throw in the towel. It ain't looking real good, but I won't give up. Pac said that I gotta keep my head up, so I ain't going nowhere, yeah, I'm standing right here. Demons all around, but I ain't got no fear. You can kick me down, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down, we going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. In the fire now, but I won't be burned. I was waiting for this, and now it's my turn. Sweat on my face, blood in my eyes. Been underground, now I aim for the sky. Don't quit now, you can last longer. All these wounds only making you stronger. Don't give up now, yeah, you gotta climb. But we give it to all until the end, until the end of time.
We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. Till the end of time.
Yeah. Been through a whole lot, but we overcome. Enemies in our face, but we ain't gon' run. Never drift off course, always stay on mission. Won't slow us down, cause we way too driven. Yet we put in these 10,000 hours. You won't stop us, cause we got the power. Whole world is watching, and I hope they ready. From here on out, we are legendary. You can kick me round, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Turn the lights up now, welcome to the show. I ain't never gonna stop, this is all I know. My eyes on the prize, until I die. I'm gonna rise, level up to the skies. Yeah, we here now, we were chosen. All the pain brought us to this moment. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end, until the end of time.
We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. We ain't going
time.